Well, good morning, everybody. Glad to have so many people come out on a Tuesday after commencement this last week. It's my pleasure. I'm Kirk Schultz, president at WSU, in case you didn't know, and my pleasure to have everybody with us today on what I think is going to be really an exciting day and a set of really engaging conversations around WSU, land-grant universities, where we're going in our future, and things like that. I will let you know, though, I started off the day extremely well. I know I've arrived because when I checked in, they gave me a little president's badge to put at the bottom of my thing. So I'm going to send this to my mother-in-law and tell her I've finally made it. So.
Were you announcing for candidacy?
Oh, yeah. Man, I didn't hit my head that hard this morning. So just to provide a little context and perspective as we get started this morning. We have over 550 attendees statewide that will be active, involved, and engaged at some part of our conversation today. We want as many people to attend sessions, even if you haven't registered for something later in the day and you're interested and want to come out. We want as many people involved around the community. I do want to do a couple introductions as we get started, and to begin with, we have Gene Frankel up here. Gene right there. Gene runs a company called Ideas for Action LLC, and has been really actively engaged working with WSU's leadership team, our vice presidents, our deans around strategic planning, leadership development, how we can be more cohesive as a leadership team, how we can make sure that we're using our time, effort, and energy more effectively to lead the institution, and that's been very productive. I started working with Gene multiple years ago when I was working with the NCAA, and we needed to do some significant changes to NCAA governance, and Gene came in and helped us navigate through a really challenging set of issues. And so when we reconnected a year or two ago, we were really pleased to have her involved and engaged. So she's back in Pullman a lot. She's been to some of our other campus locations. So if you see Gene around today, make sure you introduce herself. She's going to be helping us with facilitating some of our dialogues, discussions today. Also, probably this person doesn't need any introduction, but Craig Parks is also going to be helping today. And that is a very nice looking tie, Craig. I didn't know he had one, so that is fantastic. Well done. Most of you certainly know Craig's active role in the provost's office. He's working with some of our strategic planning things, with some providing some leadership there. And he's recently taken on a new position where he'll be spending part-time here and part-time as the interim vice chancellor for academic affairs at our Spokane Health Sciences campus. So really pleased to have Craig with us today. And then we started these discussions yesterday, and Steve has been involved with town gown types of things, and I mentioned that several years ago at our first town gown set of events, we were in the room. There was a whole bunch of people from the community in the room, and it was, shall we say, a little bit cathartic for the members of the community to voice some displeasure with WSU. And after that one meeting, though, it was interesting to sort of watch everybody kind of move to, doesn't matter some of that stuff that happened in the past for whatever reason, let's talk about our future together. And I thought we had a really engaging conversation last night that really shows the community, Pullman, the university, trying to work together to move forward so that as we grow, it's we growing, it's the community working with the university and vice versa, back and forth, really in a mutually great space to be in. The other thing that I want to announce is, if you all have your, okay, I can't advance my own slides here. There we go. Really, can you see that one? There we go. We just announced on the way in, as a matter of fact, the email went out, that Dr. Mitzi Montoya will be joining us as provost on August 1st. And Mitzi, yes. Mitzi, as many of you know from her interview, is currently the Dean of Business at Oregon State University. Prior to that, spent some time in senior levels at Arizona State. And then prior to that, spent a lot of her career at NC State, which is one of those peer plus type of land-grant institutions that is doing a lot of the great things that we want to certainly look at and see what types of things fit us and our community. So it was interesting. You all read my campus letters occasionally. I'm never quite sure when I send those out how many people actually look at them. So I just a quick conversation how we got here. Gene Frankel was sitting working with me and said, Kirk, here's this book you really ought to read about the future of land-grant universities. And my attitude, shall we say, at the beginning of that was not maybe what it should be. So I ordered the book. I sat down with a adult beverage and opened it up. And before I knew it, I was 6, 7 pages in. Then it was the first chapter. And I said, man, this has got some really good stuff in it that I think is particularly relevant to where we are in Washington State's time. So when I put out that first thing in that January newsletter about, hey, if anybody's kind of interested, happy to help you out, my goal was if we had 20 people on campus that expressed even a remote interest in the book, I would consider that to be really positive. So that letter went out. I was in a bunch of meetings. I looked at my phone. I had all these emails from folks. So we've now passed out somewhere in excess of 300 books on campus, and maybe up to 350. And the important thing is not just the book. To me, it's the fact that our campus community is interested in talking and dialoguing about our future and about what types of things are important to us as a campus community. And that in itself, I think, is the most exciting thing here. The fact we had over 500 people voluntarily express that, hey, we want to come and be engaged in these type of conversations. So the challenge we have ahead of us is how do we we talk about strategic planning. Sometimes people get hung up on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and our vision and mission. And after a while, if you're not careful, you run all your energy out trying to run through these process and steps. And what we have to do, though, as part of that process is what is important to us, what things do we want to make sure are part of our future, and how do we engage leadership across campuses at all levels in this conversation, as well as faculty, staff, and students in a meaningful way. So that today is what I think the culmination of a lot of this is, and I think it's going to be interesting for us to continue to move forward throughout the day. And then what's going to be really important is not just today and yesterday. What do we do with the information, the excitement, the energy over the next several months as we look at doing, as I mentioned in my last newsletter that I know all of you read, that we need to do two things. One, we have to have a great Pullman strategic plan for our next several years. But importantly, we have to have our first ever system plan about what we're going to do. And sometimes you can say, I think when we talk about the WSU system, is it really a system? And I think when you look that we have students actively engaging with faculty in classroom and research settings in 11 different physical locations in the state of Washington, that means if that's not a system, I don't know what is. So we've got to make sure that we're balancing out and making sure no matter where anybody is located in the state, they have a great Coug experience. We need to define what that is. We need to make sure whether you're in Wenatchee, Yakima, Bremerton, Pullman, doesn't matter. Are you having that great experience that we associated with our university? And I think that's one of our goals coming out of this. So to help engage us and get us started this morning, really, really pleased to have Steve Gavazzi with us. Steve is a professor of human development and family science at The Ohio State University. I think we should do that at WSU. We work at The Washington State University. I'll tell Anna Mari that the next time I see her at UW and see what she thinks about that. Over the past 27 years at Ohio State, he's been involved in research that focuses on how families influence the healthy development of teenagers. 2014, he founded College Town Assessment, LLC, a company designed to take the guesswork on how to build more harmonious town-gown relationships. In addition to co-authoring Land-Grant Universities for the Future, Higher Ed for the Public Good, he's also author of Families with Adolescents, Bridging the Gaps Between Theory, Research, and Practice. It's been a pleasure to have Steve with us and look forward to a really exciting day. Steve, come on. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to see if I can advance this slide. And good. So I think this was, Kirk, I'm going to take your last duty here, which was to also point out that we're going to be on social media all through the day today. And we are going to be, hopefully, having people who will chat with us. If you can't always get the information directly to us by standing at a microphone and asking questions, you can always tweet them and Craig and Jean are going to be monitoring that throughout the day. So that hashtag will work really well, and thanks for participating. All right, so I've titled my keynote today with this subheading here, the idea of being in service to the well-being of communities. And I've done that for a variety of different reasons, but I'd like to point out, hopefully this will continue to, there we go. I'd like to point out that part of what I'm really after here is a twofold, two-tier process of discussion. And one, which is to look at the fact that all land-grant universities have, as part of their mission, the service to the entire state. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration the needs of the most local communities that surround our campuses, and I call them host communities. And so when I talk to you all today about meeting the needs of communities, I'd like you to keep both frames in mind. So we're talking about both the needs of Pullman, and we're talking about the needs of the state of Washington at the same time. And hopefully this will become more apparent as we work through the dialogue today. So all of this, or at least most of this, is based on the book that came out last year. And many of you, thank you, have gotten copies, and thanks to President Schultz for making sure that you could get those copies. Johns Hopkins University Press published this, and they're going to be giving President Schultz an award in a couple of weeks for having sold the most books. So thank you for that. My co-author is Gordon Gee. Gordon has been a president of a university for the past 40 years now. This is actually 2019 is the celebration of his 40th year of being a president. He started when he was 36 years old, coming out of, I know you're shaking your head like, what? Coming out of the law school at West Virginia University, and he has been a president now for 7 different universities, Ohio State twice, and now West Virginia twice. And Gordon is engaged to be married, hope springs eternal. And so that will probably be the reason that the next couple of years will be the last 2 that Gordon will be serving as president. But I owe a debt of gratitude to him. It was actually his idea. He had read a previous book of mine called The Optimal Town Gown Marriage, and he had wrote me a really nice letter saying this was a great book, and he said, we really need to write a book together. And I said, wow, that's great, and I pinned it to my wall. I thought, this is wonderful that the former president of Ohio State, current president of West Virginia, thought that my book was good enough that he would like to at least tell me that it would be nice to co-author a book. And 3 weeks later, I got a call from his chief of staff who said, President Gee wants to know why you're ignoring him. And I had no idea what she was talking about. And so I said that. She said, the letter that he wrote you, he wants to write a book with you, and I about fell on the floor. But he really did want to pick up on many different themes that I had developed in the Optimal Town Gown Marriage book, which I'm going to be talking about in just a little bit. And he wanted to expand on the idea of what he thought in his own head about what land-grant universities should do. And his curiosity was such that he wanted to know whether or not other land-grant university presidents and chancellors thought the same thing that he did. And so I'm going to tell you about the study that formed the backbone of this book. But I also want to point out who I am. And if you've read my book, you know that I talk about this idea of being land-grant fierce. And the analogy that Gordon Gee and I use in the book is to look at different religious institutions. For example, so Brigham Young University, we believe that they should be fiercely Mormon. Notre Dame should be fiercely Catholic. And while there's not necessarily a spiritual connection here, it's our belief that we think that land-grant universities should be just as fierce in their orientation. Part of the major problem that we see in terms of higher education today is this pursuit of sameness or homogeneity. In fact, for a long time, it's my own contention, I'm not going to speak for Gordon here, I think that land-grant universities got way off of their own mission by trying to be Harvard or MIT or Princeton Well, we have those universities for a reason. They're private, they're very well endowed, and there's no way we're ever going to match what it is that they're capable of doing. And nor would we want to, because we, I think, have a very special mission. So my hope is that at the end of my talk today, and if not then, by the end of the panel discussions and everything that we're going to be doing, that hopefully you all will feel at least a little bit more land-grant fierce today. And I know that that's necessary here. I know that President Schultz has done a lot of work to help raise and elevate the status of what it means to be a land-grant. But I was on my way up, and you all know who you were now because you see who the presenter is, and you were talking behind me as we were walking up the steps. And the one person said to the other person, "Hey, I'm surprised to see you here." The other person said, "Yeah, well, I'm here to find out what a land grant is." And then the other person said, "Well, isn't that about 150 years too late?" You know who you are. I hope to make you especially land-grant fierce today. So let's talk a little bit about what a public land-grant university is and the question about why should they care about communities. And I want to call out some folks now, just in terms of if you live right now, it doesn't matter if you're affiliated with the university or not, if you live in Pullman, raise your hand. Look at that. Now, if you live in, keep your hands up. If you live in Pullman and you're not affiliated with the university, stand up. A couple of people. Okay. Now, thank you, you can sit down. My hope is next time that you have something like this, that there will be a much greater presence of people from the community of Pullman who are not affiliated with the university who want to be here. And I know, by the way, from the events of yesterday, that they're hungry for this knowledge. They want to know. In fact, I'm blogging about this as well, and last night I posted a blog, which I'm still on Eastern time zone. This was a big lift for me. But I needed to put down on paper, or in this case, typing it into my laptop, I needed to put down the essential question that came out of the work that we did yesterday with the Pullman community. And that was they're raising this issue of wanting to know what a land grant meant. And part of that was a reaction to a question that I had posed, because we were talking, and we'll see in a little bit, when we talk about what it means to have a healthy campus-community relationship, I had asked the specific question, what's different about a healthy campus-community relationship when your campus happens to be a land-grant university? So I'm going to continue to pose that question throughout the day, and I'm hoping that we gain a sense as a campus here of what that means, and that you then are empowered to begin to inform the people of Pullman who are not affiliated with the university what exactly that means. Okay, so this is a little history lesson if you've read my book. This is just a quick review. There will be a test, a short one, after this. But we need to start in 1862 with the Morrill Land Grant Act. And this is where we get the name from. Right? The fact that land was granted, it typically was about 35,000 acres, to universities, at colleges at that time mostly, to support the development of the first public institutions of higher learning. Right? Because before 1862, who went to school? Who got a college degree? You were you were definitely wealthy, you were mostly white, and you were mostly male. Right? And, by the way, you mostly lived in an urban area. So the idea behind the Land Grant Act, Justin Morrill, senator from Vermont's great idea was to level the playing field with regards to higher education. And it really, since that point in time, has been talked about as opening up the front door of the American dream. So the focus, and this is something that's very important to keep in mind as we work through our discussions today, the focus was on access and affordability, right? Because we wanted to make sure that wealth was not the guarantee of a college degree. We wanted to make sure that social status was not the guarantee of entree into college or university. So that's very, very important. And in fact, you don't have to take my word for it. Here's the wording from the Morrill Act. This was done, quote, in order to promote the liberal and practical education of the industrial classes in the several pursuits and professions in life. So industrial classes, translated into 21st century, is the working classes. And I'm going to cast some stones at my own home institution for a moment. So at The Ohio State University, on the Columbus campus, 4 out of every 5 incoming freshmen come from families that are at or above the mean income distribution in our state. That is not the industrial classes. Fortunately, 1 out of every 2 incoming freshmen to our regional campuses is Pell Grant eligible. That's the working classes. So Ohio State has offshored its land grant mission largely in terms of access and affordability to its regional campuses. My worry begins at those land grant universities who do not have those kinds of side doors to the American dream. So I'm going to continue to hammer on this point about access and affordability as we go on. I do want to, though, draw a little bit of a political context for you just for a second, and I don't talk a lot about this in the book, but I think it's important to note that we were in the middle of a civil war when the Morrill Land Grant was enacted. And at the same time, literally within weeks of the Morrill Land Grant being passed, the Transcontinental Railroad Act was passed and the Homestead Act was passed. Tell me about a Congress that can pass something like that today. It's also important to note that in 1890, there was a Morrill Land Grant Second Act, called Morrill II sometimes, which provided, and this slide, I don't like putting a lot of words on slides, but the first thing that the Morrill Act of 1890 did was it gave additional funds to the original 1862 institutions because they were saying we did not get enough money to function properly as an institution of higher learning. And it also, because of the separate but equal doctrine of the country at this time, it also then provided funding for what have become known as the historically black colleges and universities. One lesser known act, because it wasn't literally a land grant act, was the Act of 1994, which provided funds to either begin or further develop institutions that aim for our Native American students as well. Most, but not all of these, are 2-year community colleges. So what's my point? Together, those 3 land grant acts provided us with our primary mission of teaching, and specifically providing an education through the access and affordability that we could provide for those who most needed our educational degrees. So teaching, very, very important, right? Our primary mission. This is what we should be doing if nothing else. In 1887, what also then happened was the Hatch Act. So what happened here was largely the federal government stepped up and said, we've got all these public universities, they're doing a great job teaching, and we're recognizing that they also can contribute to the forward progress of America as a nation by the installation of some more formal funding for research. Now, the original Hatch Act was designed mostly for agricultural-related research. This is how we set up agricultural experiment stations, but actually very quickly, the Hatch Act was expanded to include a lot of non-agricultural research. In fact, my own dissertation, which was on families with adolescents, was funded in part by Hatch Act money. So it actually has become obviously very, very broad in a modern day sense. But so that gave us our second component, the component of research. There's one more mission, however, that we got, and that was through the 1914 Smith-Lever Act, which has established what is now known as Cooperative Extension Services. For those of you who perhaps aren't very familiar with that, the idea was originally to take all of the teaching and all of the research findings and to disseminate that information to all of the farms, families, and communities that were supposed to be served by each land grant University. And that gave us our original service, or if you will, the modern day parlance is engagement of the community. So then why, again, I pose the question for all of you, why should a land-grant university care about their communities? Well, it's our mission, right? It's built into our DNA. And that is to teach those in the community who most need it, to do research, especially on issues of importance, the most pressing societal needs, and third, to engage community members in service to their needs. Emphasis added, mine, right? Okay. That's our mission, right? So the main issue that I have here then is, have we forgotten our mission? This was the reason for doing the land-grant study that provides the underpinnings of the book, Land-Grant Universities for the Future. And I want to talk to you just a little bit about how we set this particular study up. I owe a debt of gratitude not only to my co-author, but also to Michael Drake, the president of Ohio State University. Gordon and I had approached Michael about participating in this project. And at first he was very keen to do that. And then he found out that it was an actual research project and he would have to go through IRB and he'd have to go through a training. And that quickly dampened his enthusiasm. But we already knew that he was the incoming president of APLU, and he himself said that it probably would be very beneficial for him to write, or in this case, co-write a letter with Gordon Gee to all of his colleagues, all of the presidents and chancellors, and invite them into this study. So that letter went out. I thought I was going to get 10 presidents maybe to participate, and 27 at the end of that first week signed up and said, I'd like to participate. We actually had really great balanced representation. We had folks in the East Coast, in the Southwest, in the Northwest, in the Plain States, the Midwest, and the South. Good, very good, even representation. And what I did was I did a SWOT analysis. I asked about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that land-grant universities were facing, and notice the yellow bold here, in meeting the specific needs of the communities that they were designed to serve. So this was a very specific SWOT analysis with an emphasis directly on communities. So what I want to talk to you about now is a little bit about the results of the interview and also then what we did beyond this. In general, what we saw was evidence of what we might just call conflicting priorities or a dynamic tension that tended to exist on these 7 different themes that popped up over and over again in these interviews. And without any further ado, if you haven't seen these before, these are the 7 themes. First and foremost on just about everybody's mind, every president and chancellor's mind, has been the significant and continued cuts that have occurred to public higher education, including land-grant universities. At the same time, though, that the presidents were quick to vocalize the problems and difficulties that they had in terms of these funding cuts, they also were hearing very loud and clear that there was an increased expectation for an efficiency of operation. And you may have heard that before from your own state legislators. So there's this balance. And so this is really, all these themes are set up as dialectics. And they're, in fact, there is a potential resolution of each of these themes that kind of finds the middle ground. But I'm explaining to you the great diversity of opinion that were expressed by these presidents and chancellors as made manifest in these 7 themes. The second one was this idea of research prowess. Most, if not all, major top-tier and middle-tier universities want to stake a claim to being great at research, and we should be doing that. However, and this is an important however, at what cost to demonstrating and rewarding excellence in teaching and in community engagement? Further, staying on the research theme, many presidents and chancellors also talked about the dynamic tension between the rewarding and support of basic research and that research which is more applied. I see lots of people shaking their heads, so these themes make a lot of sense to people. The fourth theme is my own personal bugaboo. If there's one pox that has been placed upon higher education, it's U.S. News and World Report. I hate that ranking. I'm going to channel Gordon Gee for a second and tell you a story about U.S. News and World Report. When Gordon was first made the president at Brown University, not long after, he received a congratulations letter from U.S. News and World Report. Brown University's law school, there was a brand new ranking about law schools. Brown University's law school was ranked 8th in the country. Gordon had to write to them and tell them that Brown University did not have a law school. Most of U.S. News and World Report is based on reputation. So people look at Brown University, they think it's a good university, they must have a great law school. That drives an inordinate amount of what goes into that particular ranking. So the idea about chasing rankings unfortunately puts a crimp on the primary mission of access and affordability. Why? Because one of the other levers that you can pull with regards to national rankings is the ACT scores of your incoming freshmen. So, if you know anything at all about standardized testing, you know that there's an inherent cultural bias. There's also a geographical bias, in that kids in suburban areas tend to do better than kids in urban areas, both of whom do far better on standardized testing than kids from rural areas. So, access and affordability gets stood on its head when you go chasing these national rankings. It's why, by the way, Ohio State has 4 out of every 5 freshmen coming to their campus at or above the mean income distribution, because they're chasing a top 10 national ranking. And the enrollment officers are not dumb. They know how to count, and they count how many students they have who are what they call high flyers. You know, the 34, 35, 36 ACTs. Well, that comes with the baggage of having kids who are primarily coming from wealthy households and from suburbia. And so it's no mystery why Ohio State has been stuck in terms of its diversity. There's a lot of complaining that goes on about why aren't we moving the needle? Well, this is not rocket science why we're not moving the needle at Ohio State. So there's that dynamic tension. Can you tell that that's my own pet peeve? I hate it. Then there's the whole rural versus urban distinction. Land grants, most of the land grants are located in rural areas. The exceptions really are Ohio State, which is located in Columbus, the 15th largest city in the country. The University of Minnesota, which Minneapolis is 34th, 35th, depending on the rankings. And then there's College Park, Maryland, which is suburbia, not really an urban area, and then that's it. Every other university, every other land-grant university is located primarily in a rural area. And because of the whole land-grant tradition being tied to agriculture, we've always been known in terms of serving a rural population, right? Especially through extension and through our colleges of agriculture. So no problem there so far, except that in 1862, it made sense to serve the rural population because 90% of America lived in a rural area. So we did put the universities in the right place. Fast forward to 2019 and we have the exact opposite demographic. Now 90% of our nation's population lives in an urban area and only 10% lives in a rural area. How do we match the current population demographics with who we're serving? That's a really hard issue, especially when you get to the politics of the matter, which is where voters are and how we see voting patterns that tend to replicate what we're seeing at a national level, but also a local level. How do we continue to serve rural populations while increasing our presence in more urban areas? That is a very tricky, very challenging set of circumstances for any land-grant university president or chancellor. Compounding all of that is the push for internationalization, for globalization. We want our students to be global citizens. We want our students to study abroad. We want our students to speak foreign languages. And yet, we also are very aware of our citizens who are saying, what in the world does your project in Ethiopia have to do with my needs here in my home county? And so there's another dynamic tension that exists between this push for globalization on the one hand and the need to have closer to home impact. And then finally, and this is really in some ways a summation or a bucket to put all of the additional issues in, but they're very much related to these first six, people have begun to call into question the value of higher education altogether. And in fact, we know that there's a political split with regards to this. The latest Pew Charitable Trust polls indicate that a majority of Republican-leaning voters no longer believe that higher education is the path to the American dream. But Democratic support for higher education has also been slipping. It's not under the 50% mark yet, but it has eroded from its historic highs to the lowest levels that we've seen in the last 50 years. So what's going on there, right? I think part of what's going on is our lack of focus on the primary mission, and again, especially for land-grant universities. So that's what I want to spend a little bit of extra time on now, which is the specific application of these findings in terms of what this tells us about our land-grant mission and what we should be doing in terms of meeting the needs of the communities. Oh yeah, and this is my timeout slide. I don't think I got introduced as a marriage and family therapist. That's my background. So I was a Penn State undergrad. I thought I was going to become a school psychologist like my father, but I ended up taking what was then called at Penn State IFS, Individual and Family Studies. And I took a class and I got really intrigued, and I ended up getting a minor in it, and I ended up deciding that rather than being a school psychologist, I wanted to be a marriage and family therapist. So I went to the University of Connecticut, also a land-grant school, just like Penn State, and I got my marriage and family therapy training. Since that point in time, and regardless of the position that I've had, I tend to see things through the lens of relationships. So I want to talk to you just for a moment about your own interpersonal relationships. So I want you to think about the most important intimate relationship that you have right now. Picture that person in your mind. Or if they're beside you, hold their hand for a second. Okay, you got that person in mind? All right, what are the two most important things that make her or him the most important part of your life? Think about that for just a second. If you had to boil it down to two things, what makes that person that you have, that lovely person in your mind right now, you're not mad at them, you're loving them, what makes them the most important? All right, this is now audience participation time. Shout it out. What makes them most important? Humor. Good. I like that. What else? Synergy. Good. What else? Intelligence. Anything else? Dependability. Charm, did I hear? Good heart. All right, great. You're all on the right track. The marriage literature tells you that if you have to boil it down to two things, it's effort and comfort. Now, what does that mean? That means that it's a lot of work to have a really good relationship, right? And that work that you're putting in, the energy that you're putting in, it has to result in comfort. So it's the combination of both, high effort and high comfort, that makes for the most harmonious marriage relationships. And I will submit to you today that it also makes for the most harmonious relationships between campuses and communities. Effort and comfort. And it's a two-way street, by the way. So that effort and comfort has to be done by both partners, whether it's a marriage or whether it's a campus-community relationship. Now, I've written about all of this. There's actually, and by the way, all of this material, if you're interested, I'll send you electronic copies. This first article came out in 2014 in a journal called Innovative Higher Education. And what it did was it created a typology based on effort and comfort, again, borrowing from the marriage literature. And I hope, with all those people that you had in mind, that you are, in fact, in a harmonious relationship right now. That's where you want to be. High effort and high comfort. You want to be there. And you want to stay there. As my wife reminds me all of the time, honey, you haven't done anything for me lately. So it's a moving target. And that's actually what happens, again, whether it's a marriage or it's a campus community relationship. And again, at both levels, not just, I'm talking about both Pullman and the campus of Pullman, and Vancouver and the campus of Vancouver, and Spokane and the campus of, right, and et cetera, right? So those relationships, but also back to Kirk's point about the Washington State University system and your entire state. You have to have high effort, and you have to generate high comfort. The other three groups are suboptimal. Now, the unicorn, if there is one out there, is this traditional relationship. I'm 58 years old, so I remember the Dick Van Dyke Show. How many people have watched Dick Van Dyke? Okay, you remember about Rob and Laura? They slept in separate beds, right? And that was because of TV censorship at the time. But I think it was also a fairly accurate representation of how the producers and writers wrote that show. Rob went off to work. Laura took care of the kids. They had separate but equal lives. This is the most poignant way that I can point out the traditional relationship, which is there's not a lot of effort, but there's kind of comfort because you're leaving each other alone. Now, I don't think that that exists very much in marriages these days. I certainly don't think that it exists that way for campuses and communities, especially at the local level, and because of two reasons. One, land use, and second, student misbehavior. You can't ignore each other when you have dynamic tension about land use and how that's occurring on and around campus, what I call wedge and edge issues, as well as the student misbehavior component, right? You can't ignore student misbehavior, unfortunately. It oftentimes is popping up and does a lot of potential damage to campus-community relationships. The conflicted relationship, again, whether you're talking about a marriage or a community or a campus-community relationship, oftentimes becomes habitual. It's habit-forming. If you've ever been in a relationship where there's been a lot of fighting, don't nod your heads now, just sit there and think about that. You stop remembering what you're fighting about, right? Kirk, you inherited a relationship, and you stepped on some landmines because there was some history there about things that were rather ongoing and unresolved. Again, happens in marriages, happens in campus community relationships. And then finally, there is the worst of all relationships, the devitalized relationship. That was the relationship that I inherited when I took over the Ohio State University at Mansfield campus. And I spent 7 years trying to rectify and otherwise ameliorate all of the potential and real harms that had been done to the campus community relationship by past misdeeds of the university, much of which was actually done by the system itself and not so much by the local university personnel, boots on the ground in Mansfield. By the way, that's the one big difference between a campus-community relationship and a marriage. In a campus-community relationship, you can't get a divorce. So there's no escaping it. You're there. But unfortunately, then, this devitalized relationship is the thing that's the next worst thing, I guess, to a divorce or next best thing. So the question that I have today, why am I talking about this? I want to talk about how we then can create and maintain these more harmonious relationships between our public and specifically our land-grant universities and the communities that they were designed to serve. So I just messed this up. There we go. Okay, So let's go back to those 7 themes from the interviews that I did with the land-grant presidents and chancellors. Let's pose some questions here. What counts as high effort by a land-grant university? What does that look like? What does high effort look like? When a community looks at us, how do they know that we're making a lot of effort? And in turn, what are our expectations about our community partners? What are they supposed to be doing for us and with us? And then finally, what kind of effort comes about because of those efforts? What creates high comfort? What are the things that we're doing that our community constituents look at us and say, that's great. Thank you for doing that. And how many other things are we doing that we think should count, and yet they look at us like, why are you doing that? So we need to resolve that if we're to understand how it is that we can move forward and be more harmonious with the community constituents, the stakeholders that we have that, again, we're designed to serve. Now, the book that I did was groundbreaking from the standpoint of no one had ever gone to land-grant university presidents before and said, hey, what do you think? But you know there's a big problem with that, right? That's a very homogeneous group of people, right? And while they have very different thoughts, they tend to represent a very well-educated, very experienced set of individuals. So what we decided to do to make the book a little more interesting was, and by the way, President Gee, I love him. He didn't do any of these interviews. I did them. And he told me, I think you need to go out and do more interviews. And so I did these additional 35 interviews with a variety of different people. There were faculty members out there nationwide who study public institutions, including higher education programs that look specifically at land-grant universities. I talked to a variety of elected officials, state lawmakers, governors as well. I talked with accreditation leaders, think tank individuals, a lot of different board of trustees members, as well as organizations of governing boards, and et cetera. So I got a really good smattering of opinions about the findings from a fairly diverse group of additional people. There was no discrepancy or dynamic tension as far as they were concerned. The 7 themes that I have presented to you today, they're resolved in these people's minds. And I'm going to tell you whether this is good news or bad news or a mixture of both. They believe that before state and land-grant universities ask for any more money, that they should prove themselves to be more efficient, period. They're very clear about that. Second, they don't care a lot about our research. Why? Because mostly they don't understand about our research. They don't understand that research coming out of our medical centers are saving lives. They don't get it because we don't have a good narrative. And at the same time, they still point us back to our original mission, which is, if you're doing so much research, what are you doing about excellence in teaching? And what are you doing about connecting to communities? What are you doing about engagement? They also very much believe that if they're paying for research, they better be able to see the application of that research. They're fine with us doing research on our own and getting that funding on our own, but many of them are very clear about this. Do not subsidize the research through tuition dollars unless you can show us that that's going to have an immediate and dramatic impact on the needs of our state. Next, they don't care at all about national rankings at all. They don't care. And in fact, as we know, there's only a very small subset of American citizens at large who care about U.S. News and World Report. And it's the high-flying kids who oftentimes we're subsidizing with merit-based aid who care about those national rankings. That's it. It's a very small sliver. And the people that I talked to were very clear. Focus on access, focus on affordability. Interestingly, when I presented this idea of the rural versus urban dynamic tension, many of the folks didn't even want to talk about that. They simply said, why aren't you just talking about community? Now, That's perhaps a little oversimplistic in terms of course, we know that there are issues facing rural society that are very different than urban society, but the push was there to recognize the commonality amongst all communities. That was their resolution of this particular theme. And then finally, again, in terms of the first 6, we can go anywhere in the world that we want, but the folks were very clear. You need to prove your closer to home impact. Over and over again, that was said. And then, in many ways, the last issue here was really a kind of a formula, if you will, for this return on investment in higher education, which is if you do all of these other things, yes, we will continue to see the greater value in getting a college degree. So this was very clear from all of them. Okay, so time is winding down. I want to save some time for questions and comments. So this is just a question about where do we go from here. And I don't mean that just in terms of where do we go as land-grant universities, but also where do we go in terms of our commentaries beyond today and tomorrow. So I posed a question to social media last week, which said, what does it mean to be a successful land-grant university? And I got really cool and lots of very diverse responses. This is the Wordle, the word cloud from it. Look at what pops out. Look at the biggest word. Community and world. Very interesting. So, what was that made up of? I just grabbed a few because I told people that I would do this. Look at some of the comments here. What does it mean to be a successful land-grant university? Public service and engaged scholarship, recognized as valuable at all levels and across all disciplines. And I love that especially because it points out how oftentimes we get siloed in terms of who's out there working in the community. And oftentimes we hear it as, well, that's AG's. Isn't that what AG does? Or even worse, isn't that what Extension does? Right? Extension, cooperative extension services, the defining difference between a land-grant university and every other public. Right? We have statewide reach. I have extension fans in the audience. And I will put to you at the same time that extension represents that they also represent perhaps the biggest challenge in terms of pulling us into the 21st century. How is it that they can be the vanguard into the community and represent us? And part of what they need is our help across all disciplines so that it's not just ag. Or, again, at Ohio State University, it's not just consumer and family sciences that are participating in this, that this is a university-wide effort. And of the people-driven place, that resonates to me because we are the people's universities. We need to act more like it. Working with local and global in a dialectic process, again, talking about how you bridge that divide. I like this one. We're in the 4th Industrial Revolution, so let's respond to that. Thought that was a great one. Again, looking at education, higher education, as a lifelong pursuit. I think that's what that next comment is about in terms of cultivating lifelong relationships and opening doors for those that might not know that such opportunities exist. And then finally, the last couple of comments here. Engages people at all stages in life, getting beyond just the traditional age student, I thought was really great. And then finally, being the grand equalizer for society by bridging the urban-rural divide. That's my comments. Who's feeling land-grant fierce right now? I'm going to just pat myself on the back. I did great. I normally go right up to the wire, but we actually have 20 minutes to talk. And so now it's up to all of you, and we have microphones here in the front. Do we have any questions coming through that we want to address first? Not yet. Okay. It's up to you now. It's your time. It's your land-grant university. What do we do with this?
If you talk to our students, what they identify with as the WSU experience is often going to Martin Stadium. And if you talk to alumni, it's coming to football games. Could you speak about the role of intercollegiate athletics for land-grant universities such as your own and ours and others?
Sure. Thank you. That's a great question. So I'll start with a talk that I gave at the Cato Institute with an individual who happened to be from Texas A&M. And that original A&M moniker was about agriculture and mechanical arts, right? And that was part of the original land-grant mission. He was railing against his alma mater by saying it now is athletics and marketing. When I think intercollegiate sports, especially high-revenue sports, take over and dominate the discussion, we've lost our way. I also think at the same time that the failure to recognize the importance of athletics in many of our students' lives is just as big a mistake. So I think it's finding the balance. It was really interesting. So when the scandals hit, so Penn State's my alma mater, everyone knows about the Sandusky scandals. What happened at Michigan State, right, with the Nassar scandal, again, about sexual abuse. And then you looked at the University of Maryland, and we saw the football player who died there. There was a pattern there. These were all Big Ten schools, and they were all land-grant universities. And so I ended up writing an article in the Chronicle of Higher Education about this, and part of that was some research that I did. And it was very interesting to go back 100 years to a speech that President Thompson gave in, I think it was 1912, at The Ohio State University, railing against the way that football had taken over the university. So I say that only because we've had problems with the domination of sports for as long as we've had sports. Every year, I have large numbers of students student athletes who take my courses. These are some of the best students that I have in my class. But they're also, especially those students who are in the high revenue sports, for us it's football and basketball, they have a very different life than even the student athletes that I have that are in wrestling or in lacrosse or in, we've won more NCAA tournaments, I think, or championships in synchronized swimming than I think any university. Those students are very different. They're living a life in which the student-athlete ideal is there, I think. There's a balance. I worry more about the students of ours who are in football and basketball because of the tremendous pressures that are placed on them. I think that we have to find some rebalance there. And at the same time, again, we have to recognize what we're known for. And I think that having a successful athletic program, having NCAA championships or even conference championships is very important to the public. And I think there's some good that comes out of that, as long as we have that balance. I was kidding Kirk about walking or driving past your stadium the other day, and I remembered something that Gordon Gee had said about football games where he watches his budget marching up and down the field. It's true in terms of how we're known. And again, I think it would be wrong of us to not recognize the value that's placed on athletics, but I think we need to find the balance.
Stephen, we have a couple questions online.
Yeah. First question, how do we capture the data on ROI to provide more than feel-good stories about our successes?
That's an excellent question. And I think part of that will get to the Drive to 25 discussion that we're going to have in terms of some of the metrics that are there. But I also think that we need to get beyond that from the standpoint of, I think we also have to be open to ideas about how more localized data collection can take place in ways in which different units, colleges, programs, majors, may be having a very idiosyncratic way of having that kind of ROI impact.
Steve, there's another question online. I know we're going to get to some of the Drive to 25 later, but this question says, in your book, you state in the foreword, the rankings game, a truly stupid game, is BS, quote unquote. What advice do you have for WSU administrators pushing the Drive to 25 campaign?
Okay, well, go ahead and applaud that. That's fine. First of all, I just want to say, if anybody has my book, you can go turn to the foreword. I didn't write the foreword. All right. But what's interesting about that is Peter McGraw did. right? And APLU actually has the McGraw Award for community engagement, right? So this is a guy who, and he's been president of, well, let's see, he was president of Michigan State, he was president of the University of Missouri system, he was also president of Binghamton University, and I'm thinking there's that, maybe, Minnesota. I think he was at Minnesota too. Anyway, so this guy's been around the block, right? And he can't, like me, he can't stand the rankings. He thinks that it has pushed universities in some really awful directions. So what I think in terms of my own first pass through Drive to 25, because that's what the question really was about, is that there's I think, a remarkable consistency with many of the Drive to 25 aims and the land grant mission. Some of those things, like everything else, you have to work a little harder to see those connections, but I do think that those connections are there. And in fact, when I was on the phone with Chris Hoyt, one of the things that I did was kind of this whole, hey, if you're going to invite me out, you do need to know that I say really bad things about national rankings. And I was assured that that was an okay thing to say. And I also noticed that one of the earlier Drive to 25 metrics were around the incoming ACT scores, but that was not actually part of the overall conversation that you were having at this point in time, which made me feel a lot better. Because you can't do both. You can't chase high ACT scores and not have a plan for how you're going to deal with access and affordability. And by the way, that's the other thing that I want to give Michael Drake at Ohio State tremendous credit for, which was his walking into the university and recognizing that we were giving over 90% of our scholarships to merit-based aid. And he said, I want to reverse that. I want to make sure that before I'm done here, that we have 90% of our aid going to need-based students. So I think that that's very important to recognize where you put your development dollars.
So how does student engagement in the community fit into the land grant mission?
Well, thank you for the question. Students are the vanguard of the university. And in fact, what we've found out through some of the campus community research that I've done is that it doesn't even matter if you're a commuter campus. You still see that your students, for both better and worse, are the tip of the sword, if you will, the vanguard into the community. And so students play a very essential role in a variety of different ways, some of which is just because of who they are residentially, right? If they're living off campus, they're a part of the community. And in fact, as we talked about yesterday, part of, I think, the university's responsibility is to take each incoming group of students and help them to understand their civic responsibility to the new community that they're going to live in. I would be hard-pressed to find many students who do the things that they do in college that they would do back at home. They would never think of doing those things back at home. We need to do a better job of helping students to recognize this is their new home. So here in Pullman, they need to recognize their civic responsibility. They need to recognize that they are part of the fabric of the community. And I think that it's incumbent on universities to push that envelope. The other thing that we were talking about yesterday is it's cliche to hear students and parents talk about, well, they work hard so they have to play hard. That's bunk. They should work smart and play smart. And I think that if we treat these incoming freshmen as the adults that they are in everyone else's eyes, I think we're going to do a better job of inculcating them into the responsibilities that they have as a community member. But a community both here at the university, but also a community in terms of residentially where they're going to live. So thank you for your question. Appreciate that.
Stephen, a few more questions from online.
With the movement and extension to more of a regional model, how do we continue to engage the local community, especially county governments that provide much of our financial support?
That's great. I'm glad that extension's coming back into the dialogue as quickly as it is. I do want to say from the outset that I'm not certain how the politics of the money flow at a county or a multi-county level flows, but I'm going to say that in particular, this is not unusual to hear that there are more regionalized ways of dealing with extension here in Washington, because that's happening all over the country. I think that we need to develop new models for extension. And that means both newer models in terms of how they relate to the communities in which they're embedded, but I also think we have to think through how extension is represented on campus as well. There are 12 universities, 12 land-grant universities that have pushed extension out of the College of Agriculture and have made it either its own freestanding organizational unit and or has become part of the Provost's Office of Academic Affairs. And that is a trend that we're going to see continue to happen over time. And in fact, we know that there's some success there with regards to extension because they've now organized themselves at APLU. And those 12 land-grant universities that have moved extension out of the College of Agriculture are now meeting regularly about all the different dynamics and all the things that are happening as a result of that. I think that that decouples this unfortunate idea that we've had for 150 years, which is extension is just about agriculture, but I think it also represents some significant challenges. Challenges to alumni who may have very strong feelings about where extension belongs and the role that agriculture plays in that. I think that there's a lot of potential trepidation out there amongst politicians at the county level about what something like that would mean, but I do think that, well, change is inevitable. Right? And I think we talked about this last week. If you don't like change, irrelevance is going to be even worse, right? So I do think that extension is challenged on a number of different fronts to remain viable, and I think that there are several options that are open for them to move, but I think it's also going to have to be a state-by-state set of decisions.
I am with you in your dislike of the U.S. News and World Report ranking system. There are alternative ranking systems which rate universities on social justice measures such as the percentage of students from low-income brackets who successfully graduate from those institutions. And that fits more with the mission of land grants as you were defining it. So, do you have thoughts about anything that perhaps APLU might do to make more prominent and help better tell the story of what we do and we can do to the public by elevating the existence of alternative ranking measures?
Yep, thank you. That's a great question. And yes, I do have thoughts about that, and I've actually written about that. There was a recent article that the Wall Street Journal Times Higher Education group did. I don't know if you saw that. They do those kinds of rankings, and they called into question whether or not land grants are performing their mission in
regional comprehensives outperform us on those rankings, but maybe if those rankings were more prominent, we might be more motivated to do better in those rankings.
Absolutely. But by the way, you know who did the best? The 1890 land grants. Because we separated those out in the analyses. And so I think that we need to keep that in mind, that that's not the 1890s job. That's our job as well. And I think that, and I know you didn't ask this question, but let me also say, I think there's tremendous opportunity out there along these exact lines, especially the social justice line, to be partnering with our 1890, and you don't have an 1890, but you have a 1994, right, Northwest Indian College, who, by the way, their president is a graduate of Washington State University. Justin Guillemey, I think is his name. Guillory? Yeah, so I mean, here's an example of one of your own, right, who's now leading your 1994 land grant. You're ripe for creating opportunities there. And I know that we're going to be talking a little bit later in our Does Research Matter panel about some health disparities, and in particular looking at Native American populations and the research that's being done on that. I think that's another way of getting at that kind of issue as well. So thank you, appreciate your question.
Last question from Todd.
This one actually follows on Rennie's question, which is to lay out for the start. I wonder if it's more useful to talk about public as plural, because there's little about existence today that would suggest that we have a unitary public in our country, if not in our state. And it would seem to be that the moral act, the history of it, the genesis of it, suggests that we need to prioritize among publics the underserved, publics, segments of the public, the not simply just class-based, but race-based. The Morrill Act passes because of the change in the makeup of the legislature, because of the Civil War and the secession of the South. And so is it appropriate for land-grant universities in deciding where they deploy their resources to prioritize segments of the population that, whether class or race or otherwise, have been underserved in their efforts?
First of all, your point about the multiplicity of the community is well taken, and that is something that we did try to cover first and foremost from a political standpoint, recognizing that Washington's a blue state, right, at a 2016 U.S. presidential level. So, and Ohio has always been a purple state, right? So it shifts back and forth in terms of where it goes. And there are other states that are deep red. Idaho is probably deep red, right? So land grants are faced with political multiplicity, right? But then you get into the historically underserved populations of the state as well. And I think that you're calling that question, which is, do we prioritize those kinds of resources or resource allocation? Again, I think that's part of the dialogue of who are you as a land-grant university? And it gets back to the basic ideas of access and affordability. And so these are questions, I think, that are going to be very different for the state of Washington than the state of Ohio, for instance, the state of Florida, or the state of New Mexico. And that's what I think is the beauty of understanding that the land grants, although they were all set up to meet the needs of the state, they also are very, very idiosyncratic from the standpoint of what are the state's needs. But again, I'm very hopeful that that would be part of the conversation you all would be having about what kind of land-grant university do you want to be. Thanks for bringing the point up.
Steve, we have one more question, time for just one more question. I also want to thank everybody that is submitting questions online. If we don't get to them in this session, they have relation to some of the other panels, and we'll get to them. Last question over here.
This past semester, I wrote a letter of recommendation for a student, and I realized she was engaged in all three aspects of the land-grant university while she was here. I would venture to guess she is one of very few. So how do we better engage our students in all aspects of our land-grant mission? Because maybe if they're engaged with the land-grant mission like they are with athletics, both our students and our alumni will value that more.
That's great. And actually, so I think it starts with the fact that we need to have our faculty engaged with all three of the component missions. It doesn't mean that they have to be necessarily excellent in all of them, but I think to have that idea that it starts with our faculty. I think we also need to recognize that the students who are coming to us today tend to be very open, willing, and in fact motivated to be involved in the community. We need to figure out how to channel that energy. And then the last part is a kind of a shame on all of us that I want to say, which is, you know, land-grant universities across the nation graduate 1.1 million students a year. 1.1 million students. How many of them have ever had a class on what it means to be a land-grant? I really think it needs to be part of the general education curriculum. And you know, one of the things that we did in our book was to provide just a basic curriculum of what that would look like. And so I think that it shouldn't be any surprise to us when we have governors, and by the way, at last count, 40% of all of our governors across the nation have at least one degree from a land grant. And I would submit to you without any data, just a hunch, that at the state legislator level, it's much higher than 40%. But they've never had a class on land grant. And I think we're doing ourselves a tremendous disservice. I'll end my comment to your question with an anecdote. Becky Blank, the chancellor of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, was on our campus last week, and she gave the land grant lecture, because we have one of those that's given every year. And afterwards, there was a question and answer period, and I raised my hand and I said, you know, Chancellor Blank, Wisconsin is famous, perhaps infamous, for its conflict between state government and higher education. Is there any nugget that you have in there about what you did as the land grant to help offset some of that negativity? And she got a really big smile on her face. And she said, as soon as we started talking about the the connections that we have to our community at a statewide level, it changed the dynamic. And she went on to say, and I'm paraphrasing, I didn't try to throw all of the other public institutions under the bus, but we have something special about us. And I think that the degree to which that we can give our students an understanding of the specialness of having graduated from a land-grant university, we will then finally have done our jobs in terms of our mission. So thanks for that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Dr. Garazi. Okay, we will take a break. We will reconvene at 10 o'clock with the first of our 3 panels. Thank you so much.
So that worked.
Warning, then we will reconvene about 1 minute.
I'm so glad. Knock on wood. I haven't made that particular mistake.
Hi, Gene.
Okay, 30 seconds until we reconvene.
I think we're sure.
Okay, thank you. Our next panel, or actually our next thing on our process, in our first panel, would be to focus on teaching well. So we'll have a panel on each of the 3 elements of the land-grant mission: teaching, engaging the community, and serving the public good. Before I introduce Dr. Gwazi, who will introduce the panel, one of the things I want to say is keep those questions coming. We're also monitoring all your tweets. And there are lots of good points that are being made, lots of good questions that are being asked. And again, if we don't get to all of them today, please know that they are going to be a part of the conversation as we move forward. And one important thing to know is that all of this is going to very much color and shape the system-wide strategic plan that Kirk was talking about earlier. Teaching, research, and service are going to have to be very, very important parts of how we frame ourselves. And the Drive to 25 is not just a rankings piece, but it's about how the world will be different and better as we fulfill this mission if we achieve the Drive to 25. So all of these conversations are extremely relevant, so we very much appreciate your participation. Please continue with that, and let's keep the conversation going. I will now introduce Dr. Gwazi, who will introduce the next panel.
Thank you, Jean. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to anyone who hasn't been here yet. We're just going to continue to roll through our land grant discussion today. And what I've asked the panelists to do is to begin by introducing themselves and saying about 2 minutes worth of why they think they were asked to be on this panel.
So first of all, I'm Bill Davis. I'll go first since I'm sitting closest to Steve. I'm an associate dean in the College of Veterinary Medicine. I was the associate director for undergraduate studies in the School of Molecular Biosciences, and I teach a large enrollment 100 level freshman biology class every semester with about 450 students in it. One of the reasons why I think I'm on the panel is because I'm continuously asking questions about the teaching mission of WSU. And I think 3 of the questions that brought me here today are the following. And I think Steve's introduction this morning really laid this out for us and as things to think about. The first question I don't know the answer to that I would like for us to consider is, how can we build inclusivity and diversity? How can we work towards equity in our educational models at WSU. How can we use evaluation of teaching as a lever for change at the institution? How can we move beyond the student review of teaching to something that's more holistic and something that's much more developmental for what we do? And then finally, how can we as an institution build a continuous improvement mindset for teaching and learning?
Great, thanks, Bill.
Good morning. I'm Kate McAteer. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs on the Tri-Cities campus, and I'm faculty in the School of Biological Sciences. And I think I was asked to be on the panel today, to bring the other campus perspective and maybe what's different there when we talk about excellence in teaching, or is it the same on all campuses? And I've also been the liaison for a program called AVID for Higher Education on our campus for the past 5 years. And that was very focused on professional development for faculty and giving them strategies to engage students in the classroom. And one of the things that I've learned over the last 4 years from that program is that although it has been very successful in getting faculty to participate in at least one workshop on high engagement, it hasn't really, in terms of moving the needle, it hasn't really moved it in terms of retention. So one of the things that I'm interested in is, again, just like Bill said, moving beyond looking at student evaluations of teaching, but getting faculty to actually reflect on their teaching. And why is it that maybe they're teaching a very high enrollment course that has a high drop, fail, or withdrawal rate, but are we looking at who those students are? Is it the same type of student that's always in that group? So that's one of the things that I really want to focus on is getting faculty to reflect on their teaching and then actually making changes that are meaningful, because we can give all the strategies we want, but if they're not working, why is that?
Thank you, Kate.
I'm Jason Porter. I'm an associate clinical professor in the accounting department in the Carson College. And I think I'm on the panel today because I've only been here for a year and I didn't know better. And to hang up when I first got that phone call, I think that's why. No, I'm just kidding. One of the things that I have learned coming to WSU, because like I said, I just got here this last academic year. And I came in as a teacher that I've gotten some awards. I've been very successful in my classroom and came in with a false sense of confidence. I know how to do this. I've got all these great ideas. I've done it this way for a number of years. And in a variety of ways, Cougs are very different than any other student that I've worked with. And in some ways it's good, in some ways it's bad. Mostly it's just different. And the ideas that I brought with me didn't work like I had hoped that they would work. And what I've learned in this last year is that as faculty, as teachers, we tend to fall into inertia, right? We have checked that box. I teach a good class, I write a good test, I know how to do a good project, I can run a good case discussion, and we check these boxes. And once we've checked the boxes, we turn our attention to our research, which we know we have to keep working on in order to be accepted, and we turn to our service, and teaching goes onto autopilot. And I think, as you know, I come at this kind of with a different perspective. I'm not an administrator. I'm just one faculty member trying to do better in his one course with my one group of students. And if I can't change and adapt and retain the passion in my teaching, that's when I become a bad teacher. It doesn't matter if I try things and mess up. It's when I start thinking, I've got this, and I therefore stop trying, that I start to fail in the classroom. Because let's face it, the economy is constantly changing, the political situation is constantly changing, the community is changing, everything is changing. And if I try to teach what I've always taught, or in the way I've always taught, then my students aren't going to be ready, and that means I've failed.
Thanks, Jason.
Good morning. It's so encouraging to see so many people staying for this panel. My name's Samantha Swindell. I'm a clinical professor in the Department of Psychology and an associate dean in the College of Arts and Sciences. I think I'm on the panel because of some of the activities I'm involved in, both in the dean's office and as a faculty member. So as a faculty member, right now my primary responsibility instructionally is to train the graduate students that teach within the Department of Psychology. So those students are required to take a course before they're given an appointment as a primary instructor. And I really value that role. In the dean's office, I've been involved in 3 activities that I see as really critical to teaching well. One was I led the faculty committee that developed the CAS course evaluation form. And while I absolutely agree with Bill and Kate that we need to move beyond those data as the source of determining sort of summative assessment decisions around teaching effectiveness, I still think that those forms can play a role in helping us think and reflect on our teaching and improve our teaching. So maybe we'll want to talk a little bit about that. I initially joined the dean's office to help guide the college by working with programs on the assessment of student learning as part of program assessment. And I think at its very best, program assessment is a set of activities that help us think about our teaching beyond our individual class, to think about it as part of a larger curriculum that's united around central goals, thinking about how those goals align with our curriculum, how we're routinely collecting some information about how we're doing on those goals, and then using those to make informed decisions. And then finally, I'm one of 3 joint PIs, along with Laura Hill and Denise Yost, who are leading the Transformational Change Initiative, which is the large student success initiative funded by the Office of the Provost. And an important component of that grant is the LIFT program, which some may have heard of. And in fact, both Kate and Bill have been involved in that grant and that program specifically. And that is a program that's designed to help faculty learn how to use both active learning and briefer behavioral interventions in their classrooms that help support student resiliency and success. And so that's another way of sort of supporting teaching sort of system-wide.
Great, thank you, Samantha, and thanks to all of you panelists for being here. I'm going to also express some thanks to Jean for having influenced the direction that we're going to go in here with regards to our ultimate goal. As I had indicated in my presentation just a few minutes earlier, part of what I had done last week through social media was to pose a question to anyone who was reading my Twitter feed, which was, what's your definition of what it means to be a successful land-grant university? So what I'm hoping to do in this next iteration of panel discussion is to take what each of you as panelists said and tell us, so what is it about being a land-grant specifically that helps us to understand what you're bringing to us today? And I also, though, want to foreshadow where we're going with this. My hope is that in this discussion, we're going to be able to focus on some of the things that Washington State University is already doing right that would support that definition of what it means to be a successful land-grant university, at least for this morning's conversation in terms of a focus on teaching well, but also what can be done to build on those strengths to take Washington State University to the next level. So it's kind of a multi-part piece to that. And Samantha, since you went last to begin with, can I pick on you first?
Well, of course. I guess I see providing a quality education to the citizens of the state and beyond, as central to our land-grant mission. As already has been discussed this morning, it's really what the public expects of us. And so I think it is critical that we think carefully about how we define excellence in teaching. And I also think that in doing that, as we think about how we define it, we also have to think carefully about how we are going to incentivize it and reward it, to encourage faculty to think about all the teaching as equally important to their success in research and scholarship. I think we do have a tenure system that does tend to prioritize research. I think that that is understandable on many levels. And I think in the sort of individual life experience of a faculty member, there are a lot of pressures and contingencies that encourage faculty to focus on excellence in their scholarship and research, and perhaps, particularly early in their career, to not necessarily worry about excellence in teaching. Certainly to be doing it well, but potentially not investing in some of the behaviors and effort that would truly make it exceptional. So I think that we have to think really carefully about creating a reward system that recognizes efforts in these areas. And I think that I don't have the answers to how exactly we create that reward system. I think it really starts a conversation about a lot of questions around, do we think about excellence in teaching as, are we thinking about one type of teaching or many types of teaching? Are we thinking about it as the activities one does inside of their own class, or are we thinking about activities that extend beyond the classroom that we also think or see as critical to student success and growth? Do we think about it in terms of, back to sort of the program assessment perspective of thinking about one's class as part of a larger curriculum? So, and in all of those questions, then we also have to think about how are we going to define what's truly exceptional or excellent in those areas versus what we see as satisfactory. I'm not sure that as a community we're aligned on the definition of excellence in teaching. And I think that answering that question is going to require sort of widespread participation. Again, a conversation in order to come up with a holistic definition that will have the type of credibility that it needs to have in order to elevate teaching in terms of value.
Thanks. So let me just push a little bit more then, Samantha. So it sounds like there's some things that are going right already. There's some reward, there's some recognition, but you're really, if I want to just make it clear, you're calling for some more work at a campus-wide level to define what excellence in teaching really looks like, right? Is that?
That's right.
Okay. And so what might be, just to put a final point on this then, what might be the first step towards getting something like that to happen? What could we see? What would be the first thing that would happen to get to that level? Not to get the final definition, but what needs to happen next in order to create a campus-wide definition?
In terms of, I mean, it's, I think, initiating a conversation around identifying exactly what those activities would be that we would want to see faculty engaged in that would define good teaching, and then we would have to also create sort of a review system of how, again, we evaluate those activities in some way.
Great.
May I?
Absolutely.
So I would say it has to be a system-wide discussion. Because looking at this card that all of you have in front of you, and thinking about the land grant, and we need to serve you talked about the host community. All the campuses have a different host community, and you see 30% of the students are ethnically diverse, 34% are first gen. So in the Tri-Cities, you add another 10% to those. In Vancouver, they're about similar numbers, 45% with first gen. So it really, again, it's a system-wide discussion on what's excellence in teaching, but then the students that we're serving maybe are different on each of our campuses.
I like the emphasis on the system-wide definition, and it seems clear that that's where President Schultz wants to go with a lot of different kinds of things. I'm assuming that has not had, there's not an example of that yet?
Oh, I think the program that Sam talked about, the LIFT program, is a great example.
All right, I just want to emphasize that then. So there are some things that are happening that we can build on to see that happening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Jason, you're the newbie, self-professed.
Means I know nothing, like Schultz.
When you think about what you have seen in terms of strengths, you have fresh eyes on this campus and perhaps to some extent on the system itself. What are you seeing that are the strengths?
As far as strengths go, I think we have an amazing community, right? We have alumni that want to be part. We have alumni that want to give back. We have students that want to walk out of here feeling like they've had this wonderful, well, let me say it this way, knowing that they are part of this amazing community. And so we have this potential to tap into that Coug, and I'm not going to say it right. Is it Coug community, Cougar? Nation. Coug Nation, sorry. Okay, that we can be part of. As I also think that the fact that we're having this conversation and that teaching came first is actually really encouraging. Because like, as you were mentioning, teaching is this is what we can give back. This is our primary way of giving to the community. Because if we talk to parents and students and community leaders, it's the education of the next generation that's their primary goal. So as we put that first and say, yes, this is what we do, and the research that we do helps us do that better, and helps, and we give that to the students. We teach them what we are learning, because if we can't share it, then there's no value in what we create. I mean, honestly, if it's just going to go into a journal and not be read by anybody else, then what's the value? If I can teach my students how to use that research and what the value is, and make that part, then all of that can come together and become a really powerful voice for good that the community can see and pick up on. And we've already got that foundation there that we can then build on and show, yeah, look at us. We are really going to get our students ready for what's coming for them and our community and our nation, et cetera.
And then again, following that same format, seeing all of those strengths, what's the next step for you? What do you think has to happen next?
I think the next step is attitude. And we've all fallen into this. If I were to ask you to raise your hands, and I won't because that's not my place, but if you have ever said to a colleague, why don't you wait on that until you've got tenure, and then you can work on that teaching thing? And I see a lot of nods. We've all said that, right, to junior faculty. That'll be great. When you're tenured, you can work on it. That kind of attitude has to change. We have to start realizing that academics have three parts. There is the creation of knowledge, there's the dissemination of knowledge, and there's the protection of knowledge, which includes the ability to pull it back up and know what to do with it. But if we aren't emphasizing all three of those, creation, dissemination, and protection, then we're going to fail in this, right? We're not serving our students the way we should. And so I think there has to be a shift in attitude to where we start saying that, yes, the dissemination of knowledge is just as important as creating it, because without that, what's the point?
Great, thanks. Bill, you had introduced some ideas around diversity. Could you, even though it may be self-explanatory, can you at least verbalize back to the land grant mission itself and then begin that process of identifying what's already happening right here?
Yeah, so it was funny because as you were giving your introductory remarks today and you were talking about inclusivity and diversity and moving beyond the ACT scores, right? Yesterday morning, there was a work group that Mary Jo Gonzalez had put together that's really looking at the intersection of academic affairs with student affairs and really starting to drive some conversations finally across that fence that seems to divide us at institutions like WSU. And one of the things that came out of a group that I was working with yesterday, and these aren't my ideas, they were theirs, was the need when we look at students to look at them holistically, and that's from the day that they apply to WSU to the day that they walk off our campus. And one of the things that came out of that group that I thought was really intriguing was the idea of moving beyond looking at high school GPA and looking at ACT scores in order to evaluate our applicants and instead start to ask some tougher questions about who they are. What are they bringing to us that's not easily measured? That's not reportable in the US News and World Report statistics, right? How can we meet their needs and meet them in the place that they're coming to us? And I think that's one of the missions of the land grant, is to really serve our population of individuals. And in order to do that, we need to recognize who they are at a deeper level. So that's one thing that's really moving on. You know, you asked what's the definition of a successful land-grant institution, and one of the things that strikes me about the sort of the outreach and the communication is I don't think we internally or externally do a very good job of really thinking holistically about the Boyer report. So the Boyer report, if you haven't read it yet, was in the late 1980s. It's referenced in your book as well. And what it says is a reimagining of faculty effort. And really faculty effort is focused on four things. It's about teaching, but it's also focused on discovery, on innovation, and on application. And if we look at teaching as just that first nugget, I don't think we're doing ourselves a service as an institution. I think we need to think about how do we disseminate what we do in terms of discovery, in terms of innovation, and in terms of application in our educational efforts as well. And I don't think we do a very good job of thinking about it in that way. I think we're more focused on the research often is what drives tenure and promotion. It's what drives some other things that we do. But as Samantha pointed out, we need better ways to really know what we're talking about when we talk about teaching. How do we know what's good, what's discovery, right? How do we know what's innovative, and what do we know about what's a true application of what we do in the classroom? And I think there's some efforts on campus that are starting to try to work towards this. So I'm in the College of Veterinary Medicine, and our teaching academy, under the guidance of Steve Hines, has really been working on a new way to holistically look at teaching in terms of how can faculty put together tenure and promotion packets that incorporate more than just student reviews? How can they be narratives and have data in them that can help guide decision-making about the effectiveness of teaching? And that was done in collaboration with the Western States Teaching Academy for Veterinary Medicine. And it's a model that I think we could have discussions about as something that could be brought out to others to look at and collaboratively work on at an institutional level. And that would span all of our areas that we work in and communities.
Thanks, Bill. Kate, you opened up the discussion by commenting on this need for a system-wide definition. And one of the things that has come up in prior conversations is this whole question about, does location matter with regards to teaching well? I'm wondering if you might want to introduce us to that particular rabbit hole.
Sure. Well, I think, as a system, again, it comes back to what is excellence in teaching and how are we going to reward it? Because I think that is, most of us know that if you're hosting a workshop on high engagement in the classroom or service learning or whatever it might be, it's typically the same set of faculty that show up for every workshop. And we don't hold any of the others accountable really for reflecting on their teaching. So in terms of location, again, because our students from our communities are different, I tend to refer to it as reaching students in your classroom. Do you know who those students are? And we don't have faculty talk about that enough and really look at their courses and see, am I reaching all those students? Or every semester, am I missing that same group? Are they the ones that are not persisting? One of the things, it's a system-wide discussion, and one of the things that I find amazing about WSU is that we have an excellence center for assessment of teaching and learning, but we don't have a center for teaching and learning. And we actually lost a faculty member a few years ago who was an excellent teacher, and that was her desire, and she wanted to establish a center for teaching and learning on our campus, but there were lots of barriers in front of her, and she left, and she now is the director of a center of teaching and learning at UC Irvine that's winning national awards. And so I think if we really value teaching, then we need to start showing that we do.
Great, thanks. Speaking of does location matter, Jean and Craig, is this a time to introduce any thoughts that are coming from any of the other campuses?
A couple of great questions from the
Okay, first one, do you see any value in providing system-wide class or classes to graduate students on pedagogy?
Panelists, who wants to take that?
Yes. I mean, it's different in each college, right? In each area, the way we teach and what we need to teach and how we teach is very different. Styles are different, but personally, I think we do our, especially PhD students or terminal degree students that are going to go be faculty, a huge disservice when we don't teach them how to teach, when that's going to be at least 20% of their job, and we spend no time getting them ready for it. So I think, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but you just kind of get thrown to the wolves, like, oh, get your research done, and here, there's students in your class, go for it. And you'll figure it out. I love that one. You'll figure it out. And, you know, trial by fire works, just hurts.
Yeah, I think that the 505 class in the psychology department that graduate students are asked to complete has been really critical to preparing, well, first improving the experience of the undergraduate students who are going to take Psych 105, which we use as the training ground for those graduate students, helping to ensure that that is a quality learning experience for those students, but also allowing graduate students, yes, the opportunity to develop their teaching skills and to start to have conversations around how does one teach not just content, but how do you teach content in a particular way that then builds other really important skill sets for our undergrads. So it is a bit surprising that, in fact, we don't see instruction in instruction as a key or required element in graduate education.
And another one, how do we reconcile the needs of our students for excellent teaching with the resource constraints we face in terms of faculty-student ratio, in terms of meeting students where they are, and in terms of providing faculty with support and reward systems for teaching?
I'll jump on that. I think there actually are a number of interventions, innovations in teaching that can be employed that can have profound effects on the learning experience that are not as high a bar as one might think. You know, I'll plug next week. There is a syllabus redesign workshop that is being hosted by the Office of Assessment in Teaching and Learning. And that workshop is a hands-on opportunity to look at how basically reformatting your syllabus and changing the language in your syllabus can, in fact, have effects on how a student is already primed to step into that classroom on the first day, both in terms of the schema that has already been activated about the instructor that's going to be at the front of that classroom, and that schema helps to promote things like a sense of belonging, a sense of connection, a sense that this is an individual who's on the side of the student, and at the same time also interestingly seems to promote other expectations about the class, I think, in terms of making the rules and expectations for success more transparent to students, which I think gets back to the accessibility element. And I don't think that those are actually huge things that require huge time and effort on the part of a faculty member to implement. I'll also mention the LIFT program again. Much of that training is focused on brief interventions in your classroom that, again, are evidence-based and have demonstrated that they strengthen social belonging, a growth mindset amongst our students, mindfulness, and the ability to make value-based decisions. And they are not things, again, that require a huge investment in time and effort, but they require some reflection on one's teaching, what are the goals of one's teaching, and thinking back to Bill's point about who's the population of students that you're working with, and how might you need to be mindful of what they're bringing to the table, and how these simple changes can, in fact, help you really crucially change the learning environment and experience for those students.
Yeah, I was reflecting on this as well, and you know, I think part of this is that we do have many opportunities for these types of trainings, But again, we see the same people in the room. And one of the things that I think we haven't thought about is the reward system. And it could be very minor things, right? It could be, symbolic rewards sometimes go a long way in driving behavior. And I think if we thought institutionally about that and how we recognize people not only participating in these, professional development opportunities, but also going back and taking the risk and having the courage to try something different and to be supported in that, whether it turns out right the first time or well the first time or doesn't, is a really important conversation that I would like to see us have as an organization.
It's great. I want to add just 2 comments. One, having spent 7 years as a dean, the amount of frustration in terms of using professional development as a reward in and of itself, and having the same 5 people show up, no matter how many different ways I try to slice and dice it. And because of that, one of the things that I really am in awe of that has happened at my home institution of The Ohio State University is the reset that we've done around the reward of teaching. And we stood up, and I never can remember the name of it, so I was trying to look it up. We had a Center for Teaching Excellence, and we realized that it had gotten so moribund and had lost its way that we just leveled it. We blew it up, and we said, we're going to start over. And so we've in the last 2 years, we've instituted something called the University Institute for Teaching and Learning, and Kay Halasek, who's a colleague of mine in the Department of English, is heading that up. And what they did right from the get-go was to say, we're going to do something different here, and we want to get every faculty member involved. And so they created an online training program, which actually wasn't so bad. I mean, it was actually, there were a lot of great tips in it, and it was not mandatory. But if you went through it, you got $1,500 added to your base pay immediately. And that was pretty significant. And the rates, all of a sudden, what happened actually was really funny because it went out in an email from the provost, and it said this. But, many faculty members see an email from the provost and delete, delete, delete. And so we were sitting at a second-year transformation program, and my friend Scott and I were talking to each other about, hey, isn't it great that we finally got a raise that we can see in our pay stub? And the person sitting next to us goes, what are you talking about? And we said, there's this thing. Well, it was like wildfire in the room. I mean, people were literally on their phones starting to sign up for things when they found out that there was actually real money that was attached to this. And it's in some ways unfortunate that it sometimes has to come to that, but yet we have to recognize how busy faculty are, and that sometimes we have to create very tangible rewards for people to participate so that we don't get just the same people who, by the way, usually are not the ones who need it to actually show up and do these kinds of things. So I just needed to throw that out there as a by the way. Is there anything else, Jean, that you wanted to redirect us to before I...
Well, we're seeing some comments online about this whole conversation about the reward process. And clearly, we can categorize that as an area for opportunity in terms of thinking about the future and how we fulfill our land-grant mission even more effectively in teaching. So, a question for you all. What are you hearing, back to Stephen's original question, and I think it was a very important one, not only what things can we do better, but what things are we doing now? I like to speak in headlines. What are some of the headlines you're hearing about what we're doing well now? What are some of the headlines you're hearing, and a headline in like a sentence or less, like a lightning round, of what our opportunities are? So I'll start out with clearly there's an opportunity in the tenure promotion reward system. What other things are we doing well now? What other opportunities are there?
Well, I'll go ahead. Okay. I think a couple of things that we are doing well. One, I really appreciate the teaching and learning grants that are funded by the Provost's office, which are routine opportunities for faculty to invest time and effort in doing truly innovative things. I appreciate the training opportunities that are routinely offered through academic outreach and innovation and the Office of Assessment of Teaching and Learning. And through our 2 teaching academies, we all need to take advantage of those types of opportunities. I appreciate the university and college level awards that are specific to teaching. because I think that, again, it's an example and an opportunity to recognize those things. And I appreciate recent changes to the faculty manual, both in terms of tracks and appointments, which I think, in my opinion, is an effort to more clearly define faculty appointments and expectations, and I think is an opportunity, in fact, to elevate teaching. And the changes to the faculty manual that recognize engagement in the assessment of student learning as a recognized teaching activity. I think that those are all positive moves. And also because Craig's sitting next to me, in activity insight, if you go under the teaching category, I think that the categories now that are in that bin, in sense, are a first step of starting to think about teaching in a broader sense and starting to define the types of activities that we want to give faculty credit for engaging in, and it's helping maybe move us beyond just focusing on course evaluation and a single number at the end of the day.
So I was going to say some of what Sam said, but also want to point out that the opportunity that the Provost Office gave us those seed grants a few years ago allowed the Denise Shaw, Laura Hill, the people with HD 205 which was showing some success on the Pullman campus, to extend that to the Tri-Cities and the Vancouver campuses. And they came, we all met in the Tri-Cities. They trained 5 faculty from Tri-Cities and 3 from Vancouver to teach that course, but they didn't say, well, you must teach it exactly like we teach it in Pullman. It was, again, they let us, understanding your campus and how best to implement that course there. And so these types of opportunities that the Provost Office provides have been, should be highlighted, and I think other departments should be thinking about, maybe if they have a course that's being very successful on any campus, how can that be extended to the other campuses so that they can have those same outcomes for students? And then the other thing I would say is on our campus, on the Tri-Cities campus, we have some faculty that are doing a phenomenal job with service learning in their courses. And, it's great that the WSU Insider highlights those for us. One in particular is Janet Peters in psychology, working with the Union Gospel Mission. I mean, there are others, but I think we need to highlight that more so that people are aware of what. One of the things that I run into in our campus is getting people to understand actually what service learning is. It's, and it's not sending your students out to volunteer in the community, right?
I think if you're looking for 2 headlines, one of them that I think WSU is probably becoming nationally recognized for, but if it's not there yet, it should be, is in the assessment of teaching and learning, and the work that Kimberly Green and her team have done to really drive programmatic assessment and evaluation has been outstanding. And that's been a huge transformation, and it's something that people ask me about all the time when I go out and talk to people from other institutions. The second one goes back to part of Steve's book, and that is the balance between the liberal education of students and the vocational education of students that many land grants seem to be challenged with. And I would say that here at WSU, another thing that we do an outstanding job of is the UCORE program. And I think it's becoming nationally recognized. And I think the work that Tom Tripp and Cliff Stratton and Mary Wack have put into that program and its design and implementation is just outstanding. And I think it's a model that we should be proud of and something we should hold up.
I also want to, at this point, because we're doing a great job of getting the other campuses involved, if there's anyone in the audience who has a question or comment, they certainly should feel free to come to the microphone at this point in time, too. So just that you don't have to sit quietly. You can be a part of this as well.
And the questions are important. Also, for you, what headlines are you hearing about our strengths and opportunities? Over here, sir.
I of course, have a statement or a question. So I find it interesting that 3 of the 4 WSU panelists today are clinical. I'm also clinical. We have this disparity between career track and tenure track, and a lot of the discussions have been teaching versus research versus tenure and promotion. A lot of the teaching schedules at our other campuses are unequal. Some our career track teach huge numbers of contact hours, others do not. I think that, and I want to go off what I think, Sam, you were talking about the tracks and appointments, which was a really positive move. But how do we, that's a disconnect between our career and our tenure track. And when we talk about, when we had our Center for Teaching and Learning and we did brown bags and things, primarily, as you said, Bill, it's the same people that come to those. A lot of those people are career track, right? They're the ones that are oftentimes driving the innovation. And we all understand that innovation requires risk, and yet sometimes the people that are asked to take the risk are the least able to accommodate the risk. So what are your thoughts on that as we move forward system-wide?
So system-wide, nearly 1/3 of our students are students of color. These students face microaggressions not only outside the classroom, but inside the classroom from fellow students and from faculty. And how do we engage in professional development for our faculty specifically to not commit microaggressions themselves against students of color and to handle those microaggressions when they're committed by fellow students, so that we are not placing barriers in the progress of our students of color towards graduation, and we make them want to go to graduate school and become future faculty, especially when the faculty at WSU are overwhelmingly white, and we have great gender diversity on this teaching panel, but we don't have any racial diversity in the panel.
So I was going to address Rennie and Greg. So recently, as I said, for 4 years, we've been doing professional development with faculty around using high engagement strategies in the classroom. But really what we've learned from that is you can give them all the strategies you want, but really what we need to start with is workshops on equity. And we held one recently, and we had people from the Tacoma School District, we had people from community colleges, and almost exclusively career track or clinical faculty in the room. And Rennie, to get to your point, I think if we don't start requiring all of our faculty to participate in equity type workshops, we're not going to be able to manage or change what you're talking about, those microaggressions in the classroom. And again, these workshops are often led by clinical faculty, like Greg said, they're the innovators around maybe getting WSU to really think about what is excellence in teaching. And I think now with the changes coming in these tracks and titles, it gives us an opportunity now to really think about, because teaching excellence should be the same for clinical versus tenure track, right? There shouldn't be a difference.
Coming over here.
Yes. Well, following up on my colleague's comments, someone said in the earlier conversation about public being plural. And I would say faculty and staff is a very plural, right? Like, we are on different sides of the house. I've been in this business 20 years, particularly focusing on first-gen experiences. The first or different ones in the room, right? What does that look like? What does it take to get through, whether that's as a professor or as a student? And so my concern, and I'm new, I just got here in December, January, coming from the East Coast, totally different perspective. And part of my concern is, one, it's a very white space, like she said, right? And so if we look at our population in Washington in particular, and you look at the proportional representation, that is absolutely not there. If we look at the fact that our tenure track professors, our PhDs, are not taught to teach ever, right? And so the way they approach the power dynamics that are in the classrooms are really problematic to our students. And again, that's not just race, that's class, that's whatever that is, right? But we are this land-grant service institution. And so part of my concern is that, particularly with the gulf between student affairs and academic affairs, you cannot do one without the other. When you're trying to really replicate and serve the populations that this establishment was made to serve, right? We know overwhelmingly student affairs does a good job at civic engagement. Like, that is our thing, right? We know we do a good job at our first gen. We were just named, I don't know if you guys know this, but NASPA, which is our student affairs professional organization, just named us in the inaugural first class of the 80 institutions to be a first forward institution, right? That means that we do good programming with first-gen students. Yet and still, when you look at our faculty and staff, our tenure track, our clinical, you don't see that represented, class or, or race and gender sometimes. So I guess my question, or I guess the challenge I put forth is then, so for those of us who might really know what that, that pedagogy looks like when it comes to the holistic student, we're not talking across tables. And honestly, we're not respected at the same level, right? I am just as much an expert in my field, right? Not only being that, but having to teach it, having to move students into that field. I used to run a McNair program, right? So I've had to put students into that field, but I don't get that same respect on the same level. And I think the students absolutely see that. And so when we talk about teaching, we can't just talk about the classroom, right? We have to talk about the other programs that are in place that are feeding and supporting the classroom work. So I would like to see what the Drive to 25 or what we as a consortium of campuses are looking to do towards that work.
Yeah.
Okay, question over here, sir.
Oh,
Sam, you had a
Are you going to answer that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to butt in here.
Sorry, Jack.
That's okay.
I just wanted to respond that Bill mentioned Mary Jo Gonzalez's efforts over the last a month or so. I think we've had 2 working sessions to work to start strengthening the conversations between academic affairs and student affairs, and a lot of discussions around thinking about student success in a much more holistic way. And in many ways, the things that we're talking about here in terms of framing teaching excellence, we really could flip that and think more in terms of what is student excellence and what we need to do in order to promote that, and thinking it from a more of a student-centered perspective. I'll just throw out one idea that was developed at the table I was working at in yesterday's working session. And it's really about how do we maybe start identifying who experts are at the university in particular areas and doing a bit of an exchange program. How do we have people in student affairs who come to our classes to teach about a particular topic where they're the recognized expert? And likewise, do we have faculty who are engaged in scholarship and creative activities and research that bridge over to student affairs? How do we not only just have conversations, but start I guess taking advantages of the types of resources that we have in terms of expertise on both sides of that house, and using them more effectively than we are currently right now. So I appreciate the comment and question.
I wanted to lend 2 thoughts also about the inclusivity and diversity, because I heard it on 2 different levels. There's issues at the students level and who we serve in our communities. And then there's also issues at the faculty, staff, and other levels at the university. And I think that we need to really look at our system very, very closely, because we still use metrics that scholarship tells us do not lend to diversity and inclusivity. For instance, on the student side, we still rely on high school GPA and we rely on ACT scores as our primary evaluative tools. We need to move past that because we know it disadvantages populations of students that we need to serve. Second of all, on the faculty side, we know that student evaluations disparagingly are negative for people, especially females and people of color. And that also is another way that we exclude people from the faculty and from the academy that we serve.
Chuck, please.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all this morning. I'd like to scale our thoughts a little bit because I think this is important. I really do appreciate some of these awesome comments that people are making. They're getting at the nut of the problem, but I guess I'm a systems guy, and I just think in terms of systems. So we probably are close. I've seen some numbers of around 75% of our credit hours being delivered by contingent faculty, graduate students, and undergraduate students, okay? 75%, okay? So now, when you're talking about a faculty of, I don't know, because when I was the chair of the faculty senate, it was around 1,300 people. I don't even know what it is anymore, okay? Then you're talking, if you want to say that you want to improve pedagogy and you're standing up and saying, we're going to teach this, okay? Then you have to start thinking at scale. And what does that mean? Okay, and here's the trick. Now, here's the nut, and we all know this, okay? So we're in a budget-constrained environment. Ideally, we want to onboard people. We want to give them the good stuff in their head because, number one, one of the people that know me know that I've worked with minority issues forever. And the fate of a minority student that drops out from an underrepresented class with poverty in their background is the same as being condemned to indentured servitude. So the stakes are very, very high. That's the point I want to make, okay? Because they don't have the way to recoup the money that Bob Dole said that everybody had to pay regardless. So how do we do it? We got 75% and we have turnover in the contingency ranks. There's no real standard we know for teaching. There's not even an agreement. Yes, we have a couple of programs. I'd argue they're too small. But how can we, maybe a more modest proposal is how do we start the onboarding conversation so that we're on the same page and we look at this and say, instead of just kind of like trying to fix this or trying to fix this, that we kind of start onboarding people and come up with an economic balance. Because this is also important too, right? If we're going to have somebody for 2 years, then we're going to invest a certain amount, right? If we're going to have somebody for 5 years, we're going to invest more. And you guys can't answer this, I know all of you, but you're all wonderful, bright minds too. And I guess my argument is that can we start the conversation about where we are, benchmarking our actual faculty numbers with the idea that at some level we're going to move the needle up, especially on entry pedagogy, so that that dramatically affects the fates of the people who really don't have the luxury of coming from backgrounds of power and privilege, like myself. So can we start that conversation? And maybe we can't start immediately, but that's the question. Can we start that conversation and face up to where we are with our clinical and tenure track lines and how we're going to invest in people?
Comments?
Go ahead.
Yeah, please.
The neat thing about what you just said is that people coming in to the university for the very first time as teachers or faculty members or whatever are usually passionate about their subject, but very, very nervous to get in front of the class the first time. Which means that if we can design some kind of a mentorship or some kind of a training program, that's the group that's most open to it. Right? Those of us who have taught for a while, again, we get into that inertia thing. We start thinking, oh, I know how to do this, and I'm less likely to go and participate. But if you get somebody who's a brand new PhD or a brand new, somebody from practice coming over and I want to teach, that's a great time to catch them and train them and teach them. And some of that's classes and getting them together, but I think what might be a more powerful way to deal with that is to match them up with one of the best in their college or their department and say, why don't you guys work together a little bit and hopefully provide some of that background and some of that information that they need so that we can make sure that they're reaching everybody.
Some of the research indicates, and we're following this at Ohio State, that whether or not someone's going to stay in a major will be almost entirely dependent on the experience they have in the first class within the major. And so perhaps a modest proposal to add to Chuck's would be to lend particular support to areas that perhaps are looking to increase their majors, that there's a self-interest in the process of really paying attention to putting your best instructors in those introductory courses, because you're going to maximize the likelihood that you're actually going to capture those students and make them part of your major.
I think we have time for just one more question.
Yeah, so I'm hearing a lot about incentives to try to get faculty to care more about teaching. I think that no faculty wakes up in the morning and thinks, I'm really looking forward to boring my students today. And nobody says, I really hope my students don't know what's going on in class. I hope they don't understand a word I'm saying, right? So I think faculty do care. In the case of research, the external incentives and the intrinsic kind of incentives are aligned, right? There's status incentives to do well, but there's also this sense of being competent and answering things that you're curious about. And so your intrinsic motivation moves you along. In the case of teaching, I think those intrinsic rewards are often not there. Every semester, I am hopeful when I do that first assignment or that first exam, I'm like, I really think they're going to do it this time. And then every time I'm like, how is it possible that I'm having D's and F's? And I mean, there are probably lots of reasons why intrinsic rewards can be low. One is that I think the effect size for educational interventions tend to be small, and so you may not actually see payoffs in your classroom for what you do. People are also very isolated. You're isolated in the classroom. It's you and your students, and you don't do a lot of team teaching. So I think there are lots of reasons for it. But I guess as we're thinking about external incentives for improving teaching, I'd also like us to think about how can we make teaching more intrinsically rewarding for faculty so that you're harnessing people's intrinsic motivation, because people want to do well. They want to be good teachers.
Any final thoughts, panel?
I make one. I'm probably talking too much, but in the book, What the Best College Teachers Do, I think it's Ken Bain who wrote the book, but he went through and looked at all the different kinds of teachers and what made these superstar teachers at different campuses. And interestingly, there is no correlation in teaching style or method. What there is passion. And we all got into our areas, I hope, because we love our topic, whatever it is, history or how do you not love accounting? I have no idea, but right, whatever it is, we love this. We love this. We studied for years because we love this. And if we could walk into our classes and give that to our students, they would respond. And those intrinsic rewards come in lights in the eyes and enthusiasm, and students getting it because they catch our passion. And unfortunately, because of perhaps the incentive structure or other pressures, and for clinical it might be, am I going to have this job in a year? I don't know. For faculty, for tenure track faculty, it's am I going to get tenure and I have to focus on the research? But somewhere in there, that passion gets bogged down with worry. And if we can find a way to replace the worry with the passion, a lot of these smaller issues will go away.
Thank you so much. Let's give this panel a round of applause. Great. Thank you so much, and also thank you to all of our online and folks in other locations. We are monitoring your comments, and we appreciate them. We are now going to take a 15-minute break, and when we reconvene at 11:15, our next panel will be on engaging the community. Thank you so much. reconvene. Time to reconvene. Thank you. Before we get started, I just wanted to say two things. A couple of folks have commented about whether the slides will be available and sort of where you can get all this data. We are creating a new strategic planning website that will talk about all of our system work as we go forward. And so we will have a link on there called Land Grant, and it will have presentations for today, transcripts. It'll also have the Twitter feed. Keep tweeting. It's great stuff. We're really enjoying your comments, and I think really kind of moving forward. Okay, my pleasure to introduce Stephen Gavazzi again, where he will introduce the panel on engaging the community. Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for remaining with us, and also welcome to anyone who's making the appearance for the first time here. We're going to build on the work that we've already been doing this morning, and again, I'm going to call the same question to this panel, which is, where we want to get, which is what's your definition of what it means to be a successful land-grant university? And again, this panel is focusing on that kind of definition with specific reference to engaging the community. What I would like these panelists to do is to introduce themselves and also give us a brief description of why they think that they are on this panel, or what experiences do they have that make their presence here today relevant to our discussion. Bob, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, Steve. My name is Bob Truel. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Office of the President. Kirk was kind enough to ask me to stay on after I served some transition role. And I thought after 51 years of marriage, it would be better to give some advice than get some advice. So this is a remarkable opportunity for me, and I represent the Everett area and the northwest part of the state. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my experiences and just the staying power of Washington State University and its presence and its engagement in the community. I was the president of Everett Community College, so certainly I had a number of encounters with Washington State University at that time. I am a recovering elected official. I was the Snohomish County executive for 12 years, and during that time, a number of occasions to work with Washington State University, and particularly with cooperative extension. And I'm going to be putting some significant emphasis on my remarks vis-a-vis the importance of extension in our region. I went on to be the executive director of the Puget Sound Regional Council. That's a 4-county government. Represents about approximately 65% of the population of the state of Washington. And there as well, we encountered and engaged with Washington State University over the years. The environment in Snohomish County, I'll limit it to that. Over the last 40 years, there has been an attempt to get a research university in that location, and we were successful, as you all know, a few years ago. And part of the reason for that is the work that the extension services had provided over the years. And the importance of that, as I work my way through this very quickly, is that absent that foundational work, that ability to be perceived as a trusted messenger, a trusted partner, someone you could collaborate and cooperate with, I do not believe we would have had and are having the success that we have now at the Everett campus. I think that the presence of extension was that gathering of invisible friends. You knew something was doing a lot of people were doing a lot of good on your behalf, but there wasn't anything tangible other than the center itself. Now, when we cut the ribbon on the building a couple of years ago there in Everett, that changed the whole relationship. But once again, it was the presence of the extension that made that possible. I'm going to share one quick example. On March 22nd, 2014, 43 people were killed in a landslide in Oso, Washington. The Darrington and Arlington communities were impacted. I was in between jobs. I had retired for about 52 days. I got a call from then President Elson Floyd, and the time he called, I was in Washington, D.C., trying to see what we could do to address what was going on there at the site of that tragedy. And Elson said at that time, he said, well, just stay in place, we'll finish this, but I want you to know, when it comes to Washington State, in helping correct this situation and helping the resiliency of these communities, it's what we do. And that's what happened over that course of events. And here's what happened as a result, again, of that foundational work. When we engaged with that community, we also had an opportunity to put extension services into a different perception other than just the agricultural services. There was economic development. They went into the classrooms. They worked with the local governments. They developed a plan and wound up being one of America's 8 best communities, and received some funding for that as a result. From that, I went forward to, as you mentioned in your book, Steve, the idea that if you have good cooperation, good partnership, you're going to get some good legislation at the end of it. And Michael Gaffney, who is here, Mike headed up for the Ruckelshaus Foundation, which Washington State University, once again through the Extension Service, is a proud partner, and President Schultz serves on that board. We were able to go forward with Michael's guidance to try and address how do we sort things out after these tragedies happen. And we were very successful at that, and I think that once again, that gave us the ability, and you asked the question about what would you put on a headline. The headline there was that we became not perceived, but understood as this center of civility. And that's something that has served us very well. I think that to wrap up here, this engagement process that we had, I think it's something that goes on at Washington State University all the time. I think that certainly in our neck of the woods, the ability for us to be able to respond because of the remarkable faculty, the interest in the institution of being on the ground, the community takes as much pride in what we do as we do. And I think it's this business of being able to say it's what we do is be able to continue that in a little bit different specter and say it's what we do because it's the best that we can be in our service to our students, to our community, and to those people who will follow us. So this engagement business, it's important. It provides I don't think we would have the new building and effort if it were not for the engagement of extension and engagement of faculty and administrators throughout the system.
Thanks, Bob. Sandra?
No, I've forgotten the question. The question is, why am
Who are you?
Who am I?
Why are you here?
Sorry. I think I'm in the newbie chair, correct? So I've only been here a year myself. And when Chris Hoyt calls, I say yes. So that's one of the reasons that I'm here. But I'm Sandra Haynes, and I'm chancellor at the Washington State University Tri-Cities campus. I actually think I'm here because I do have experience with community engagement, a great deal of experience with community engagement. I was one of the first faculty members at one of my institutions to create service learning courses and be involved with service learning. I also have a great deal of administrative experience working with the legislature, also working with community partnerships, especially public-private partnerships, in trying to advance the economic drivers of, at that time, Denver, and bring the public into the institution to help us make sure that we were on the right track with curriculum and to involve them at every step of the way, including helping us and us helping them create resources on our campus for joint efforts. Since coming to the Tri-Cities, one of the things I noticed early on and was actually told about is that there are some very good relationships with the Tri-Cities community and the campus. There are also some fractured relationships, and there are some that are pretty non-existent. And so I've spent the last year making sure that I've spent a great deal of time reaching out to the community, getting to know the community, understanding what the community is expecting of WSU Tri-Cities, what WSU Tri-Cities is expecting from the community. And it seems that some of the efforts have paid off, as just last week, I'm sure you all found in your mailbox the Tri-City Herald, right? No. Okay, well, I found it in my inbox. And there was an op-ed talking about what was broken in the Tri-Cities. As you can imagine, there's separation. There's 3 cities, there's 2 counties, there's 3 ports, maybe another port. And actually there's 4 cities, but who's counting? So we were talking, the op-ed was talking about how these players do not work together, but one of the bright spots in working together was the president of Columbia Basin College, Rebecca Woods, and I working together to promote education. So it seems to be working, and I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you, Sandra. Chad?
So I have the privilege currently of directing the 2 research and extension centers for the College of Agricultural, Human, and Natural Resource Sciences in Western Washington, in Mount Vernon and Puyallup. And I also direct the Center for Sustaining Ag and Natural Resources. I am from a working class family, and my children will be the 6th generation raised in Washington State. And I'm a product of the land-grant university. So as I was thinking about why am I on this panel and what are some of the experiences I've had, it was actually quite difficult, and I finally settled on, why am I actually here at WSU? And my grandfather was the president of the Washington Strawberry Association when I was a little kid, and his farm was in Linden, Washington. Linden's a little community about 400 miles from here, so about as far away as you can get from Pullman. And he used to tell me about the importance of the research center in Mount Vernon to his success as a farmer. And even way back at that time, there was this kind of pent-up envy from the farmers in the Linden area about the fact that the center existed in Mount Vernon 50 miles away. So when I came to WSU 15 years ago, the second day on the job, I went to Linden to try and find a dairy farm partner for a project that I was managing. And the very first day there, someone asked me, is it time for Linden to get its research station? And I said, well, I don't know. I'm just a kid new on the job. I don't know what you're talking about. But then 4 years ago, when the dean sent me to Mount Vernon, during that interview process, one of the things that came back, it was the same person. He said, Mount Vernon got rebuilt and renewed just after you were hired 15 years ago and you were here. Is it our time yet? And I said, I don't know for sure, but let's move forward with the conversation and see if we can make that happen. And so, a long story short, and I'm going to skip all of the difficult stuff, a $1.5 million endowment for a faculty position that we celebrated on the football field last fall. A building's going up on Front Street in Linden, and a whole lot more support where the community and the industry partners are trying to raise more money to make sure that WSU stays in this partnership for a long time. And the idea is that amongst many things that will go in this building, WSU's research presence and WSU's extension presence that are in that area will be there for a long time. We've had a long history of 80 to 100 years of working in partnership with that community. It's going to have to be different moving forward. But what was really clear to me is while we're still not there, we don't have all the money we need. We're about $6 million out of $10 million total. But the WSU land grant brand is really strong in this state, and there's still a lot of opportunity.
Thanks, Chad. Kelly?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Colleen Kerr. I am Vice President for External Affairs and Government Relations. And I first want to say thank you so much for getting a chance to speak with you. When I look into the audience, there are so many faces of colleagues and people that I really admire, so thank you. And also thank you to my colleagues. I work with all of you very closely, so it's really cool to be up here. So this is an interesting topic. Why do I, like Bob, I come from a political background. I am not an elected official, nor have I ever been, nor will I ever be. But I did have an opportunity to work very high level in politics, and certainly I think that my passion is politics. And I want to break that down a little bit because I do think that that touches the land grant mission. I think we get caught up with the idea of politics as Republican or Democratic, and politics are people, right? It's how we engage with people and how we come together to move things forward. And that looks like lots of different things. And for me, I was working for the state Senate Majority Leader, and like Bob, I got a phone call from then President Floyd. At that point, WSU had taken over 50% of a cut in our state appropriation. And so he and I started a conversation. We actually talked for a year. I turned him down for a year to come work for WSU, and it wasn't because I didn't want to work for WSU. I loved my job, and I couldn't imagine how I would love a job more, and I want to tell you I love my job more. But it's the best. But the conversation that we had over a year, and I think that your conversation was really important, is that I said that the way higher education had been engaging with government was flawed, is that it was a lobbying model, and that if we really wanted to be successful, that we would engage with our stakeholders, with our communities around the state, and then we would come together to policymakers, whether federal or state or local, and we would bring a value proposition based on our mission, on our land grant mission. I didn't know that the university wouldn't be familiar with that, and I didn't know that higher education broadly wouldn't be as familiar with that. And thank God I didn't, because maybe I wouldn't have done it. But we came and we have done that model, and we've had tremendous success with it. And working with all of you, we have had success in it. And I think it's interesting to note that we're having this today because we had taken over a 50% cut. This is the first biennia where we actually are back above our pre-recession numbers in the state legislature. So yeah, we've had some big wins. Last biennia, and these are real dollars, $479 million the last biennia. We are now at $522 million from the state legislature. So I want us to be bullish, and I will tell one anecdote, as Bob told an anecdote, which is about the medical school, because this was such an inspiring project, and I want you to know that I feel personally responsible to make sure we get it funded, because I do know how to drag it is on the budget. So I am very aware of that, and that's part of what we were successful. We were 100% successful in our ask to the legislature. But when we were doing the medical school campaign, we built it the same way that we had done every other. We talked about it with respect to people and how it was part of our mission. And so I remember being in Seattle, and all I was trying to do, because I was in Seattle, was to get people to be neutral, right? I just didn't want them to say no. So I had a meeting with Gary Gilliland, who's the CEO of the Hutch, and he's a member of the National Academy. He, with Vice President Biden, he's the one who launched the Cancer Moonshot, right? He's very bold, very ambitious, talks about how he will solve cancer in his lifetime, and that is the goal of the Hutch. So I'm sitting down with him to please, don't be opposed to us moving forward with the medical school. We just want to have the chance to say our value proposition. And he says, I am with you. I'm 100% supportive. I was like, what? Tell me more about this. And he said he told the story of how he sees us, that we are a premier land-grant university, and the populations that we work with, and the places that we are at in the state, and the areas of research that we bring to the table, and extension, and how we share that in communities. He said there was no way they were going to cure cancer without us at the table. And I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to win. And sure enough, we won. So thank you. It's a privilege to be here.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we're again setting the table for this conversation by asking the question, what's your definition of what it means to be a successful land-grant university? The emphasis here that we want to place on this is a combination of asking the question, what's already going right that supports that definition that you have in your head, as well as what we can do to build on those strengths to take Washington State University to the next level. And Chad, I'm going to start with you because there were two rounds of spontaneous applause I got in my speech this morning. One was when I said I hated U.S. News and World Report, and the second was when I mentioned the critical role of extension. And so I'd like to start with extension and talk a bit about what's already going right, and then what do you see as some of the next steps to take Washington State Cooperative Extension Services to the next level.
Okay, so in response to that, I think I need to make a clarification that part of my responsibility is extension, part of my responsibility is the experiment station, so the Hatch and the Smith lever that you heard from Stephen earlier. And I'm very much an ag person, so I'm the ag guy, but I'm the ag guy that's often looking forward as much as possible in terms of what is agriculture going to be in the future. And I think one of the things that it's a super strength of this state and this university is the partnerships we have with industry. When we were interviewing for our dean candidate a year and a half ago, one of the things that came through really strong was how much or how envious most of the colleges of agriculture around the country are of Washington and Washington State University, because we have these amazing partnerships with industry, which are grower groups that realize how important the research and extension pieces are to their success as an industry, from an economic perspective, from their ability to adapt to a marketplace that's changing very rapidly in terms of what that marketplace values. We don't produce corn and soybeans here. We're not a low-end commodity crop type of state. We produce crops that go for high-end food consumption, and the marketplace really matters. And so our industries recognize that in order to continue to remain competitive, we have to appeal to a consumer marketplace that's changing, that cares about health, that cares about quality of food, that cares about sustainability and the environment. And they're so caring about that they put an immense amount of resources on the table. They essentially tax themselves to make sure that partnership is strong. And they're pushing us, they're pushing us in terms of resource allocation, they're pushing us in terms of where we go. And I think that's a really challenging thing for us, is we're going to have to figure out how do we take the tradition and the partnerships that we've had and continue to evolve and be relevant going into the future.
Thanks, Chad. Bob, you said you had a comment?
I think on extension, what's going right is what they've done for decades. What's really going right now is their ability to adapt, to change, and be more responsive. I think that a lot of people don't understand the role that they play in economic development. I think also that as much as we talk about being present in all 39 counties, I don't think we use the presence of extension to the extent that we could to enhance that presence. But the work that's done in the Metropolitan Research Center, at least in the location in Everett, is working on wage issues in the metropolitan area. They've worked on other issues where there's just nowhere else to go to get these questions answered. And I think as we continue this growth in engagement on a system basis, as President Schultz is suggesting, I think that's all going to get us in a position where we can expand not only our presence but our service level. I think this ethic that you speak about in your book about a servant institution, I think that there are very few displays that we have on a daily basis in over 60 locations across the state where that occurs. And this isn't for a moment to discount the important and solid academic work that we do here. But in our community, we are as proud of having the extension services as we are in our new academic degrees, that we are responsive, that our community helps build those degrees, and our relationship with the community colleges. 78%, or about 78% of our graduating engineering students next Saturday will be community college transfers. So it's just this ability to react on a local level, but again, the emphasis is being placed right now on the system understanding of how we do that. And if I would make a suggestion about how we can do that better, I think we need to learn to talk to ourselves, as you suggest in your book, once again, internally the same way we present ourselves externally. In other words, we need to know what other folks are doing in those particular fields and in those particular disciplines. But again, I think that the extension services, the maturity that has occurred in the faculty and the talent and the strong staff there is very significant. I remember in my role as an elected official, I had a couple of council members that called it uncooperative service. And I was always trying to make sure that we could get all the budget there that we could. And I threatened to them one time that I would give them their phone numbers to talk to the newlyweds who had about to cook their first Thanksgiving turkey and not have that line open up at extension services. And now we have those discussions that we've moved all the way from just that image. This is over the last 40 years now to that presence where the types of questions you ask, what can I do with my entrepreneurial spirit? What is the best thing I can do to be responsive to the push and pull between rural and urban communities about housing affordability, about opioid crises? These conversations that occur on a daily basis, and I don't think we do a good enough job talking to ourselves about just the breadth and the width of the service of this institution.
Great, thanks, Bob. Sandra, one of the things that you mentioned during one of our preliminary talks was this idea about different communities and different needs. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that in terms of, again, strengths that we're seeing already, and also what's the next step or steps we need to take in that regard.
So this relates to the concept of extension, which I realize now I did not fully understand. And I think that, you know, as we're supposed to be serving the state, and we are serving the state, and extension makes that possible, but it's also the campuses, the 5-campus system that makes that possible, because the state is different. I think in your opening remarks you said we're a blue state, and really we are a blue state, but in where I come from, we're not a blue state. So we have a blue west side and perhaps a redder, in my case, very red east side. And so we are a state divided, and so the campuses really when we're looking at the campuses, or when we're on the campuses, we get different views of the state and different views of what those particular areas of the state need, and how we as WSU can help those and assist with those needs. So I would say that extension is one way, the campuses are another way, and it helps us really to serve the entire state in a way that's truly service. There's nothing worse than someone coming in saying, I'm so-and-so, and I'm from the government, and I'm here to help, without making that listening stop first. That probably just showed my age, but nonetheless. So I would say this idea of systemness is something that's very important to us as we move into the future, and I think that it's very important that we begin to break through our silos and begin working together more and appreciating what each other does, what other parts of the campus do, and how we work together to make the state of Washington and the world a better place.
Just a follow-up, and again, this represents some of the experiences that I've had being a senior leader of a regional campus. Is there any strength currently there that you can point to and/or places to go in terms of the banding together of the campuses beyond Pullman, in terms of cooperation, service sharing? Are there things that have happened already or things on the horizon with regards to that?
Yeah, so the chancellors work together pretty closely from the other campuses, and we do make sure that we are that the needs of the campuses are heard on this particular campus. One of the things that we work on, for example, is working with admissions to make sure that transfer students have a high priority in the admission cycle, just like the incoming freshmen, because at a more traditional campus, of course, the incoming freshmen have a higher priority because it makes up a bigger piece of the population. On the outer lying campuses, that's not necessarily true. So we do work together to make sure that our needs are heard. But I would just challenge the question a smidge, because I'm not sure that it's the other campuses working together to kind of make things better on Pullman, or Pullman working to make things better on the other campuses. One of the things I believe that President Schultz has really brought is we are all campuses. We're not branch campuses, we're not regional campuses, we're all campuses, and we all work together. We all have something to learn from each other, and we all have something to teach each other. And we're all stewards of one place, but we're stewards of different parts of that place, and every one of those is very important. And so that's how I'd answer that particular question.
No, I appreciate the pushback, because what we used to say whenever we would hear the dreaded main campus, we would respond to main campus as whatever campus you happen to be standing on at the moment.
Well, there you go.
So I very much appreciate that. Colleen, one of the things that we saw yesterday was a social gathering after the event that was held at the WSU Welcome Center. And it was so enjoyable to watch senior leadership interacting between the campus and the community, with the mayor and the president there and all of the other folks. And I was stunned to find out that you had never done that before. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the Pullman-specific piece of this and what that means and how that's both a strength and perhaps a first of many steps that need to be taken now.
Yeah, so I shared that with Steve this morning. I did not know that it would be on the panel. Let me say a couple of things. I think it's worth noting that all four of us up here, none of us live in Pullman, which I thought was interesting when the panel was conceived of. And I don't know that that happened intentionally, but I think it's interesting that when those of us who were putting together the panel and talking about engagement identified people from outside of Pullman. And I didn't say at the beginning, I actually live in Seattle. I mostly live on an Alaska Airlines plane, but I do live in Seattle. I think that you raise a very important point. When I think about opportunities for us to grow, the work that is done at the extension offices in every county, and sure there are ebbs and flows, but in every county, and the work at the R&E centers, and certainly the work at the campuses is really phenomenal. And then I think there are two places where I would love to see us grow. So let me say first, it's Seattle. We get like 2/3 of our students from Seattle, and about two-thirds of our students actually go back, right? They are enthusiastic and supportive. Again, using the medical school's reference point, Mayor Murray said, if Spokane didn't want it, he said we should just go ahead and put it in Seattle. They would be supportive of that. There is a tremendous appetite for us. The state needs all of the work, the education, everything that we do. The second place where I think we have so much opportunity is here in Pullman, and I love the analogy that you used. I used their marriage analogy about 3 years ago when Kirk first started. We were having a conversation with the community about the airport and about the airport runway, which was a hard one. And what I said is that Pullman and WSU Pullman had been married for 127 years, and that my observation was that perhaps we had not tended to that marriage the way that we could. And there was some work to be done there. And one of the things that I think is really important to acknowledge Kirk and Noel in terms of what they have brought to WSU, obviously as evidenced by us sitting here, is how important all of the campus relationships, community relationships are, including this one. And so, yes, last night we had a group of us sit down and have dinner with Pullman community leaders, and it was awesome. It was so great. And I have done this actually at other campuses. I had never done it here. And so I shared with Steve this morning, how wonderful, we should do that at least twice a year, maybe quarterly. And he said, you haven't done it? And I said, not one time. So that is an opportunity of growth. And it was a wonderful event, really well conceived of. And I think it sends a strong signal of where we're going.
Thanks. I appreciate you sharing that. And I guess I should have told you I was going to say that at the panel too. So,
yeah.
But it brings up the focus on the relationships, right? And at the end of the day, as I indicated, I mean, you don't have to be a marriage and family therapist, obviously, to see things through a relationship lens. And so these informal contacts, I think, often are just as, if not more important than the formal contacts are. And so I just wanted to make sure that we brought that into the conversation as well. And again, I know that we talked yesterday about the quote-unquote life cycle of a university president shrinking, right? I think it's now down to under 7 years. And it also, I think, when you talk about presidency changeovers, you have to talk about mayoral changeovers and city council changeovers. I mean, there's always change, right? And so the question is, what's enduring? And so one of the things that we've begun a conversation about, and through the work that I've done with the International Town Gown Association, we've talked about creating charters, formalizing relationships between campuses and communities. And I would be urging the WSU system to be thinking about charters for all of the communities that your campuses exist in. Okay, but saying that, do you want to follow on that first?
Yeah, I think that is one of the topics we talked about last night. So we have many informal relationships. How do we kind of collect them or navigate them together? Earlier, Phil, someone acknowledged WSU Insider. That is tremendous, especially because it's WSU Insider, but it also captures Pullman. Last night, the graduate student who has done so much work on our town gown relationship, Allison, who I'm sure is here, she raised this interesting point. When you drive up to campus, and if it's at night, you will see a dark swath. So campus is lit and downtown is lit, and then that interface is dark. And it's such an interesting visual for us to think about. How do we want to populate that dark space? And it is through informal relationships, it's through formal forums, but there is a lot of opportunity in that dark space.
Excellent.
So back to this business of opportunities, and I would suspect that most of the audience is not aware that each of the campuses has an advisory committee made up of community members. And insofar as Everett is particularly concerned, there was legislation passed a few years ago regarding investments of the state in the aerospace industry. And specific in that legislation was that there would be programs developed to be responsive to the investment the taxpayers had already made in the aerospace industry through the Everett campus. But this business of having community members also help you design what the new programs will be. As we've matured, as tried to establish the foundation that we started with Extension, we're still with Extension, but now we have these programs that are directly responsive, an organic agriculture program. It's a lot harder to farm 5 acres on the west side of the mountains than it is to farm 500 acres on the east side of the mountains. So it's just this idea that we can come forward and be responsive because we're engaged with the community.
Yep. Yeah, that's fantastic. And so there's a couple of different directions that I could take the panel in, but Chad, I'd like to go back to even the way that you had introduced yourself, to say that your responsibilities include both Extension and the experiment station. And I didn't get the opportunity in the teaching panel earlier to talk about engaged teaching, but I think this is a place to begin to also make a transition to this idea of engaged research. And you're clearly talking about that. You're the living embodiment of that in some respects. And so can you talk to that as a particular strength, as well as, again, to challenge us to what's the next set of steps with regards to that?
Okay. Well, I'm not the living embodiment of it, but the faculty and graduate students at the centers are the living embodiment of it. And one of the great advantages of these centers that we have that are distributed through the state is we do have graduate students at those. These are normal departmental faculty for the most part that have their programs there, though we also do have regional extension faculty as well. But they're embedded in the communities that they partner with and serve. And so the opportunity for a graduate student to actually, in the case of Mount Vernon, work with the farm industry in terms of identifying research topics that are relevant to what's going on there and help, not just their own professional and academic development, but actually be engaged in supporting economic development and sustainability issues within the community. And in Puyallup, it's a little bit of a different situation. The Puyallup Center was formed 2 years after this campus and was the Western Washington Ag Experiment Station. Well, now it's basically surrounded by city or suburb, if you will. And so that center is going through a fairly significant evolution to being more focused on environmental issues in an urbanizing environment. And so the graduate student cadre there is really focused on things like stormwater, ecotoxicology, and they get to partner with the agencies, the tribes, the communities that are actually having to manage these challenges. And so their research, again, is not just traditional academic preparation, but the work that they're doing is actually changing on the ground how we manage these challenges in a developing society.
I can just follow up on that just a little bit. I think that what you've said and the way I think about land-grant institutions, and I'm a product of a land-grant institution as well, we have this sort of false distinction that community engagement is somehow separate from service and teaching and research. And it isn't. That's the DNA of what a land-grant is that engagement with the community in all of those aspects. And I think that that's just an important point to keep in mind as we are looking for what is a land-grant institution. That community engagement piece runs through it all.
Yep, excellent. Colleen?
I want to really second that. So I participate on a task force through APLU. So I co-chair, it's done through the Council on Research, but I co-chair the community engagement piece. So it's about public impact research. And when I first began participating in this task force, I co-chair it with someone from UCSD, not a land grant. And a number of the participants in my task force are not land grants. A few of us are. And they talk about the purpose is how can research have more of a public impact? And I kept saying at the initial meetings, like land grants. And it was really interesting, the disconnect. There's a lot of research that's not, and that is important and worthwhile. But to your point, engagement is a multi-layered endeavor that is critical that we embrace institutionally. And the fact that Kirk is setting it as a value for us is wildly important because it already exists here at WSU.
Great emphasis.
Returning to the earlier conversation when we listened to the teaching power here at WSU. In Everett, we are a tad bit more reflective of the community that we serve, but the faculty members there, they are so responsive to the different mix of students that we have. The mom that has to get home and take care of a child, the dad that has to get back to a job, the mom that has to get back to a job. And it's a remarkable thing to witness the community engagement that comes through that. Because oftentimes the same student that faculty member is helping is someone United Way is helping as well, or someone who might be getting a scholarship from someone else. And it's just this idea that we're not a center of influence that doesn't participate with the balance of the community. I mean, after all, we're their neighbors, right? We're their family, and this idea that we're a trusted messenger, that we provide services, that their futures will be better than they otherwise would be absent our presence, that's community engagement at the end of the day.
Yep, absolutely. And speaking of which, I haven't looked at my co-therapists yet. Craig and Jean, how's our statewide audience looking?
We're getting a couple of good questions. We can pose those and then invite the audience here in Pullman to do that as well.
Okay, first question for the panel. What functional steps would you recommend administration implement to better integrate extension with teaching and research faculty around the state?
Do we get to do that? Isn't that Andre?
Hire a new extension associate dean for the College of Agriculture. I mean, that's the first functional step.
I think co-locate. I'm always very surprised that extension and campuses are separately located. It frankly blows my mind. And I will be, for example, I'm going to use Clark County as an example. I'll be in Clark County, and the extension office will be doing some wonderful work, and then the campus will be doing wonderful work in parallel. So even just having that physical location.
Well, that's exactly, I concur with that. It blew my mind to know that within the Tri-Cities, there are 3, I'm going to call them wrong again, extension centers, county offices, exactly, or 2 county offices and 1 extension research center just outside of the Tri-Cities. And it's been a goal of mine to make sure that we integrate better, because we are stronger when we work together. And there's so much that we can do together, and yet we don't hardly ever interact. And just yesterday, I sent a group of administrators out to meet to one of those research centers, to, county centers.
County extension.
County extension offices to, I'm going to get it.
Research and extension centers.
Okay. Okay, to meet with them, to make sure that we started to have that relationship, that we need to work together, that we want them on our campus, that we want to share our resources with each other, and how can we better do that rather than operating in silos and being individual in this fairly small community.
Well, and put them in places where they're visible. I mean, that's such an easy thing to do. So again, Allison, another shout out to Allison. I don't know where she is. But last night she said, as Pullman is having the downtown association, and why isn't the extension office then for Whitman County downtown? Now I know that it serves a rural community. Nonetheless, the extension offices are often around where there are services and utilities. And I thought that's such a brilliant idea, but to have them accessible.
Yeah, and there would be another advantage to that wherever it's possible, is that we're in the need of new audiences. We talk to the same groups on a fairly regular basis, and I think that's a compliment to us that they continue to talk with us and seek out our guidance. But we need new audiences, and as you mentioned in your book, it's hard to find a neutral audience anymore. And this idea that we, through a stronger cooperation that would be easily consumed and seen by our communities, I think that would go a long ways to find these new audiences, and by so doing, find some new support. There's a question about the rural and the blue and the red, but I can remember a number of votes in the legislature when it came to Washington State University, because of our presence in all 39 counties. They would vote the right way for Washington State University. And we need to find those audiences that are not participating in aiding and abetting our outstanding efforts.
One comment on that, and that's in connection with many of our partners, they don't see these distinctions. They don't know what a county office is. They don't know what a research extension center is. In fact, there's a problem with visibility, and that's I get a ton of traffic for the Skagit County Extension Office into the Mount Vernon Research and Extension Center, like all day long, especially during Tulip Festival. And so it's a challenge to actually manage it. But I think the key is, on the outside, they don't see that. So why do we have to make such a big deal of it on the inside?
Craig and Jean?
I was just going to say the other thing to Bob's point. Many of the extension offices have advisory councils. We talked about advisory councils earlier. Many of the extension officers have advisory councils. I have worked with them. They are invaluable in terms of touching the community. There's an opportunity for us there, I think, in terms of connecting those to campuses, connecting those to R&E stations. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that this campus does not have an advisory council.
So let's begin to encourage the group here in Pullman to come up to the microphones if you have questions or thoughts. And while people are coming up, let me also say two things. One thing that hasn't really come up quite as much, that we sort of talked a little bit about when we talked about extension, is the whole concept that, you know, land grants are not just about rural populations anymore. You know, clearly, and you think about the populations of many states, Washington included, is that it's just as relevant in urban areas as well. And I think, you know, Bob could speak to some of that in terms of Everett and other campus locations. But I think that's an important piece, that it's about connection wherever you are. And I think that's an important point. So I'll add that. Yeah, if you would introduce yourself, where you're from and who you are, and then your comment. Because folks online can't see you.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ann Peasley. I work in the Office of Assessment of Teaching and Learning. And this question is more of a global question. You've talked a lot about physical location, urban, rural, things like that, but WSU also has global campus. There's a huge audience online. And how does the role of extension kind of extend to an online campus, online audience, more of this digital that we were growing into?
We're all glancing to the right.
Well, I don't know about answering it with respect to extension. I will say that I always include global as one of our campuses. And to the point of how people used to live in, more people lived in rural environments and communities, and now they live in urban. The same way many of us are living online. And I don't mean to say that we're living online all the time, but we use it to augment and to complement our existence. And so to the extent we can think about the global campus the same way students do, right? They look for a class online to complement what they're doing in the classroom. To the extent that we can identify ways to use the global campus to augment our service model statewide. I know that the medical school is looking at ways to do that with respect to rural medicine and telehealth. I think there are many, many more ways to do that. Dave Soleil, who leads the global campus, we are working together. How can he be developing programs to meet specific sectors or populations that we're working with that can happen faster sometimes than our traditional colleges? I think there are lots of ways, and I'm delighted that you brought it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Question over here.
Let me respond really quickly to that. And one of them is the whole world of digital education, whether it's formal instruction or extension, depends on a platform that is not face-to-face, and we have to do a better job of quality control there.
Question over there.
Hi, my name is KJ Fitzgerald. I'm a rising senior here at Washington State, as well as serve on the board of directors for the College Hill Association, which is local grassroots, actually is in the dark shaded area that you guys mentioned before. And I thought it was really funny that you guys have this panel on engaging the community, but we didn't talk about, and there's not a community partner on your board. And one of the things as a community partner, as a community partner, as the College Hill Association, we struggle with, we always have to adjust the community, we always have to adjust the university. We have to adjust their timelines. We have to adjust their budget. We may be on the agenda one week and not on the next week. I volunteered with majority of the nonprofits in Whitman County and really Latah County, and they have similar issues where, and maybe not just the university, but the university and its students, same thing. I find that here in Pullman, we have this really cool opportunity to do a lot of work together because some of the main issues that affect the Pullman campus and college students affect Whitman County, and that's food security and access to mental health resources. Right now, currently 20% of Whitman County faces food insecurity, as well as 24 to 46% of college students. And that is the national College Students is a national report done by Dr. Goldrick Rule in Hungary and Homeless in College. And if anybody's in this room that teaches students, I recommend you read it because you need to understand that the college students that are in your classroom are facing levels of hunger and homelessness and food insecurity that is more severe than what we expect when we go to college. Okay. My question is that, yes, we can have a good photo, and yes, we can have Dr. Schultz and Glenn Johnson shaking hands on a photo, and Town Gun collaborators and stuff, and I think those are awesome. In fact, both of the Dr. Schultzes have been involved with College Hill, and I'm excited for their work in the future. But where are the faculty and where are the students when we have community food months, when we have student engagement, when we have volunteer projects throughout the community? I recently put together a collaborative community event with 17 different academic departments, nonprofits, student organizations. I had one faculty and one professor show up. Yeah. So again, and that's incentivization, and our professors are already on a lot of pressure. Now they have to go on the community, that kind of stuff too. But we have to change that culturally, and I was wondering if you guys had any perspective on how to change that culture.
So I'll answer this more from my faculty role than the administrative role, and that is Stephen identified two terms that I think are really critical in terms of the consequence of engagement, and that is effort and comfort. Working with partners takes a ton of effort, and it's not always very comfortable. And yet it's something that we simply have to prioritize or we're going to be irrelevant. And one of the biggest weaknesses I think we have as an institution relative to engagement is within the faculty, our bandwidth is really limited right now. Everybody I know is working 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 hours a week to keep all the balls in the air, and that's a challenge. And the thing that easily goes is the things that take a lot of effort and are not always comfortable.
Thank you.
I want to say first that actually in conceiving of this panel, Chris Hoyt did want to put a community member on it, and she had talked about that up front. It is a point well taken. It is one that's on our radar. The second thing I will say is the Center for Civic Engagement does a wonderful event every year. I just had the privilege of participating in it. It is genuinely participated in by faculty, by students, by community members, and by people from both universities, by Washington State University, and we have a sister institution 8 miles away. I was so struck by that, and I think that is an opportunity for us to kind of continue this conversation year in, year out. But again, it's a point well taken. I also want to say one more, I'll give a shout out to athletics. Athletics is in a strategic planning process, and they are involving faculty in the process, and they are involving students in the process. And they got the same question in the strategic plan, and I was blown away that they had an answer for it. And then they got a lot of feedback on how they could do it better, but nonetheless, it's a point well taken, and it's one we're all taking seriously.
I would just simply add to that the idea, since we're looking to generate ideas, about how faculty can support this through the students that they're teaching. And so again, that's why I feel bad that in some ways we didn't talk about the engaged teaching in the last panel. But for faculty to ramp up their efforts to create service learning components or at least a community engagement component in what they're doing, that's a way to serve the needs of the community while serving the needs of students, if you buy into the notion that part of their education should be a commitment to the community in which they're living. So again, I think this is a multi-layered, there should be a multi-layered approach to this. So.
Charles Weller in history. Thank you. Two related questions maybe is that when I hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when I hear the conversations about engagement and things, they seem to be predominated by, and it's certainly important, water management, agriculture, Boeing, and these kinds of things that are always very practical, et cetera. And I'm a historian. and then English people. And I actually have three stories that I might share during lunch if we get the chance, but I'm just wondering about, and maybe civic engagement that Colleen was just pointing to is starting to point in this direction a bit, about humanities and even social sciences fitting into this vision. And the specific, where do you see that? And maybe a specific question I would have is, of all of these extension centers, am I calling them correct within WSU? With all the extension centers, are any of them humanities-based extension centers? Thank you.
No, but there is social human interaction aspects at least the Puyallup Research Center actually hosts a number of programs that are focused more on that community engagement level. The rest of them are primarily agricultural research and extension, just by the history of the way they've been designed. Yeah, SNAP-Ed is at Puyallup. That's what I'm thinking of. And I think during lunch you're going to hear from one of the people in Puyallup that actually works more in this space. But you do have somebody who has a history degree as the director of 2 of the research and extension centers.
I also have a history degree, so 2 out of the 4. So does Jean.
So in Snohomish County, the staff at Extension are engaged in the community in different fashions than I think you would assume they would be. Intense effort in building Hispanic student-based agreements, cooperation, whatever word you want to attach to it, but presenting the university through Extension in a very comfortable zone. They're also engaged in a great deal of the healthcare delivery system that's going on, and we all know that's under strain. And they helped us to find ways to talk to underrepresented communities, to do survey work to help. So I think that we've come full circle because we're doing the things now we probably used to do quite some time ago and talk to folks who other people weren't talking to. I think, and I'll hold this till later, I suspect, but this urban and rural issue that we're all encountering, it just depends on what your particular responsibility is. Those are not as separate in my neck of the woods as you think that they are. And faculty engagement anywhere on the health services spectrum, faculty engagement anywhere on the spectrum of how it is we learn how to care for one another and indeed care for ourselves. I mentioned this business of homelessness. And I don't know how severe an issue that is here, but it is an overwhelming issue on our side of the hill. And again, through Michael Gaffney's good services, through the Ruckelshaus Center, we're approaching these types of conversations. Is how do we get our arms around those people who are so polarized on these conversations, bring them to what I think Washington State University is. It's that center for civility. It's that place where you can exhibit restraint and respect and responsibility. And I think that level of community engagement will do nothing but serve this institution well.
And Charles, I don't know where you went, so I can't see your face right now. Oh, there you are. I see you. If we take seriously this idea that today is a call to action, I think that your question, rather than for us as a panel, is in some respects one of those pieces of a call to action. I think about, well, what do we want to be as a land grant? What does it mean to be a land grant in the 21st century? And everything that we see in other states that is interesting in the work that we already do should inform us, but I don't believe it should be determinative. Land grant is about people, right? I mean, first and foremost, it's also about place. And so the question that you ask, I think, is vitally important. And so I can think up ideas all day long, but we could partner with Extension, with the Center for Civic Engagement, and have conversations in communities. There are, myriad things that we could engage in. People brought up opioids and mental health. There is no reason why we could not address, research challenges on the ground through Extension in communities and make that real. There are so many directions that we could go with that. So I think your question is amazing, and it's a call to action. Oh, please. Yes. Okay.
I appreciate my colleague from Extension's comments, about bandwidth, and I really hope that we move past anecdote and good wishes to systems thinking. I mean, I know it's a buzzword, but we have to do that.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much to the panel. Round of applause, everybody. For those of you who had questions and we didn't have time to get to them today, please tweet them or comment them. Don't lose them. These are great questions and conversations. So continuing on the whole conversation about serving the public good, we have a special treat that Craig Parks has put together. That's a lunchtime presentation in addition to lunch that we actually have here. So let me, Craig.
Okay, so we're going to give you some time to get your lunch, and then we have 5 people who we have invited to come up and talk about their current community engagement activities. And they're going to do brief presentations, not long, just 7 or 8 minutes or so. There will also be time for anyone in the audience who would like to share their own community engagement activities to come up to the mic. So please go ahead and get your lunch, and we'll begin with the speakers in about 10, 15 minutes.
Hey.
I had to give you a shout out. You tried to put a community member on this panel. I know. She did try to put a community member on this panel. I know, but you know. Oh, okay. I know. I said it. That just tells us we have a lot of layers to, and we've got more conversation. Yeah, so it's okay.
About 5 minutes. Keep moving through those lunch lines. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
2 minutes, please. We're going to start with our speakers in 2 minutes.
Dr. Tim.
Okay, we'd like to go ahead and get started with our lunchtime presenters. Following up, or rather continuing the panel discussion that we just had, we have 5 people who are actively involved in community engagement, applying their expertise to a variety of community situations and needs. We've asked them to spend a little time sharing their experiences with you. They're going to spend about 7 or 8 minutes each. After they're done, we'll ask anyone in the audience who would also like to share their own community engagement experiences to come up to the mic and spend a few minutes talking about them. First person who we will hear from is Ben Shores. Ben is a clinical associate professor in the Edward R. Murrow College of Communication. He is the chair of journalism and media production, and Ben will share with you some information about the Murrow News Service. Ben.
Thanks. I'm honored to be up here to get to chat a little bit. And I was talking to Phil Gruen, who's going to talk after me. And one of the questions that Phil and I talked about was, how long have you been in Pullman? Because I think we all, or most of us in this room here, have a Pullman origin story. And I've been here for 11 years now, and I've been collecting those because we in this room are overwhelmingly not from Pullman. But now we are trying to engage with this community in Pullman and around Pullman and across the state. So I'll tell you a little, just real quick about my origin story. My parents were from the Midwest, and they both left their jobs in 1968 in Chicago. My dad was a corporate attorney. My mom was teaching nursing there, and they got off in this Ford Mustang and headed across the country to the northern plains of Montana, where my dad was going to be an attorney representing members of the Blackfeet tribe. And the sort of apocryphal story, because every story my dad told was half true, was that he woke up, or they got to this small town in Montana in the middle of the night, and my mom woke up, and she looked around at the prairies of Montana, and she said, "Keep driving," right? But what we saw, the longer that we were there and the longer we were part of this community, and something that became part of who I am as a storyteller and a journalist, were all these incredible stories that were part of this place and this community, whether it was members of the Great Blackfeet Nation, whether it was families of homesteaders, whether it was religious groups like the Hutterites. And so one of the things that we look to do with this process of engaging our students in the community is think about what does it mean to come from Seattle, or what does it mean to come from California, or what does it mean to come from internationally and land in this place of Pullman or the Palouse and look around and think on first blush, let's keep driving, right? So what our project is about engaging our students in the communities around us and finding ways that we can send stories out, or our students out to gather stories of the communities that they found themselves living in. And so beginning in 2011, we started to purposely send students out to tell stories through the Murrow News Service, which is sort of this umbrella name for basically this cohort of freelance journalists that we created and we oversaw. Over the course of these last 9 years, now in our 9th year, those students have produced more than 1,000 stories across the state of Washington. The vast majority of those stories are produced by our legislative interns in Olympia. They've been serving there, different students, since 2011, reporting on these issues at a legislative level for community newspapers, both daily and weekly across the state of Washington. So one of the goals that we have is obviously the spread of information, telling stories about these communities, but also educating our students, right? So that metric that we have of we produced 1,000 stories and this many people have read these stories, that's a really sort of shallow metric for the impact of projects like this in my mind. Because what we're really looking at is how do these experiences shape our students, not just in the immediate now, but going forward over the course of the career, right? And so we'll measure those impacts over the course of the next 50 or 60 years of our students' lives to see how engaging with these communities shaped them when they went on to CNN or the LA Times or the Whitman County Gazette, right? What are the impacts of those stories on their lives? So we typically also want to reward students who do big splash stories for national media outlets. So we've done some stuff for NBCnews.com, for ESPNW. We reported on the amazing Colton women's high school basketball team. We've done work for Northwest Public Broadcasting in terms of documentaries. And those are big splash. Those get a lot of attention. Those tend to be stories about the community rather than for the community. When we write about Colton or we write about wildfires, we're really telling other people about those communities rather than telling or reaching out on behalf of those communities. So we look within these stories to find ways to engage those communities. And so last year, Professor Lisa Wananen-Jones said, what if we look for stories that aren't about communities, but they're for communities? And so the Murrow faculty, in partnership with Northwest Public Broadcasting, launched something called the Rural Plunge, where we told our students that if you're willing to go on an adventure, we'll provide the transportation, the lodging, and the food. The food was a key motivator. And we'll schedule it on a weekend that's not a WSU home football game, and we're just going to send you out into a rural community to tell stories from that community. And we weren't sure who would sign up. And we opened it up, no points for your grade, no extra credit. This is just your own initiative. We had 4 students sign up. We didn't tell them where they were going before they went because we didn't want them to read Google or Twitter or anything else to get some preconceived notion about what the narratives were in these communities. We just wanted them to go experience it for themselves. And so that Friday afternoon in October, they all showed up and gathered outside of Ed Murrow's door, and we handed them their destination and sent them out across the state and into Idaho. And I've never seen an 18-year-old so excited to go to Washtenaw. but they were ecstatic to tell these stories about their communities and to engage with people and try to figure out who these people were, right? What brought them to the Palouse, or what brought them to Idaho, and what are their stories, right? And so this is hopefully for us a short-term benefit in terms of here is a content that our students might produce about these communities, but a long-term benefit, which is empowering our students to say, you can go into a community and it's okay if you don't understand about that community. You can ask questions, right? And in this age of this rural-urban divide, the best bridge to that digital divide is to sit across from the table from somebody else and say, tell me your story, right? And so that's what we hope to do with this project.
Thank you, Ben. We'll next hear from Phil Gruen. Phil is an associate professor in the School of Design and Construction, which is in the Voiland College of Engineering and Architecture. Phil.
Thank you, Craig. It's great to be here. It's great to have a wonderful crowd. Quiet at lunch. I thought everybody would be lining up for the food. It's phenomenal. I'm Phil Gruen. I'm an associate professor in the School of Design and Construction, as Craig mentioned. And I want to start by saying that I love this campus and I love the town of Pullman. And everything I'm going to say from here on out stems from those very words. By the way, what you see up on the screen is a conceptual drawing by the architect Kenneth Brooks. It was a drawing that he composed when he was envisioning the Rogers Orton Dining Hall, now the WSU Children's Center, back in the early 1960s. And he was obviously thinking about the landscape. And you can see the Palouse there in the drawing in the background behind the tents. And he writes, in landscape, below. Now, when I got here in 2003, there wasn't a lot of information out there in the landscape about our land-grant campus, at least not easily accessible information. So together with faculty and staff, alumni, and students, I've been trying to change that. And word is getting out. As of moments ago, I just checked, the opening paragraph of the Wikipedia page for WSU includes the following sentence. The university is nestled within the spectacular rolling topography of the Palouse in rural eastern Washington and remains intimately connected to the town, the region, and the landscape in which it sits. Now, I know you might be skeptical of Wikipedia. I am too. But we all look at it. It's getting better. It requires citations from reputable sources, otherwise your page or your sentences might get deleted. And its open source, democratic flow of information is somewhat like a land-grant institution. We can all engage in it. Now, admittedly, I wrote that sentence. But I did include a footnote. Now, for the WSU site, there have been over 250,000 page views in the past year, and over 10,000 in the past 3 weeks alone. That's worth noting. Now, Wikipedia is not a horrible place to introduce undergraduates to the world of research and publishing, and starting a new page from scratch is not easy. Just this past semester, I taught a class over in the Honors College where students wrote research papers on buildings or landscapes of their choosing in the Pacific Northwest, so long as their site didn't already have an existing Wikipedia page. I wanted them to try to publish it online and see what happens. Many of the students selected WSU buildings. One student picked the Elmina White Honors Hall, and as of just moments ago, that page was still up. And it's the first one that went up from this class, and it's an appropriate building for our land-grant campus. It was built in the late 1920s as the new building for home economics. The building faces the President's House, garden, and city of Pullman below, visibly making that town gown link so characteristic of many of our early red brick and basalt buildings. But one student ventured into more uncharted territory. selecting to write about Scott Coman Hall, completed in the 1950s, together with Regents Hill, among the college's first modernist buildings and representative of its enormous post-war expansion when the GI Bill brought a college education within financial reach of the largest number of prospective students in American history. But this is uncharted territory because so little has been written about this era of campus construction. Perhaps one reason that the student's Wikipedia page was quickly flagged for needing additional citations for verification. Apparently, linking to the existing page on Regents Hill wasn't enough. Hopefully, there will be more verifiable citations before too long. I'm planning to feature this enormously crucial period of campus development in a book manuscript about WSU's buildings and landscapes, which I intend to submit to the WSU Press. To fully appreciate the built environment of the post-war years requires wearing a different interpretive lens, because this period tends not to appeal to contemporary tastes, let alone contemporary function. But when it was built, Regents Hill, for example, part of a sparkling new residential complex for women, was sleek, efficient, and filled with all of the latest amenities. WSU's alumni magazine, Hill Topics, promoted it as a laboratory for gracious living. Regents was certainly an upgrade, anyway, from the housing that preceded it on the north end of campus, prefabricated wartime housing brought over from Vancouver, Washington, and then reassembled on site. So you can imagine how these new modernist buildings must have seemed within a political, economic, and social context that favored innovation and new materials and new technologies, a period that also welcomed the institution's first co-educational dormitories and its transformation in 1959 from a college to a university. I love these particular photos. The student on the right gazing in wonder at the new skyscraper dorm of Rogers Hall, once dubbed the Hilton of the Palouse. And then the other students there on the left-hand side apparently enjoying the view atop Orton Hall, never mind the safety issues. So this and other work about the campus is beginning to appear on the national stage. Here we can see born digital content for a scholarly peer-reviewed site called Archipedia, sponsored by the Society of Architectural Historians. I co-coordinated this site, this statewide project, with graduate student, staff member, and colleague Robert Franklin, and we selected the WSU campus as one of the 100 most representative sites in Washington. This particular entry includes narratives about 17 different campus buildings. And the narratives were recently adapted for the newly launched, but still very much in progress, WSU Buildings and Landscapes website, sponsored by the university's Historic Preservation Committee, and compiled tirelessly by Andrew Gilreath Brown, a doctoral student here in anthropology. This is a draft of our showcase poster announcing this new digital gateway, together with Marco English in the libraries, Jeffrey Sanders in history. We designed the poster to loosely resemble the website. The idea is that you can click on any of those buttons near the top: buildings, landscapes, and sculptures, campus maps and views, and find photos, plans, timelines, narratives. We're just getting started. We certainly welcome stories, images from the public. And with WSU Facilities Services operating as our client, in the fall of 2018, students in a historic preservation seminar I taught composed a booklet to supplement the university's existing design guidelines to provide historic and aesthetic context for integrated teams of professional designers and contractors competing for campus design build projects. The students ran the class, selected 30 representative buildings across 5 different eras of campus development, and as they workshopped the booklet in the final weeks, I just sat back and took pictures. Here are some of the sample pages from the 50-page booklet that they put together. It's still not quite finished, but I'm proud of their effort. A handful of students continue to work on it voluntarily this spring in the best of the hands-on land-grant tradition, and they were aided with editing and writing assistance from Lisa Johnson of the WSU Writing Center, and also provided with space, both from Lisa and John Manwaring, in Spark's new creative corridor. I hope to involve future students in adapting some of this information into a campus guidebook or brochure. something that I think would highlight the institution, but also provide a critical edge befitting our status as a Research One land-grant institution. Perhaps something like this. This was a seminar project I undertook in 2014 in conjunction with the City of Pullman's Historic Preservation Commission and WSU's Center for Civic Engagement, where we put together a walking tour, a brochure for downtown Pullman, and the Pullman Chamber of Commerce stepped up to print it. The whole thing really a wonderful demonstration of town gown collaboration. Now, this isn't your average walking tour brochure. Students included original hand-rendered sketches and even included the grain silo among the 20 featured sites. And here you can see us hugging the grain silo. Perhaps not the city's most beautiful structure, but one of its more important, a reminder of our connectedness to the landscape. For a town, a university, and an entire region rooted in the land, what we thought could be better. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to ask Laura Child, who is the Director of Development for the Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art, to come up and talk about some of the things that are going on there.
Well, good afternoon. As Craig said, my name is Laura Child, and I'm the Director of Development for the Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art. Sorry, I have to figure out how to use this. Ta-da. Okay. Today, I'm representing our Executive Director, Robin Held, who is traveling on business for the museum. So the original Museum of Art, now the Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art, is the first and only fine art museum in the WSU system. One might argue that the Crimson Jewel box just across the way is the museum of the state of Washington. You're supposed to laugh there. That's supposed to be funny. In fact, the WSU Schnitzer is the only largest freestanding fine arts museum from Missoula to Seattle. So that is a huge swath of the Pacific Northwest, and it's also a huge swath of influence for WSU. More importantly, WSU now has a world-class museum, which also helps in our drive to 25, as every top 25 research museum also has a world-class museum. WSU and its museum are uniquely positioned to transform arts access across the Pacific Northwest and beyond. And how can we do that? By harnessing the reach and the commitment of the WSU system and the Jordan Schnitzer constellation of museums and collections. Where the museum once offered one gallery and 5 exhibitions a year, we now have 6 galleries and anywhere from 15 to 18 exhibitions in a year. Admission is free, and on a good day during the academic year, we can bring in as many as 250 students through the door. Also, we're really excited to announce that starting this summer, every new incoming student and many of their parents will be included in, the Jordan Schnitzer will be included in the tour for their live orientation. That means that in 4 years from now, conceivably, every student at WSU will have been through the museum at least once. And if we're doing a good job, many, many more times than that. The arts have always proven to impact lives, opening pathways to creative process, and helping people think outside of the box, which helps create a well-prepared, diverse workforce. Lastly, through our BioBest program, we bring in K through 12 students to the museum and to WSU to experience art in a museum setting. Last week, a group of students from Pasco were bussed into the museum. Of the 50 students, 2 of them self-identified as students that had been to a museum in the past. So I know we all are really good at math here, so I'm going to say that again in a different way. 48 students had never been to an art museum, or 96%. Perhaps even more important to the mission of WSU is that this is the first time many of these students have been on a college campus, thus opening them up to more opportunities and more awareness. The BioBus program generally provides service to a 100-mile radius, but we will actually offer this service to any other student and any school that asks for it, as with Pasco, which is clearly more than 100 miles away. So why is this important? It's important because when we add the one WSU experience and we overlay the 100-mile radius to our other campuses, we have the ability to bring the arts to the entire state of Washington and our neighboring states. Now, I'm just going to do a little aside as a director of development. When we started this program 17 years ago, the cost to bus in a group of students was very inexpensive. We basically paid for the time of the bus driver and the mileage. Fast forward 17 years, and a lot of school districts no longer have a stable of buses that are allowed to leave their district because they're so antiquated they can't make the journey. As a result, they are hiring charter buses. So while we can say that the visit of the Pasco students was priceless because of what they learned and what they saw while at WSU, it did have a very expensive price tag of $1,100. So $1,100 just to bring those 50 students in. Now going forward, because we want to expand this exponentially, we are going to need to be able to find a way to fund this. I guess that's job security. Another exciting development for the university is the new Collections Study Center, which will house the museum's permanent art collection. With the help from a grant from the Luce Foundation, we are transforming the old museum space into the first collection study center in the WSU system. This center becomes the academic nexus of the museum, encouraging cross-collaboration on the Pullman campus, and potentially nationally and even internationally. Further, the digitalization of our collection, which is a welcome byproduct of moving the collection to its new home, will offer our global campus an art experience. This center, in conjunction with the museum, provides the 3 core activities in the land-grant university: teaching, research, and service. With these 2 creative spaces, we endeavor to bring every student, faculty, staff, and community member through the doors of the Jordan Schnitzer. And for those of you who have not made a visit, we invite you to do so soon to see for yourself exactly what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'm going to ask Scott Vanderway to come up. Scott is an associate professor. He's the director of the 4-H Adventure Education through WSU Extension. Scott.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about my program and really reinstate kind of introductions. So I'm Scott Vanderway. I work for Washington State University. I'm a faculty member. I'm an extension specialist under 4-H, and I'm the director of adventure education. I'm housed out of the Puyallup Research Center, and I have expectations statewide. When you start to think about the land grant, I've heard a lot of people talking about there's almost a separation between the land grant, extension, and I think of it more like a tomato bisque soup, where you have the tomatoes and the spices and you prep them and then you pour the cream into them, and then after they're together, you can't separate them. And there's a way in which we're talking about these in separate pieces. So I work, I'm going to explain a little bit about the 4-H program. Adventure Ed has ropes courses, rock climbing, backpacking, longboats, umiaks, kayaks, canoes, skiing, and our focus is on addressing and working with youth of all backgrounds. I've dedicated my life to working with kids of color, kids with disabilities, and kids of poverty. And we figured out that if you look at, I work at the research station in Puyallup, but I live in Seattle. And WSU had a ropes course at Camp Long developed in 2011. And that course now serves 5,000 kids a year. To start off with, we had to have, when I started off, I wanted to figure out how to get a course developed at Camp Long and developed in the city of Seattle. And I had to go through many, many meetings. And through those meetings, it was with WSU Extension, with the city of Seattle, with King County Parks and Rec, Seattle Parks and Rec, and the ARC. And my first 100 meetings, I kept getting the answer no, no, and no. And I kept saying that we're just approaching this wrong. We're not at the right table. We're not talking to the right people. And so after about a year and a half of bird dogging it, we got the right people at the table. We were able to create an MOA with the City of Washington and Seattle Parks and Rec, and slowly with the seed money, develop a low ropes course. And then we received a grant for $150,000 to develop the high course at Camp Long. So soon after the development of the high course at Camp Long, a program out of the UK, Go Ape, started on the heels of the path that I had just laid. And they proposed to develop pay for play in Lincoln Park, which was a zipline canopy tours, and they were going to send people through and generate money for the city. And the city pulled me in and asked what I thought of it. And they were using similar vocabulary to the work that we're doing with challenge courses and educational-based programs. And so I had to explain to them that a pay-for-play and an educational-based program are very different. And through those community meetings, the city of Seattle had basically an uproar and said they did not want Go Ape to come into Lincoln Park. And we almost lost the opportunity to build the ropes course at Camp Long because of the miscommunication between those two. And so we had to spend a lot of time translating the work that we do to the work that's being done by other organizations and entities. So the focus for our work is 4-H is the youth development arm of the land grant institution. And our mission is to develop capable, caring, contributing citizens through life skill development. And so 4-H and the land grant have a bit of an image problem. And when you look at, especially specifically when you talk about rural or urban, people think of 4-H as cows cooking in the country fair. And when the reality is that we're the positive youth development arm of the land grant institution. So we do programming, robotics, adventure ed, many, many other different parts of science and research and expectations. And so for me, the development of scholarship is critical. And so we developed policies, procedures, training criteria, and we've trained close to 200 community partners in how to facilitate our programming. Our mission is to build capacity in other organizations, and so they come in, we train them to our standards, and then they deliver our program. And I can't think of a better model for Extension and for 4-H to create that collaboration and communication between those two. When you start to look at all of the different partners that have worked with us over the years, the image problem is one that we've worked really hard to get past. And if we can just get to a place where we have the opportunity to explain what we're doing and why. So for instance, our whole focus is whole child social emotional learning and the development of life skills. So as we incorporate and help different community partners in implementing this evidence-based programming, we start to see real change within the system. So the program at Camp Long now is the way the partnership works is we have a city employee who manages the course and kind of wears two hats. He's a city employee, but he also is the hat of WSU and 4-H. And so he maintains the policies and procedures and the training criteria and the facilitation of community partners coming into the course. So we came up with an idea of how to evaluate. So in the past, Extension had really focused on outputs rather than impacts. And so we wanted to create an evaluation system that related to the goals that we had planned. And after we met with our course directors and talked about what do we believe our students are achieving from their experience on the challenge course. And so we talked about communication was one of the life skills that we saw. Decision-making, teamwork, and then self-efficacy or self-esteem. And so we developed a quasi-experimental pre-post design and started to implement these evaluations. So I want you to take a quick look at a graph for our 2018 demographic split at the Camp Long course in Seattle. So Seattle is one of the widest cities in the country, and 98118 is one of the most diverse zip codes in the United States. And so by placing the course intentionally in the location that it is, we are covering and meeting large populations of underserved populations. And our mission has always been to figure out how to serve kids of color, kids of poverty, and kids of disability. So when we started to look at Camp Long and our sample of 696 participants, how much time do I have? 2? 85% said they enjoyed their experience at Camp Long. And then we started to look at the results from communication, decision-making, self-efficacy, and teamwork. The big piece that we found that were significant changes came in male and female, and the perception that the increased teamwork that they perceived themselves. So the thing that was interesting is that 50% of our participants were female, 50% of our participants were male. 50% of our participants were kids of color, 50% of our participants were white. 50% of our kids came from poverty, and 50% came from means. And that made for a very unique, it wasn't planned, it's just the way it unfolded. And then when the other significant finding was the difference between youth of color and white youth. And that was almost a similar approach in seeing themselves in that teamwork. And we were hypothesizing and trying to figure out why there was this piece. And the way the challenge course is designed and set up is that it's an equal playing field. We create a full value community and that everyone has a say. And so we believe that there's a chance that the disenfranchised populations had never really had that opportunity to be in a team in a leadership role. And so after their experience on the ropes course, they saw that significant change. Our whole mission is working. We have programs in 19 of those 39 counties. The challenge course is just one aspect of it. 4-H is in every county in the state of Washington, and that land grant opportunity with the county-based offices is a way that we can collaborate and bring the research from the university to the people. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, our last speaker before we open up the mic is Faith Lutz. Faith is a professor in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. You can see that she's the immediate past president of the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences, and she's also research faculty in the Washington State Institute for Criminal Justice.
Thank you. It's always wonderful to have an opportunity to speak about criminal justice and criminology, and especially the social sciences. Here's a fun fact for you in terms of Land Grant University. I don't know how many of you know, but there was a decision to be made between Pullman or Walla Walla in terms of placing the university or the Washington State Penitentiary. And we all know how this went, but we could have, flip of a coin, been sitting in Walla Walla in wine country right now. And I would be doing research here in Pullman in a penitentiary. So, oh, come on, tough crowd. Oh, I'm trying to. Thank you, Craig. All right. This is such an exciting event for me because I've been at Washington State University for 24 years, and I love this land grant fierce. What a great opportunity and what a great saying, because in criminal justice and criminology, we've developed research partnerships around the state and around the nation that really do benefit and fit the land grant mission. So I was asked to talk about some of my work, and I will do that, and I will also talk about some of the work of my colleagues that we're doing in criminal justice. So one of the projects I've been working on for the last 2 years is how do we basically serve our criminal justice community, and my expertise is corrections, and how do we basically drive that research in terms of theory and research to policy and practice? How does that translate then into education and back around again to inform policy and practice within the state? One of the ways that we do this, or that I do this, is I've been on site at Airway Heights Correctional Center for 2 years. I have an office in a prison. And basically what I'm studying is work and work programs. How do we move? Washington State has 17,000 incarcerated individuals. 1 in 30 people are under some form of state control in the state of Washington, either through local, county, state, or federal. So the next time you're at a family gathering, look around. One of those folks is probably under some form of state control. We don't, yeah, this is not how you thought you would be thinking about lunch and so forth. But one of the things we don't think about is what are the demands of the criminal justice system and justice-involved individuals in terms of what we do in our state and our commitment to effecting that change. The project I'm currently working on is how do we move incarcerated individuals to work and achieving those safe communities. A statewide evaluation that we conducted showed that working in correctional industries significantly reduced recidivism, increased the likelihood of work, and when they were working, made more money per hour than a matched comparison group. This picture represents that not just technical skills, but also soft skills. How do we educate people, incarcerated and justice-involved individuals, to move forward? Another project that I worked on is considering incarcerated veterans and traumatic brain injury. Our country has been at war for a very long time, and a number of veterans have come to be justice involved, and about 8% of our prison population is made up of veterans. That's a challenging population. One, people who join the military and participate in such an honorable profession don't expect to end up in prison. So there was curiosity by the Department of Corrections. What % of our population are veterans? How do we serve these veterans? And what types of demands or special needs do they have that go through, that they place on an incarcerated setting? And so what we did for the Washington State Department of Corrections was we assessed every incarcerated individual for TBI, and then basically took that information and informed the Department of Corrections on what types of services they were using, how they might be better managed and served within, and then transfer into the community. I've also done work on the reentry housing pilot project. So we often don't think about this, but someone mentioned homelessness earlier today. But a large number of our homeless are formerly incarcerated individuals. We know that approximately 10% of those going into prison systems in the state of Washington are homeless at the time, and about 10% who leave are homeless. And so the Department of Corrections basically wanted to know, and also the Department of Commerce, is can we provide housing to high-risk, high-need incarcerated individuals who would be released into the community? The reentry housing pilot project, basically, we evaluated that program. And what we found that if we do wraparound services, safety plans, that we can reduce recidivism, increase housing, increase work, and reduce recidivism, which means victims in our community. So it's powerful collaboration. Now, you probably didn't think you'd be looking at a marijuana leaf right next to a police officer's insignia there. But I wanted to also talk about some of the phenomenal work being conducted by my colleagues in the department. We do a lot of work with the Administrative Office of the Courts. And one of the things that we're doing in collaboration with the juvenile justice system, the adult system, the courts, and so forth, is that right now Dr. Zach Hamilton has developed the top risk assessment in the country, and it was developed here at Washington State Department of Corrections. It's called the Washington 1 or the Strong R, depending on what state. And so that basically looks at who's at the highest risk to reoffend and how should we target resources to those individuals. We also have a team of faculty, Dr. Storr and Dr. Hemmons, working on a large 3-year grant, $1 million to support a 3-year project looking at the legalization of marijuana in the state of Washington. Now, most of you kind of think about that. It's, it's like woohoo, right? It went from medical to legal. Well, maybe not woohoo, but okay. Some of you, you're all giving me that undergrad when you start talking about things that they don't want to admit to. They just kind of give you that straight face. You all just did that. Okay. Basically, what this project does is study the impact of the legalization of marijuana on the state of Washington. So what does that mean in terms of criminal justice? Courts, law enforcement, courts, corrections, Department of Transportation, right? Transportation fatalities, those kinds of things. Legalization, how does it impact education? Everything. So it's a major project. And then also some leading research by Dr. Macon and Dr. Willits looking at police body-worn cameras. You all see in the news kind of the negative side of that, right? What happens when police use excessive force and that is caught on video? Well, what this project is basically what they do is they go to police agencies and they say, what do you want to know? What do you need to learn from that footage? How can we help you? And what they're doing is they're finding ways to analyze that footage to inform training, professionalism, how to serve the community, all of those types of things. So what I want to know in terms of the land-grant university that I think is really important and how the social sciences serves this mission across the state is that each one of these projects is served and is participated in or engaging graduate students and undergraduate researchers. Then we take that and we bring it right back into the classroom because our students go into the state as victim advocates, as police officers, as court administrators, as correctional officers, engaged in all kinds of professions that worked in terms of community safety, public health, and of course, social justice. And a couple of things, I unfortunately don't have a slide for it, but is we also do directly engage getting our students into the prisons, into the justice system, to do joint projects with incarcerated individuals. We've done that through the Prison Debate Project, and other types of activities that are get them to see how does justice function in our society. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about criminal justice and criminology and the social sciences at a land-grant institution. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to everybody. And reflecting upon Faith's statistic that 1 out of every 30 people are being monitored in some way, I'll point out that there are about 250 people in this room, and I'll let you take it from there. We have a few minutes if anybody would like to spend a little bit of time at the mic speaking about some of their own community engagement. We'd love to hear from you. In particular, if you're county faculty, we'd love to have you come up and chat with us as well. And once again, as always, if you're at the mic, please do state your name and your affiliation and then talk to us.
Thank you so much. I'm Sandy Billings. I'm with Northwest Public Broadcasting here on the Pullman campus. Northwest Public Broadcasting is a community service of the Edward R. Murrow College of Communication here at Washington State University. Through NWPB, WSU reaches a population of more than 3.4 million in almost all of Washington State, mostly rural. We don't have the big population centers of Spokane or the North Sound. And we reach much of north central Idaho as well. We have more radio signals than we do have employees. And I have just a few stories from some people across the state about how, what this service has done for them that I wanted to share with you. Rather than us telling you what we do, let's hear what they say it does. This was written to a classical music host who used to work here back in 2010. I'm a full-time night student at Charter College in Pasco. I'm a computer science major, and by day I work for a plumbing company. I just wanted to say thank you for providing a wonderful, calming, intellectually stimulating soundtrack to my day. Whenever I'm driving the plumbing truck alone during the day, I listen to your show and I find a measure of sanity. I'm the only person in my circle of friends who listens to classical music, and it's sometimes difficult being a black male working in the trades to be that guy, but I love it. Please keep up the good work. In 2015, he checked in with us again, and he said he graduated from Charter College with a degree in computer science, and he left the plumbing truck shortly thereafter and secured a position at a local engineering company doing IT work. And he says he still loves classical music, doesn't get to listen to it nearly as much, but he does listen to NPR every single day. And he says it saves him. What else is there? That's one story. Really quickly, I hope. Another story from a whole different kind of person. This person lives in the Sound area, in the greater Seattle area, and is, well, let me just say her words. I'm passionate about public radio. Seriously. Ask my friends, my husband, my editor, my agent, and each one of them will nod and say, yes, she's a complete freak when it comes to NWPR. Some will even roll their eyes. I have every local NWPR station in my car radio from here to Spokane. I love the information that's available, be it political, national, or just plain interesting. I love the stories about inmates raising endangered frogs for an Oregon university, and how the diamond mines in Canada are cut off from the world several months a year because of an ice bridge to their mine thaws out every summer. I love the alternative views of world events just as much as I love Science Fridays and the song that tells me the state of the stock market. I'm a writer. Fiction, okay, romance novels. I give workshops all over the country. One of the things I'm asked is, where do you get your ideas? I published about 130 books, and I know by now it's probably been another 25 since she wrote this. And she's gonna have 5 more out every year. Yes, ideas are required, and the way I get them is boy meets girl part comes from my heart. But the fun, quirky, interesting bits come from NWPR. I'm not sure it's possible to listen to a human interest story without getting a book idea. These diamond mines that I mentioned before, they're in a book that I had published a couple years ago. I joke that I can't get from my house to Starbucks and back without hearing something on NPR that will eventually appear in a book. She concludes with NWPR is all about ideas. Not everyone's a writer, but everyone has an imagination. NWPR reminds us of how to use it. And that's Susan Mallory, best-selling New York author. I'll leave it with that, and I just wanted to say I'm very, very proud to work for Northwest Public Broadcasting, and I'm so pleased that WSU provides this service so broadly. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Amit Dhingra. I'm in horticulture. I just wanted to share a story with you, an effort that's ongoing within the WSU system, which is both improving the community inside and outside, impacting that. Over 3 years ago, a program was initiated here, which is called the Entrepreneurial Faculty Ambassadors Program. And about 2 years ago, President Schultz actually elevated that program to a presidential level task force. And the whole idea is to create a grassroots level mentality across the entire community, not just faculty, not just focused on faculty, but also include administrators, also include students, undergrads, grad students, postdocs, staff, anyone who's really interested and motivated in making impact, basically. We are an advocacy group who help each other to take our concepts and ideas towards impact, towards implementation even. So we have two subcommittees. One is looking at policy within the university, and two of the members who form this subcommittee are David Mackin and Katrina Mealy. They've actually worked with Brian Kraft, who's also in the Office of Vice President of Research, and they've come up with some suggestions, recommendations to change how our tenure and promotion system works so that we can recognize several of these efforts and reward them, because you in the end get what you reward. We heard that today as well. And this is the need of the hour to a great extent, because as we are evolving in our mission, given the socioeconomic crisis we are in, socio-political divides we are in, we need to be able to show intentional engagement and tangible impact of our efforts. So that's one way to do it. And the second subcommittee is focused on community engagement. And since about a year ago, we've actually partnered with the Palouse Discovery Science Center as well as the Paradise Creek Brewery to hold pub talks. And two of the faculty members, one of them is Reza Safawi, he's in the back, as well as Jake Leachman. They have actually formed this subcommittee to create this engagement with the community to do these pub talks. And if you happen to be in town this evening after the book signing, please go ahead and attend us at the, you might need an adult beverage afterwards. We are all drunk on the land-grant university mission. It's going to be called, we're going to be talking about the language of water. So in these talks, we basically pair an artist with a scientist and try to bring these perspectives together. The attendance at these events have been growing. Besides that, I want to highlight two more stories. One more story. One of the founder members of the entrepreneurial faculty group is Professor Joe Harding. His company, Athira Pharmaceutical Sciences, is a company that's really addressing one of the certain group of people, the aging group of people, looking at neurodegenerative diseases. And how is that important? Of course, it's a spin-off from WSU. They are based in Seattle, but just about last week ago, the NIH Protein Biotech Training Program has a host of graduate students, and I had the privilege to take them to this company in Seattle, and they got some real-world advice as they prepare for the world. And I actually have the privilege of leading this program, this task force, and get to work with a lot of people. It's an ever-increasing program, and if you're interested in participating, please, everybody has your devices. It's efa.wsu.edu. It's a program that's growing. We are basically, as I said, it's a grassroots program, and I think we'll have many more stories of demonstrating how we can make real world impact. Thank you so much.
So we'll do the last two folks over here, and then we'll take a short break.
My name is Dean Lethe. I'm the director of the School of Music. Late this fall, we engaged in a conversation with Academic Outreach and Innovation to see if we could get some of our concerts that happen here on campus live streamed to whomever would like to engage with us. That was a very fruitful partnership. Over this past spring, we coordinated with them to live stream 12 concerts, and it was wonderful. I'll give you a couple of really small stories here. We had a freshman in our tenor bass choir that came to us just for this semester, and he had been a classical singer in India, which is a very different thing than it is here in classical music here in the United States or in Western cultures. And so he didn't quite know exactly how he would take to this particular type of music. Well, I'm happy to say that nearing the end of the semester, he actually was a soloist on one of our pieces. And when I was talking to him about that this is going to be live streamed, he said, "Oh, this is going to be fun." And I said, "What does that mean to you?" "I don't know what that means to me." And he said, "My family will be able to see this in India." And so that was great. So during the concert, the cameras were there, as you can see here, and I was able to interact with Tejas's family and they were able to chat with us while we were online. And the reason I say this is this was a unique engagement, and I'll give you just one more. We have a student that double majors in music, and this past spring, he had an unfortunate tragedy in that he lost his mother. And what had happened was he performed in our spring choral concert, which was mid-April. It was very recent. And right after that, the next day, he left for Europe. And while he was in Europe, he found that his mother had passed away and flew back. The last time that he was able to bring his voice to his mother was when she was watching the live stream of him on stage. These interactions have real results, they have real impact, and in this particular case, all it was a conversation with the School of Music and AOI, and we were able to make it happen. So we have great impact, and two, the resources may be there. That's all.
This will serve briefly as a midpoint for a grant that was received from the National Endowment for the Humanities last year that provided matching funds that were matched by private donors to begin and catalyze a discussion among about 20 individuals here at Washington State and in the public about reimagining what doctoral education in the arts and humanities at a land-grant university would look like. What's distinctive about a PhD from a land-grant university? It brought together not only faculty and administrators, not only in the arts and humanities, but from Extension, from the med school, from the graduate school, but also alumni, and we put a cap on it that they are alumni of our program that lived in towns of 30,000 or less. People or less than 6 current students, including half of whom were students of color. And about halfway through, it was really set up as a discussion grant, sort of like this, but if there's hope for the sort of discussions evolving into action, this week, actually Thursday, we'll be launching in conjunction with the graduate school a publicly engaged fellows program for graduate students in the arts and humanities, doctoral students, that will envision a kind of 2-step process of a series of training seminars that they'll get paid to go to in the fall, introducing them to what it means to be at a land-grant university, what it means to serve our publics, and how they do that. Because I think an under-recognized thing is even the most engagement-oriented students and faculty need to learn skills that most of us weren't taught in our own education, and to do that justly and fairly with communities means being good and learning how to do that before you walk into a community. So that's that fall. And then we'll work with a selected group of students to design work that complements their graduate education. Doesn't ask them to be PhDs in ag when they want to be PhDs in English, but to re-envision what it might mean to pursue literacy, as one student is doing with small rural libraries. And they'll get paid for that. And those students have committed to come back and be mentors for the next year for students, because one of the things we've encountered is that encouraging students to understand this as part of a horizontal community is just as important. And probably the last thing is encouraging to my colleagues who are in arts and humanities or social sciences that one of the most kind of compelling folks that we work with is Mike Gaffney and Lisa Gloss, and folks who, Mike spooked us in the middle of our conversation in December when we had a student who was a native student who said, what I'd really like to do is go back and work with my tribe. And he just kind of raised his hand and says, okay, we can do that right now. Usually you need an ad hoc committee and another 6 months of that sort of work to do that. But I think I'd encourage you that these things are built from conversations, and they're built from asking questions of what we might be able to do, not why haven't we done something like this before. So that starts this week. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you to all of our participants. We'll take a 5-minute break, actually a 6-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 1:50.
which is on doing research that matters, and I will turn it over to Dr. Gwazi.
All right, good afternoon. All right, good. No one, the post-lunch sounds like there's some energy there. We have the most dynamic panel of all. So if we occasionally have to shout into our microphones, that'll be okay. It'll be like the truck driving thing, right? Oh, anyway, all right. So we are going to be following the same pattern of asking the high-level question, which is, what does it mean to be a successful land-grant university? And now we have saved that for doing research that matters. And so like all of the other panels, I'm going to ask each of the panelists, going straight down the row, starting with Celestina, to give us just a brief description of who you are and why you think that you have been invited on this panel, and then we will take it from there.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Celestina Barbosa-Leiker. I'm the Interim Executive Associate Dean and Associate Dean of Research in the College of Nursing on the Spokane campus. And I'm the only one here from the Health Sciences campus, so I think that's why I'm here at this table. To clarify, though, health science research is not done just on the health science campus in Spokane. It's done across all the campuses across the entire state. So I just want to clarify that. It's hard for me to think of any health science research that we're doing that doesn't matter to the people of the state of Washington. We're known for our addictions research and opioids and in cannabis. We have the top sleep researchers in the world on our campus. We are doing research with military, keeping them safe and healthy. We have precision medicine is just at the heart and soul of pharmacy as they're developing new drugs based on people's genetic makeup. We have grants to diversify the nursing workforce across the state of Washington. We collaborate with other colleges, for example, trying to increase nutrients in grain to improve cardiometabolic pathways. I loved hearing all of the discussion in the other panels about education research. We focus heavily on scholarship. For example, interprofessional education that we do across the 3 colleges. I love the focus on the Boyer model. We're trying to embrace that, and how can we include that in tenure and promotion. We're educating the majority of nurses across the state of Washington, and we have research to do that in very innovative ways. So for example, with advanced simulation models. And so I think that what we need to do is a better job at telling this story, because I think everyone in the state of Washington would agree that the research that we're doing matters to every person across the state, but we're just not getting that story out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jill McCluskey. I'm a Regents Professor in the School of Economic Sciences, and I was thinking, why did they choose me? I guess that I have a different perspective, for one thing. I'm a female economist, and there actually aren't that many of us nationwide. I love research. I study many different industries and problems, from having a data sharing agreement with Safeway in food marketing, analyzing the role of reputation in wine and apple markets. I have conducted choice experiments around the world to understand how consumer preferences for new technology. And I also study how work-life policies affect the representation of women in STEM. I'm also engaged with the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine on the Board of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and I'm the past president and a fellow of the Agricultural and Applied Economics Association, so I'm engaged in a number of different research discussions. I have what should we do? One thing that I'd like to talk a little bit about is I think that we need to focus both on basic and applied research. And so why basic research? First of all, I think there's a need for basic research, and it's because basic research often needs to be publicly funded. And funding for basic research from the government has been going down. And it's hard for private industry to fund that because there are risks involved and there's a lag to the return on the investment in basic research. Another problem is sometimes the private industry doesn't have the same incentives that are aligned with the public good. So we need to always have basic research, but then at the same time it's important that we engage with stakeholders with the problems that they face and identify problem-based questions. So we need to have both, and we need to think about, so this would bring the problem of controlling the research agenda, which if we have time, we can get to.
Thank you. Chris?
Okay, thanks, Jill. I'm Chris Keene. I'm Vice President for Research and Professor of Physics. And I'm on the panel because, first of all, I have the privilege in my Vice President role of having a broad overview of WSU research and all the communities that we engage with, including industry, stakeholders, local community, and others. So I'm really privileged to have that role and support the faculty in that role. Also, as Professor of Physics, I'm sort of the nominal physical science and engineering-related, perhaps, person on the panel. I'm a physicist, but I also happen to have an engineering degree too, so I get double count there. And I'm also on an APLU panel on public-focused impact research. You heard Colleen Kerr mention that. I'm a co-chair of a different group, and being an APLU thing, it has a lot of co-chairs, but that makes for a great bunch, so it's a lot of fun. So anyway, I'm here because I have a great perspective on it. The research we do here is just wonderful, and it's so impactful. And just picking up on some of Jill's comments and the question of how we move forward. If you ask a researcher, what do I need to move forward? Of course, the immediate answer is funding, right? And that's a trivial answer. I mean, really, the way to get there is from a public that's engaged and knowledgeable and can advocate for funding. And that's why the whole engagement theme here is so important. I really appreciate the comments that Amit made a few minutes ago about the entrepreneurial faculty ambassadors. That's one thing that we're doing here at WSU to enhance that engagement. And there's a lot of others which we look forward to talking about here. Also sensitive to the comment on bandwidth that Chad Cougar made earlier. Our faculty are very busy, and again, it's a great pleasure to support the faculty. We do understand how busy you are, and I think that this event is great because it does highlight the need to focus on engagement as something we do. It's really important. Lastly, I actually want to echo also what Jill said. It was in my notes on basic versus applied research. It's not so much basic versus applied, but applied research often requires as a fundamental basis to it that must be done. So you often don't get the applied result without the fundamental work behind it. So when we think about the portfolio of research, that it's not necessarily a basic versus applied look. It's sort of more areas of research in which we need to excel along the complete spectrum from fundamental to applied as needed to get the job done, right? I mean, a great example of that that's coming up right now is quantum computing, okay? People want to build computers that'll be billions of times faster than anything we've got using quantum mechanics. Only problem is we actually don't know how these computers work. Minor problem, but we can actually build a computer anyway. So it's really an interesting problem that covers everything from very fundamental research to very applied. So thank you for those comments, and we'll be looking for talking more.
Good afternoon. I'm Guy Palmer. I'm a Regents Professor of Pathology and Infectious Diseases and a member of the National Academy of Medicine. Why I'm on this panel, I was pretty sure it was because they needed a white male, and then Chris showed up, so that went out. So I'm not really sure, but I'm happy to be here and share some thoughts about this key question. And one, I think, just to start is when we talk about research, is to make sure we're not seeing it a narrow lens of, someone in a laboratory. That research involves all of the scholarship. It involves the arts, the humanities, because the problems I think that we need to pay our attention to require those kind of broad societal solutions. So in terms of communicating what we do and focusing our efforts as a land-grant university, I think it's very critical to address what is a broad societal problem, to put it in that context. And I think when we do that, then we're able to bring in all parts of the university, and we're able to look at solutions in a different lens. I think if we otherwise look at things, and to come back to this concept about basic versus applied, it's really a false dichotomy. And when you ask somebody that question, it's really like asking them, do you like applied research or research with no application? Well, that's pretty easy to say, I like the applied research. Versus if we put that in a societal context of a need. So let's just take, for example, something like Alzheimer's disease, which I think across our communities, whether we're talking here in any of where our campuses are located, across the state, across the nation, people would say Alzheimer's disease is a societal problem with complex requirements to improve the situation. So if we then asked individuals, Well, would you favor policy or improved procedures for caregiving or changes in the way we handle it from a economic perspective? Or would you prefer that we do basic research that would actually someday allow us to prevent it or slow it down? I think the answer would be, we want both of those. We want you to address the problem now, and we want you to look into the future to address that. So I think those are really critical issues that we look at. And I think if we put things in a societal context, we get around some of these false dichotomies, global versus local, basic versus applied, and we really begin to address societal concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. And Guy, since you went last, I'm going to ask you to pick up a little bit more on some themes that you've raised here already, and talk a little bit more about, again, the idea of finding the successes that are already there, as well as being critical enough to say what are the next steps that build on that. Talk a little bit more about what's happening, at least in your view, at Washington State University throughout the system in terms of supporting all scholarship. You mentioned the arts and humanities as an example. So rather than tagging that topic onto the end, I thought we should start with that. What's happening that's already going right, and what do we need to build on?
Well, I think a lot of things are going right when you put it in a broad societal context. I think one of the areas we've worked on quite a bit is if we have a technology, and a lot of that we've looked at has been around vaccines, and those can be childhood vaccines. In some cases that we've worked on, they could be livestock vaccines. We want to actually look at, sure, you've got a great vaccine, but will anybody use it? What are the impediments to use of this? What does the consumer actually need for that? And we've really drawn on a great deal of expertise here in the School of Economic Sciences. We've drawn on anthropology to guide us on how those decisions are made. And again, I think that's one of the advantages of looking at what is inherently a complex issue. A vaccine decision is a complex issue. It can be a complex issue from the science point of view. It can be from the opportunity cost that an individual has to do to go get that vaccine. That is, they could be doing something else with their time. There can be decisions about resource allocation. There can be cultural beliefs associated with that. And all of those are required for a vaccine to actually come in and be effective. The technological part, which is the part I've generally put most of my career on, is really exciting and fun, and I understand it pretty well. I really don't understand very well how people make a decision to use a vaccine or not to use a vaccine, or to choose between two. And that has broad applications in our communities here in Pullman, in Vancouver, Spokane, across our nation, and globally.
Great, thanks. Other panelists have thoughts about the broadest viewpoint of scholarship and what's going right here at Washington State, as well as what we need to build on?
Well, I think there's a lot going right here across really a diverse range of disciplines. We heard some about it today. We heard, Todd Butler is from the Institute of the Humanities, which is a brand new thing, which has really been wonderful. We heard about, from the music director, also, of course, some of our scientific and technical progress. Again, I think that's going well, but we do need to consider more how to effectively communicate what we do to the public, get them more engaged and aware of the importance of what they do. I think Guy's work is a great example. At first blush, he does a lot of his work in Africa, and you may say, well, that's Africa. Why is that relevant? Well, in fact, that's where a lot of these microbes that are resistant to antibiotics get their start, and so that is directly relevant to us. So that's just one of many examples where we have to work hard to get the message out and connect what we do to people here in Pullman and elsewhere in the community.
And then building on that in terms of what can be done to take Washington State to the next level?
Within that spirit, I mean, I think more engagement. Certainly, more research. That's the funding, but that comes from the engagement. I think back to what Professor Amit Dhingra said. The entrepreneurial faculty ambassadors is one way to get faculty more engaged. We are looking, as Amit said, for ways to encourage engagement as an explicit factor in promotion and tenure guidelines. As you said in your book, Steve, departmental tenure and promotion guidelines are an issue, right? I mean, there's a sense of, I guess one could say, you called it complacency, one could say tradition, I'm not quite sure how to say it, but we have to sort of look ahead and be more forward-thinking in how we do that. And I think WSU is very open to that discussion.
Yeah, so, I mean, one of those points was what I called the tyranny of the gerontocracy. And another, though, is the tyranny of the departmental structure itself. And so, one of the ways of transcending that is to do more interdisciplinary work that goes beyond a single department.
I think in order to do that, we'd really have to take the way we're doing things traditionally and kind of turn it on its head. We need to be able to train, at least in healthcare, I'm sure this applies to other fields as well. A nurse is not just going to work with a nurse. A physician is not just going to work with a physician. A pharmacist is not going to work just with a pharmacist. Once they're out, once they leave WSU, they're working together, and they often lack those team skills because we're not training them, we're not educating them in that way. In order to do so, they'd have to take the majority of their courses together, or a lot of their courses together. I think also with education, research, and scholarship, I don't think that we currently value it as much as we should. We have a lot of innovative practices that often is not going to count as much as a clinical trial or something like that in the health sciences. It's often going to be seen for just clinical faculty to do. And so I think we need to rethink the importance and the value that we put on that.
Okay, great, thanks.
I think another very important thing for building and increasing our research programs is to continue the emphasis and place even more emphasis on doctoral programs. I feel like so much creativity and enthusiasm and new ideas come from working with PhD students, and it just can leverage the research that you as a faculty member have, but just bring the excitement and make sure that we support them to go out and present their research at conferences, and that they interact with other people, and that makes Washington State University a really exciting place. And that's one reason that I've stayed here all these years, is that I so value our PhD programs.
This is an extension of, I think, several topics that have come up already, Jill, but when I first found out that you were in applied economics, I said, hey, let's jump on that, right? Let's talk a lot about that. And you talked about the two-way engagement that you said was so important in terms of interacting with stakeholders and understanding their problems. And I'm wondering if you might say a little bit more about that in terms of current strengths that we see here at the university.
Yes, so I do some of it myself, and I do some of it with my extension colleagues, and I feel like extension are fantastic partners because they can help, they have even closer relationships with so many different stakeholders around the state and are in conversations every day. And so if I am talking with the state, with the industries themselves, so for example, in agriculture, if I'm talking with apple growers or winemakers, I can understand their problems and it often makes me think of, oh, this is a new interesting research problem that I can address.
Great. Any other thoughts about that before we move on to another topic?
I'm not sure if you want me to talk about, so one example that I brought up before was the example of a big success at Washington State University is the Cosmic Crisp apple that was developed with industry money that came together with also with public money, and it's the best apple that you've ever tasted. So you should taste one before you leave. But
it wasn't in my gift basket, by the way.
So just on, I didn't have anything obviously to do with developing the apple, that Kate Evans did, but we did speak with actual apple growers and talked with them about the commercialization process and thinking about what is the best way to commercialize this apple in terms of, do only Washington growers will be able to grow it, and how can we jointly maximize the returns to the university with funds coming back, but also returns to the apple industry.
And you also mentioned food preservation, right, as another example?
Yeah, okay, so another example is Juming Tang in bioengineering. Biosystems engineering has developed a new type of food processing, food preservation with microwave technology. And so this is just a fantastic on so many levels that it's a technology that it has something that people are used to, microwave, so it's not scary like genetic modification. And it preserves the food in a way. So he started working with, he's worked with many food companies, including Campbell's Soup, and with the way that he's preserving it, you don't have to add as much salt, so it still tastes good, but it's healthier. So it's just this amazing system that he's put together. He's working with the military. Chris, you probably could say even more about it, but it has implications for being able to ship food to rural food deserts that in some places they're losing their grocery stores. So this could help help people there. So you can add to that, Chris.
Yeah, no, I think of it as much better, meals ready to eat, or MREs,
Yeah,
much longer
military.
lasting, much higher quality. So it's the military, it's NASA, it's folks like that, basically. Yeah.
Great. Well, and this brings up the idea about public-private partnerships. And I think that that's a topic that oftentimes does come up, and it sounds like the apples were one example of that. Are there other examples, and/or what might be the next set of steps that have to occur to increase public-private partnerships with regards to this kind of research? That's for anybody.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I'm interested in thinking about it, that there's really this continuum of that from having something that's solely researcher-driven based on maybe your curiosity, and to all the way to consulting, where it's totally that someone is telling you what to do and they are paying you to do a specific task. And we can think about that we mostly don't want to be at either extreme of the continuum. And so it might be federal grants, might be somewhere in sort of the middle, that you're not totally controlling your research agenda. And you might have a public-private partnership where you're partnering with industry. And for example, Amazon recently came to visit, and I was talking with the chief economist for Amazon about how they are having professors work on different projects. And I was thinking, well, that's great, but I'm not sure that we want Amazon, controlling our research agenda. So there are lots of interesting issues that I think need to be thought of, but I think it's a way, if it does fit with a research agenda for the public good, then we can leverage our research dollars if we work with industry.
Yeah, let me just add some other examples of partnerships. So WSU is an NSF I-Corps site, and some of you may know that program. It's a program where we train students and postdocs in how to start a business, practical skills. That's really been very successful. We've had a number of startups come out from folks who've been through I-Corps, and our success rate on SBI, Small Business Innovative Research grants, is really, well, it's gone from essentially we didn't have really very few to now we've gotten quite a few. So that's been nice. And it's been very, very nice to see, again, the support of this all the way from the president through the dean. So that's really been well received. In that vein, perhaps I could just make a general comment about these things are going nationally. As I mentioned earlier, the APLU has that study on public-focused research going, which is, again, all about research with public impact and includes industrial engagement. But there's been a survey that's been put out on that, and it turns out that 85% of faculty are very broadly supportive of this initiative. This is a survey of APLU member universities. It's not published, but 68% of universities polled actually have an initiative in this area. We have a program called Grand Challenges that funded some initiatives with a practical impact. And I'm pleased to say that 70% of these initiatives have a project with a strategic communication plan, so they actually will talk about what they do as opposed to not talking about what they do, which is we do too much of, or don't do enough of, depending how you want to say. Okay.
Great. So part of what I am hearing in many of these comments can perhaps be asked as a question, which is who gets to set the research agenda? And, you know, I remember when I first arrived as a newly minted assistant professor at The Ohio State University back in 1991, and Ohio State was just getting into the really large grant game. I mean, at a much more significant level. And we know that that's a trend that had been occurring since post-World War II, as the feds continued to see land grant and other public universities as part of the R&D strategy for the nation. But I think it really began to pick up in the 80s and 90s. And it really began to change some of the climate in terms of who was setting the research strategy. Up to that point in time, and again, this is lore, I heard about this, but in the 60s and 70s especially, there were a lot of professors who did not want to take federal money because they felt that it was going to taint the way that they could be the kind of unattached scholar that they needed to be. Are we at a point where we need to worry about that? Because sometimes we get certainly some indications that people are worried about that when they look at us, especially at land grants, and I think especially around agriculturally related research. The Atlantic came out with an article, I think about a month and a half ago, about who was setting the research agenda, and clearly that this was a railing against industry setting the agenda. Do we feel that here in Washington State, and if so, how is that dealt with?
That's a good question. One is, if the only one setting the research agenda is the federal government, we're really in serious trouble. Faculty know a lot more than the federal government about how to address societal problems in their broadest context. So, you know, we're always going to be responsive to federal initiatives. Jill is probably better equipped to talk about private industry initiatives than I am. But if we're limited only to a response mode to federal initiatives, we're really not doing our job as a university. Our job as a university is to work together to, again, address these societal problems, the complex societal problems, and then find ways to begin to address them. Now, that obviously, in many cases, that's going to involve federal money, but it needs more than that. You know, the universities have resources. Their best resource is people, and when we can bring people to bear on those problems, we can begin to change that agenda. And that's a critical thing by service, not only through our research, but also by service on national boards, in national academies and state academies, to actually begin to move that research agenda. That's critically important, that we not be passive recipients of ideas from other places, especially Washington, D.C.
Yeah, let me pick up on that question and also the industrial question you raised, Steve. So first of all, on the research agenda, I completely agree, Guy. It is set by the faculty or faculties at WSU and other universities. I mean, you know, the way this works is that sponsors, foundations, VPRs, et cetera, we pick these ideas up fundamentally from the research community. They're the people that are actually moving things forward. Our job is to see them, identify them, fund them, and nurture them, okay? That's true of people in my position. It's true of sponsors. That's generally what it is. So it all goes back to our research college, because that's where the new ideas are coming from. And it's important we keep that chain, you know, operative, right? And things like Guy mentioned, like advisory committees, are critical to getting input from researchers to, you know, priority directions for science. And that I won't go on too long, but Guy knows this, but, you know, this is one of the main functions the National Academy serves. You know, they do decadal studies of how things are going in various fields of science. Those studies are bottoms up, based on research results. They set agendas, which typically many federal agencies just take and run with. That's a very effective process. It works, and so that's good. On the industrial side, let me just say very clearly, the university is committed to faculty freedom of inquiry. There's no question about that. That's what we do, and it goes where it may, right? I think the thing we need to work on is how we roll some of this stuff out, right? There's no reason we need to surprise people with it. There's no reason we need to not talk about it until, you know, whatever. So I think how we communicate it and engage with people on it is the important part. But, you know, we will follow research where it goes.
Thank you. Jill?
I think we need to be deliberate when we think about it, though, when we accept money. So when I was in a PhD program at the Land Grant University of California, Berkeley.
I heard about that, by the way. I was already corrected about my extemporaneous. We have to treat California separately. Let's just say that.
Okay. So my PhD advisor was the dean, and he told me that he made a deal with Novartis where their Department of Plant Pathology had the right of first refusal to what was coming out of the department. And he said, and he pointed this out to me, that he made a better deal than Washington University St. Louis, who was basically getting RFPs from Monsanto, and Monsanto was setting their research agenda at WashU at that time, or he pointed that out to me. So yeah, but they were driven by the money. But it was at a time when budgets were being cut. It was in the 90s, budgets were being cut, and universities can get in this survival mode but I think they need to be deliberate in thinking about the money that they take.
I think one saving grace, just to add on to what everyone else is saying, is that I think our research agenda is set by communities, by the people in our state, especially when we're looking at health research. If it's not a health issue in the community that you're working with, or it's not a clinical priority, you're not going to have that relationship. Your research will never get off the ground. So it has to be impactful. It has to be current. It has to be what patients and the healthcare workers, what they want to see.
Great, thanks. This might be a good time to look to my co-therapists, to Craig and Jean. Do we have comments or questions that are online?
So the conversations online, both on Twitter and the live stream feed, have mirrored a lot of what we've talked about here in terms of basic versus applied. There's a question that's just come up about communities. But a theme, and there's a good question about how can private philanthropy support our research endeavors? What's the best way to train faculty to share their stories? I mean, what comes up for me as a theme here is, how do we tell these stories more effectively? And when we think about Drive to 25 and how the world will be different and better because WSU is successful in its land grant mission, this is going to be a big part of that. How do we tell the stories about how this research is making a difference? So I think that's really, really important. What observations do you have, Craig?
Well, can we give the panelists the opportunity just to
please.
respond to that in general? So again, what are the narratives that are working, and what do we need to do better to get the word out about what's happening at Washington State?
One is stop talking about money. Would help, and start talking about impact of what we do. That has been sometimes we want to announce grants in terms of the amount of money that they bring in instead of how this relates to, again, broad societal problems and how we're addressing them. And that's something we have not done well in communicating. Read the wrong way, it looks like, yeah, there's a grant for $100 million, and if you don't talk about the impact, it looks like, what a waste of taxpayers' money, instead of talking about what you're really addressing with that. So part of it is just fundamental communications that we need to do better.
Great, thanks. Other ideas from the panel?
I think Guy just hit the nail on the head. I'd also say better and more.
Can I just ask a question? I'm curious. How, where does communication happen? Do you have university communication that's literally been tasked with going to the researchers and saying, give us your stories? Is it happening at the department level, the college level? What happens here?
I think at all those places, and I think it probably varies across colleges and departments. I think we're pretty blessed in the College of Nursing. Our communication person was at the newspaper there in Spokane, so we're on the news a lot. We're in the newspaper a lot because of those connections, and I think there's been a lot of training for us now with how to get our stories out. How do we tell them on the news in a soundbite? How do we do that? I think research, we don't have that training. That's not how we're trained, and so it'd be great to have more formalized training and more access to that, because a lot of researchers are pretty nervous to be in front of a camera or to, to have to debate somebody on cannabis or something like that. So, yeah.
Does it vary though? Is for instance, do you think you're really happy in nursing, but maybe there are other departments and colleges?
I've kind of heard across the university that we need additional training. This is a need, that we're not very good with communicating all the great things that we're doing. We want to be better at it.
Okay, because just now looking across the nation in terms of at least the 27 presidents and chancellors that I talked to, and they were fairly uniform in saying their frustration levels were so high in not understanding how to get the word out, and including their feeling like they somehow at times were speaking different languages, that people didn't understand that the latest cure coming out of the medical center, as a for instance, was a direct result of the research that had been done. So that's why I wondered whether or not there also were differences even within the university itself, some who perhaps for whatever reason tend to get their ideas out and get good airplay versus others who may be doing amazing work, but for some reason you don't hear about it.
And it seems like social media changes everything, so it's different now than it was 10 years ago. And it's interesting, I think a lot of people are more entrepreneurial too. So when I started collaborating with a center at University of Delaware, and it seems like they always have something written up by their center, and it goes out on social media. But I see that more and more people are actually putting links to their papers on Twitter. For example, and here's my new with a very short Twitter explanation of what you found. So I think everything's changing, and it will probably be different in the next 5 years than it is now.
So Steve, I don't know, you might have been sitting in some meetings that Phil Weiler and I have been having lately with faculty on communications, but I think sort of a short summary of how to think it when you look across the institution is, like Celestina said, it's done at the college level, the central level, the unit level, all levels. Depending where you are, it's a mix of strategic versus opportunistic, if you will. Strategic being, these are the messages we want to send, let's just send them via whatever stories, versus opportunistic, which is, well, here's a cool thing, like someone wrote a cool paper, let's get it out. There's some mixture there. I think globally we could probably use, Phil, I don't know what you think, but a little bit more strategy, but a little more just effort on this. Right now we just don't have a lot of folks helping, as Celestine was saying, our faculty, write a good story or write something that's the public would find interesting. It's just something we need to spend more effort on.
I think it's critical to also just think, who is your audience? Because there's multiple audiences, and what's the effect you're looking for? What are you trying to accomplish? At the departmental level or a college level, you may want to communicate some graduate students that have given an invited talk and an abstract. Why do you do that? Because it strengthens your sense of mission and purpose and teamwork. That's probably not going to make the New York Times, but it's still a critical communication that has to occur. Then there's a communication that we might want to do within the university, that we make sure that the president and the provost realize this is happening, that they're aware of this. So it's a different audience. And then we've got external audiences. Celestine mentioned, in Spokane, making sure they're seeing what the health sciences campus is doing locally is a critical thing. And then we have national messages. So it really has to be divided and thought through, what are we trying to get across here and to whom? If we can't answer those questions, we might as well just all get our own Twitter feeds and opine a little bit on the Kentucky Derby. So.
Panel, a related issue that has come in, and I'm just paraphrasing from a few comments here. Some faculty, it's not so much the issue of whether they know how to communicate, it's whether they want to communicate, and that there are faculty who are not interested in sharing their information with popular media, on social media, for example. And what do we do about that?
And can I frame that up just by saying, and what does that have to do with being a land-grant university?
Well, I think what we need to do is we probably need to reward it, right? discussed earlier, right? I mean, it's part of changing the criteria by which we evaluate folks as to, this sort of general category of engagement, be it industrial and entrepreneurship or communication or whatever. I think we need to reward that in promotion. It needs to be a factor in P&T more than it is.
And it might not be social media. That might not be the appropriate outlet depending on your research topic. It might be making that drive to the rural area and showing up at a tribal council meeting or being there at a community meeting or writing for a local newspaper, and that should be equally rewarded as as these other ways to communicate your research.
Okay, let's invite some questions from the audience. Comments, I think, over here.
Yeah, hi. I was voluntold to come up here because of a tweet that had something to do with what Craig had just said. My name is Brandon Chapman. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications for the College of Education. We have a lot of really good faculty that just get it, right? They want to communicate with media because they know that ultimately it's not the media that are their audiences. They are potential donors, they are policymakers, and some of the faculty get that, but then some of them maybe not, or as you mentioned, Craig, they don't see that as part of their advancement. Obviously, our VP Keene has also said the same thing. So we need to re-examine some of that. And when I talk to our faculty, it's very loud and clear that this is not going to help me. A peer-reviewed journal article, Tier 1, is going to help me. Mm-hmm. And so I think we need to consider, as a land-grant institution, are we willing to take a step out from what we're used to or what we're comfortable with? Because we can, and I think we need to be able to communicate the outcome of our research to all those people that we serve, or else we're really not a service organization. So not a question, just a comment, an observation.
Well, and I think that you're underscoring the idea of there needs to be some intentionality here, right? And I think that was the word that President Schultz used earlier, and I don't know if it was when he was talking. I'm blurred now in terms of when things have happened over the past few days. But I remember him clearly talking about how he will tweet out certain information about scientific things that are going on at the university because he is reasonably certain that the tweets that he's also putting out about your football coach, which are being read and liked, in the thousands, someone's still going to see what he wrote about the National Academy of Sciences. And he knows this because once in a while someone will say, hey, I didn't know that you had this person doing this research. And so I think that kind of intentionality, and President Schultz can't do that kind of work if he doesn't know what's going on. And so he has to be fed that in an intentional way as well. So.
Okay, question over here. Please tell us who you are.
My name is Carrie Ben Israel. I am from the Department of Access and Opportunity, and I am a retention specialist in the TRIO Student Support Services program. In particular, again, I'm going to go back to this whole idea of public as a pluralistic concept. Stakeholders, I think, is a pluralistic concept. However, I think we look particularly at industry. So the conversation has gone stakeholder equals industry, right? And stakeholders equal faculty. And, well, what do those groups look like? And who's not at the table and who's not getting, so who defines what matters, right, at the end of the day? So we talk about healthcare, for instance. Maternal mortality rates for Black women are through the roof. Mm-hmm. They don't believe us. We're dying. We had a student give birth the other day. She had to have an emergency C-section. I about freaked out because my concern is who's there to speak for her in this situation, right? Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about whether it's humanities and stories being told, whose stories get to the table is really important, right? And we all know that what gets researched and looked at are those who are at the table and have the platform to even get to a PhD program or know what that's about. And so my concern, as particularly, again, as a land grant, who is trying to serve its population. So we might be working with apple growers, but are we working with the migrant workers, right? Are we working with the issues? Are we looking at the holistic of, again, the entities that we're working with and making sure that not necessarily, at least a proportional representation is what I guess I'm pushing for as a land grant fierce institution, right? is that we at least mirror what our communities look like and what we're researching and trying to understand. I get it, we can't do everything, the money doesn't allow for it. I get all that, but we are not equal and equitable in the way in which we hear stories, we tell stories, or we even search them out. So I just implore us as a land-grant institution who I believe can be the best. I came here because I was so attracted to the potential that is here at WSU. I love the basis of the new med school. I think that is innovative and incredible. But I also know that when you go out, a nurse goes out into one of the tribal communities, the answers they get are going to be more authentic if they look like the people, right, absolutely, who are asking those questions. So I tell you, my grandfather, for instance, would have been like, I asked him all the time, he had, diabetes. Papa, are you taking your diabetic medicine? No, I don't believe that, white doctor. I'm not taking the, I'm not taking the medicine. But the doctor comes in, yeah, I'm taking it. You know what I mean? And so that throws studies, that throws all kinds of stuff. So I think, and I honestly don't particularly care for the word diversity. I think normalizing what America looks like is what we're trying to do, right? I'm not diverse, I am who I am. What we're trying to do is normalize what this country is about, particularly this state. So again, I think the charge, if we're truly gonna be land-grant fierce, is that we are proportionally representing the stories that are in this state.
Yes. Thank you so much
last
for
comment
that.
over here, and then we'll do some summarizing. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Amit Dhingra. I'm from horticulture. And I wanted to bring up a vision that was shared by late Donald Stokes. He was the dean at Princeton. And he wrote a book in the 90s about Pasteur's quadrant, which kind of redefines and kind of questions this divide between applied and basic research. And he cites the example of Louis Pasteur as compared to Niels Bohr. One was interested in splitting the atom and not really caring about what happens after that. And Louis Pasteur kind of combined the applied and the basic. And on the other end of the spectrum was Edison, who just wanted to discover things without worrying about how these things work. So I wanted to ask a question, or kind of pose a question to all of us. Do we want to redefine as a land-grant institution and kind of follow that NIH-based model, which is more goal-oriented, as a guy was also talking about, where we kind of start focusing on primarily removing this partition between the two, but focusing more on goal-oriented, which is also aligned with land-grant mission?
Okay. Any other final comments from the panel before we take a break?
I just want to address the last, the comment before. It was so fantastic. It was so wonderful. I'm so glad that you brought that up. I think that, the underlying current of health disparities research, not just focusing on the negative health disparities, but looking at it from a strengths-based from these different communities, making sure that we all represent what the state of Washington looks like, that we can address the needs of all of the residents, those that aren't at the table, those that stories don't get told. I think if we don't do that, then we're at a severe loss, that we wouldn't be able to continue forward as a land-grant university.
And I'll just have one more comment too, that we need to encourage and support diverse students at the undergraduate level, and encourage them to say, I could see you going to grad school, and encourage them and invite them to work with you. And you will be surprised if you have those expectations, that they will meet your expectations and exceed them. And we will have a more diverse class of PhD students, and then a more diverse class of faculty that can then do all sorts of research.
Yeah, thanks, both of you. I want to comment too. And first of all, again, thank you for that comment. It's very profound. I mean, I think it just points out the need, I think, to the way to move forward in this, at least in my mind, is to keep it in mind all the time, being inclusive in everything we do. And it's not a perfect analogy, but this is how you handle things like safety and so on in the laboratory. How do you get people not to do the right thing? And the answer is just constantly remind people that keep this up front in your mind. So in this case, we just need to think about being fully inclusive in everything we do, and just do that all the time.
Well, let's give this panel a great round of applause. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and when we return, President Schultz and Dr. Gavazzi will have a little fireside chat. Thank you. Okay, for our last panel of the day, and most absolutely, certainly not least, Dr. Gavazi and President Schultz are going to have a little fireside conversation. For those of you that saw the State of the University, this is kind of a continuation of that kind of fireside conversation. Give me the opportunity to reflect on what they've heard today and ask some very key questions. Dr. Gavazi?
Thank you. Well, we should start, President Schultz, with what I said to you right before we put our mics on, which is you're a really lucky individual. And the fact that you've packed this place, the fact that people hung out with us all day, and not just here, but also on your other campuses, the fact that we are now trending on Twitter, at least in the state of Washington.
Yeah.
That's a high level of commitment to this process. And I think that you probably knew that or you wouldn't have taken the job here, but this still has to be impressive even knowing that, right?
Yeah, it's a little close maybe. No, I think it's amazing to me how many people were interested in coming out today, and it's awesome as well. You can tell the quality of conversations and things because you all wouldn't still all be sitting here if you weren't intrigued and it wasn't important and it wasn't the type of thing to do that. So to me, I don't know many other public universities we'd have 500 people involved in all these locations after graduation when people could be off doing all kinds of other things here all day, engaging in conversations about our future. So we are very fortunate, and I think it says a lot about our future because it's not what the president says, it's not what the provost says, it is you all working together with us on how we map out what we need to be doing, and that part's really exciting.
If you don't mind, I want to do a little bit of a recap, and then maybe we can talk about what we do next with all of this. We started the day with our teaching panel, and it was, I think, a very lively discussion that went in so many different directions, all of which really could be summed, at least in some ways, in terms of talking about what engaged teaching looks like. We never actually, I don't think we never used that term during that panel, but yet that's what we're really, I think, talking about here. What are you think the strengths that you, at the president's level, what are you seeing that Washington State is poised to do next in terms of engaged teaching?
Well, I think we're having a lot of dialogue on campus, just generally about our future, and I think that then goes back to teaching, research, and service. I think that those conversations then start going back to reward systems, because at the end of the day, people are curious and say, I don't think there's probably anybody in the room that would say we shouldn't be really good in teaching. But if you then say, okay, that's great, it's wonderful as a president, as a provost, as leaders to say that, how is the way you do evaluation, promotion, pass out pay increases, those kind of things, does that actually follow that? Or is it simply rhetoric with no real action behind it? So to me, I think there may be a good agreement around the importance of teaching. It's how can we start aligning our reward systems to recognize excellence in the classroom, excellence in engaging with our students. And I think, to me, teaching, though, is not just the 50 minutes 3 times a week, people are in the classroom. To our faculty out there, I always felt, I enjoyed my class time. I got good evaluations. I felt engaged with the students. But I think my best time was the out-of-class time when people come by your office hours and they're like, hey, I don't know what the hell you were talking about in there today. I need some help. And you get a chance to sit down and guess what? As that part of that conversation, you get to know where they're from, what they're interested in doing, to me. So I think teaching, and I believe you all as our faculty do a great job of this, is it's in and out of the classroom. And sometimes we don't acknowledge that out of the classroom work, which can be more time consuming than class prep and delivery of content. And so one of the advantages we have at WSU small community. A lot of people live reasonably close to campus compared to UW or some of the schools that are in a big metropolitan area where faculty can live a long, long ways away, and some do, but that's okay. But largely, people are here. So I remember talking to somebody that was at a large metro university outside of our state, and they said, oh, well, we don't do much in the evenings because everybody goes home and they're not going to turn around and fight traffic for 2 hours to come back. Our faculty will be at events in the evening with students to be there to support them in that. So when we talk about teaching, to me, it's the content that the students need, but it's also that all that out of classroom time, engagement on social media, answering questions, things like that. And you all know this that follow me. Every now and then we'll have a student goes, oh, I'm really struggling. I don't know about where to get help for this. And it's not, I'm not talking about mental health, but I'm talking about, hey, I've got a financial aid issue, or I got this or that, or this sidewalk's slippery. It's amazing how we use that then to communicate out to a broader audience. And guess what? Sometimes people, some of the folks in the room here go, I can help with that, have the student come by and see me. So that is what I think we have to do, is utilize the fact we're in a small college community where you're pretty much all in, and how do we continue to make sure we engage with our students in that particular way. The other thing is, how do you recognize excellence in teaching, and how do we make sure, we were talking about this in a little bit of a group over here, is how do we make sure that some of the faculty that we saw up here talking about research that are our best, some of our best scholars at the university, how do we make sure they're engaging with our freshman and sophomore students in a meaningful way? And I think that's also an important thing, because people come to research universities and they want to sometimes see these folks. They want to see textbook authors. They want to see people doing this really groundbreaking work. And guess what? You bring that groundbreaking work into the classroom, what a dynamic environment that is, because all of a sudden you're talking about solving something in the future. And I think no matter what discipline you're in, that is an exciting part of engaging with students.
One of the themes that jumped out at me in this area was this idea of rekindling the passion for teaching. I heard that over and over again. And at the same time, we also heard the theme that there needs to be some agreement that needs to be reached on what excellence in teaching looks like, which I see as two sides of the same coin. That idea of being committed or recommitted to teaching, and then saying, well, what does excellent teaching look like? It seems like there's a lot of hunger for that here. And I would add that there also was a reminder, not just with teaching, but the question I think that brought up, and it remains open-ended, is that the same across your whole system?
No, it's not going to be the same across the whole system, and I don't mean this in a negative way. I think one of the things we have to do is celebrate a bit that each of our campus locations can be a bit different, and they can emphasize things a bit differently. What some of our colleagues here are able to do in the Tri-Cities with smaller class sizes and more intimate classroom settings and smaller numbers of students is going to be different, or maybe different, than what we do in Pullman, where Greg's trying to teach several hundred students in a chemistry class. So I think it's okay, and we should celebrate the fact that things can be different at some of these other locations, and that size can be a huge advantage in certain places, and instead of shying away from that. So we're all crimson, but I think it's okay to be different shades of crimson, and we want to utilize that unique distinctiveness. So one of the things I think, and I've told many people in the room, they've heard this before, when I first arrived at WSU, I felt that the other campus locations were feeders into Pullman. And it turns out, after just a few months and about one visit to each place, you find out students are going to Vancouver because they want a Vancouver experience. They go to Tri-Cities because they want an experience on that particular campus with that particular style. It's not, I didn't get into Pullman, and so this is where I'm going to go. It's a much different thing. So we're a little bit unique. We're different than some other systems that way, where there's a flagship and people, if they can't get into the flagship, are stuck at these other campus locations that sometimes they then find are actually better suited for them than being at the other place. Here, we've got people that go there because they want to be there, they want a great experience there, and that's, I think, a unique opportunity for us.
So one of the other unique opportunities, and in some ways making a transition from the focus on teaching to what we did next in terms of the focus on engaging the community. Another distinct advantage is that you have a highly motivated community. And one of the things that I was really struck with and that I blogged about last night was your community members saying, we want to know, what does it mean to be a land grant? And what does it then mean to be a community that is hosting a land grant university? I think that's really unique.
Yeah, you talked a little bit about this earlier today, and those of us who've been around land grants for a while, you go through these kind of cycles at times. And I remember when I was at Mississippi State and I was at some event, and it was right before I was leaving to go to Kansas State. We had a provost there, and he stood up in front of a whole group of donors and talked about we should just disband the College of Ag. It wasn't doing anything that exciting. Biotech was where everything was going to be, and that, you know, if we stopped talking about kind of the land grant style of things, that would help us be seen as a more modern research university. You know, everybody in the room cringed. I was sitting next to the VP for Ag there, but it wasn't. But that at that time, and you mentioned this earlier, that wasn't that necessarily unusual that people wanted to kind of hide the land grant because we were silo tech. You know, it's where all of us wore coveralls, and you know, we couldn't get into school anywhere else, and it was that kind of a mantra that was out there. And to me, what's happened, and we talked about this in my office a little bit yesterday, I think places now, including us, are starting to say what makes us distinctive, what makes us different. I'm not interested in being UW light. I want us to distinctly map our own pathway for WSU and what's important for us, and not trailing after somebody else because we want to, you know, be just like somebody else out there. I think we should be uniquely and distinctly different that fits what's important to us. So that to me is, I think, something I've sort of watched evolve and change over time. So that means you went for some period of time without talking about what it means to be a land grant, why it's important, why we're uniquely different. And so now people are interested. Why are you uniquely different?
Right.
And what is it that is going to be a little different flavor to what WSU does that other places don't do? And so I think it is, I'm glad that we're re-engaging a little bit in the land grant conversation.
And again, fortunate that you have community leaders who are saying that they want to be at that table and they want to discuss that with you, right?
Yep. And I think the other important thing, and you've done all kinds of research on this, but and we've got a bunch of our community leaders out there. I think if when I had come in as president and our senior leadership team as a whole had said, let's go to the community and tell them what they have to do, right?
That would go over well.
We're just going to show up and say, okay, this is what the university is going to do. We're not going to worry about you as a community. I think you start off on that kind of a foot. I think you can have a relationship. It just may not be a good one. So I think it's also key, and we talked a little bit about this, is that we're a large employer. We have a massive payroll. We got students. You can say, well, Pullman wouldn't be here if it wasn't for WSU. That's all true, but you don't need to sort of go out there, puff out our chest, and remind everybody of that. Mm-hmm. Let's go sit down and do things in a mutual way. And if our small business owners in town feel that they have a connection to the university, that we want to see them be as successful as we are, I think it just puts you in a different spot conversationally. And I'm really proud of our community owners being willing to come and engage with us. And some of the early conversations were not always the happiest, but it was important that we got through that to understand maybe some of the mistakes or missed ways we handled things in the past. You just say, hey, let's not do them again.
Right. Yep. And so when we bounce then from the local level, your host community, to looking at the statewide level, clearly, and again, one of the 2 times I got spontaneous applause was mentioning the role of extension. The other was I hate U.S. News and World Report, right?
Yeah.
So extension looms very large here in a very positive way. And yet there was a lot of recognition of the need to focus on what is extension going to have to look like in the 21st century. And so there's a real strong awareness of that.
Yeah, I think I was talking to Mike in the back when he came in. We have some opportunities there, and the question is, how do we engage in dialogue about what the future of extension needs to look like that isn't sort of seen as an attack on what our extension professionals are already doing now and doing a great job at? Mm-hmm. To me, it's how can we grow? How can we? I mentioned to you yesterday that one of the things I'd like to see us continue to do out in extension is I'd like our extension centers to be seen in the counties and the communities as the place to go for anything. It doesn't matter. It's not just particular things. It's not just 4-H and leadership or help with ag or the different things Extension does out there. But if somebody needs help in community planning, they need to learn how to write grants so that they can go and do some stuff with their downtown. If they say, hey, we want some help with economic development, we got somebody who wants to locate here, but we're not sure what expertise is out there and available. Lots of those kind of questions that we're sort of seeing, that's the portal you go to. We become sort of Google, if you will. That Washington State brings the power of our 4 R&E centers, 6 campuses, and other locations to solve pressing problems. I think WSU should be at the forefront of helping us figure out policy issues around homelessness in Seattle. I mean, that is a pressing issue for our state. It's tough. It's not easy. But those are the types of things I think an engaged land-grant university, wonderful extension, we're sort of seeing as that's the place you go to get solutions to really tough problems for our area. And I want to do that in addition to some of the other things doing, which means resources, new people and new personnel, using technology effectively. And I want to engage in what will be a difficult conversation because it's always hard if somebody says you got to do something a little different or let's think broader. But I think the fact that people are here today says they're ready to sit down and let's talk about what that could look like.
You brought up technology, so let's, if you don't mind, spend a few moments talking about that because after every panel, I had people coming up to me and they were saying, but what about digital? How is that going to help us transform? And so you have a global campus. You're clearly invested in moving in that direction. How does that affect, you think? I mean, I know that one of the obvious answers is that what happens when you start to think about things more broadly through digital and other technology, that you expand your borders, right? You're no longer just dealing with state, right? You really have the whole world to consider, which is why I'm assuming it's WSU global, right? So, but how does that play back into the land grant mentality that we're talking about?
Yeah, so when I talk with a VP or dean or anybody about communications internally, and this is relevant, I think, there was a time when communications were a memo, right? Somebody wrote a memo, it's distributed to faculty, people got a paper memo. That was how maybe you did it, and then you gave speeches and things like that. Today, we've added social media in all these different venues, letters, emails, still written, paper documents, and so forth. And typically, I'll say you can't choose if you're going to communicate broadly one or the other. You got to do them all. And so to me, it's the same with universities. We can't choose, are we not going to be in that digital space? Are we not going to utilize that? But there's a couple things we have to keep in mind. And I'm proud of our faculty here, many who have added on distance types of degree programs in the humanities and music education and maybe things outside of business or engineering that you might think are particularly suited. And our students are having great experiences, but one, the quality of the experience has to be paramount, right? It can't be seen if I got something through the global campus that's kind of a light experience and it's not nearly as rigorous as if I'd been there on campus. It'll be different, but it doesn't have to be seen as something that's lighter. And I've been really proud. I think our degrees, no matter how people get them or what campus location or that, are seen as a uniform quality, and that's really important. And to me, I'm okay with the fact that if I look out 6 months, look out a year, look out 2 years, and you say, well, Kirk, where are you going to be digitally in 2 years? I think it's fuzzy and hazy. And we've got to be okay with not knowing exactly what things are going to look like in a couple years. And I don't want us to be I don't want us to be at the bleeding edge. I want us to be at the leading edge, though, because we can't afford to spend $5 million on something that doesn't work. We don't have those financial resources. But I think we always want to be asking ourselves, what can we do differently? So if I look to the future, I think education is still very much, and I've talked about this before, a personal experience. I mean, I needed a faculty member to kick me in the ass a couple times, so you're not working hard enough. Where's that homework? You're spending too much time on this. And that couldn't have been done very well through email. I mean, somebody had to look me in the eye and say, this is, I know you're better than this, so time to get your act together and let's move on. I still think those kind of human interactions are an important part of education. If all we did at colleges was content delivery, we can do it cheaper, we can do it with technology really, really well, effectively, but I think it's not the same as education. So what I see is that students are going to be able to pick and choose a variety of formats that they're going to learn. And there'll be some large component, I still feel, that will be personal interaction with faculty that's part of the campus community. But I think we're going to see more and more students go, well, I can't get up well for 8 o'clock, or I don't want to take an 8 o'clock class, or I got to work in the afternoon and I can't take a class at 3 o'clock. Guess what? It's offered on this format. I can take it after 5 when I get off from work. When we were in school, you were just tough. You know, you got to figure out a way to do it. I think that provides more flexibility to our students moving into the future. When I was at the Global Campus Celebration Friday night, probably 20 different students that were up there. I don't know, the average age was probably 40. To a person, they had families. I'll just put it this way, life got in the way. And they said to a person, without the digital type of experience, I could not have completed a college degree. I wouldn't have the career path I'm on. There was no other option when to do that. And when we have somebody from Ecuador there, we have a student from Georgia. These are all people that, for some of them, the first time in the state of Washington for their families was to come to graduation. That, I think, is what, that to me, that's the ultimate land grant, is we're serving people where they need to be served. And for those students, their community is that digital community that is not just Pullman or one of our things. It's, they want to be Cougs. And here's the interesting thing. At the end of each of their comments, those of you who go to graduation, you know, I try and get everybody to say, go Cougs, lots of times, be very festive. All those digital students at the end of their thing said, go Cougs at the end. Not because I said to, I didn't have a chance to do that. It's because they felt a part of something bigger, even though they weren't physically on one of our campuses.
By extension, pun intended, how does technology affect how we engage with the community, again, as a land grant?
Well, sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not, right? Think of the number of times when, it hasn't happened very often, but just in my leadership career, I've had times I've had to tell people, get your hands away from the keyboard and walk down the hall. And so I think sometimes we the world's opened up to us, right? Because we can email anybody or get on social media and connect with people. Sometimes I think we've allowed technology to get in the way of developing relationships and actually getting to know people and sitting down, seeing body language, understanding what they're saying. So I think it opens up a world, but just think, and this is when we deal with corporate partnerships, people go, Kirk, I have no idea who to talk to at this massive billion-dollar-a-year complex if I want to know some questions. And we tend to be in the university, we're like, oh, this is really easy. You go here, here, or here. So to me, sometimes too, we forget that we're large and complex, and that technology means that sometimes people can get very easily lost. And so at a lot of places where they're going to is much more call this person, reach out to a single individual that can have some personal contact, and they connect you up with what's out there. So I think technology can help. I think, but at the same time, I believe in a small community, relationships matters. And me walking into one of our businesses, them seeing I'm shopping there, us talking about how things are going, much different type of experience than us emailing back and forth about whether or not we can come to some meeting. So I think it helps, but I think it helps for routine stuff, but I don't think it replaces personal interactions.
And that gets to one of the other themes that a lot of the panelists talked about, which was the development of meaningful partnerships, right? To making sure that they were really reciprocal. And that gets us in some ways to at least the last of the three panels and talking now about engaged research. We spent quite a bit of time knocking down some of the false dichotomies between basic and applied research, spent some time talking about other kinds of things that I think were very important to setting the research agenda. and who gets to set that. What do you look out and see in terms of the definition of being a successful land-grant university when it comes to the research programs here at Washington State?
You know, so it's interesting. I remember having a conversation with an elected official one time that talked about that we should direct some of the $360 million in research we did to a particular thing. And I had to step back and say, we don't get a $360 million a year budget that we then push out and tell people, here's what you do. So I'm probably a little bit of a contrarian here. I think our faculty should pursue research and scholarship that they're passionate about and they're most interested in, and that they can get support for. So there are some people that are really, really good at blue sky, long-term, 30-year-out research, and man, we need them in this country to be doing stuff that's way out there that I don't even think about or have that capacity. But we also have some faculty that do great work that's much more applied in nature. And I think this is one of the things where sometimes in higher ed, we applaud the blue sky work. Somebody doing something that's almost immediately marketable or usable isn't seen as doing the same relevancy of work. And so to me, I think every faculty member that does scholarship has got to do things that fit their style, their personality, and their interests. So I'm okay with people being independent contractors, and if you can get somebody to support it, man, go do it. But I think if we try and fit everybody into the blue sky category, or we take some of the people that are really good at this long-term research and say, well, you got to do stuff that's immediately applicable, I think we take out some of the flexibility that's inherent in public higher ed. Mm-hmm. Now, your comments earlier today, though, about elected officials, I find it's interesting. When I've talked to Washington elected officials about the Drive to 25, I was amazed at how many wanted us to be nationally relevant. Now, they didn't come back and say, Kirk, you need to do this work. They wanted to make sure that they had another, 2 state universities that they were very proud of. Mm-hmm. So I see a balance out there, and I think we have to celebrate people who are really good in both and not hold up one over the other. And I think that's a challenge in academics,
yeah.
Right? For tenure promotion, what's your H factor? We talk about those kind of things as a single measure, and we need people that are doing great stuff in that area. But you may have somebody down the hall that's working with a local business and making a huge positive difference. They're doing funded work. They're not going to publish that in Nature or Science. We also have to be able to recognize that that's a relevant part of what we do as a land-grant university and celebrate that as well.
So I'm going to read you one of the quotes that I wrote down along these same lines. The individual said, "Stop talking about dollar amounts and start talking about impact." What do you think about that?
I'm a numbers guy, so it's really hard for me to not talk about numbers. But, I think I agree that we don't do enough talking about the impact of the work that our faculty, staff, and students do. And I think that's important. I think in figuring out the right ways to communicate to a lay audience what our faculty are doing is also really, really challenging. And this is not just in science. I mean, those of you doing creative, cutting-edge work in the humanities, it's the same thing. Sometimes you describe what you do, and it's like, well, a bunch of other people who work in this area certainly appreciate that, but how can I move that forward? So I think we have to talk about the impact of that. But here's the other thing. If you said, Kirk, what is the major impact that your work that you did that was funded by the NSF, I would actually say the major impact is the students that came out of my program and watching what they're doing now. I've got one who's, vice president for research for a metals company, and you go and you look at that. Probably the actual work that we did was good. It was published, but it's probably the training of the students. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes we talk about impact. We want to talk about the scientific impact of a particular project. I think we don't talk enough about we're training students to be creative thinkers, to go out there and tackle really tough, complex problems. And to me, that's what you learn in graduate school is there's a ill-defined thing. You put together a plan of attack on whatever it is. You go and execute that. You discover something that nobody else knows about. You communicate that. That to me is an extremely valuable educational tool set that I think is also a strong impact of research that we don't talk about enough.
I agree. And it gets back to also the teaching component, right? Because that's a part of teaching as well. But you said you were a numbers guy, and I think this might be a good time to make a transition then to talk about Drive to 25, because that has something to do with numbers. And I know that part of what I had been hearing through some of the buildup to our symposium was people's concern about, well, does Drive to 25 really reflect the land grant mission? And, I took a really hard look at that, as you know, and I spent some time talking with your staff about it. I mean, I was convinced that you seemed to be in a very directionally correct area, but yet I'm curious about the anxiety that's out there in terms of, does this really fit? And I wonder if you've come to understand any of that in terms of where people's anxieties or concerns might be with regards to Drive to 25 and fitting with a land grant mission.
Yeah, so I can talk about this for a long time, and I won't bore all of you in here, but a couple things. I think whenever you come as a senior leader to a new place, people are going to want to sort of get to know you, and I think there's a certain percentage that when a new leader comes in and you talk about, hey, this is something I think we do, that are right on board immediately. There's going to be another percentage that is just going to be, whatever, I'm going to do my thing. I don't really care who the president, provost, and deans are. I'm just, me. Then there's this large group in the middle that I think is going to say, is it sustainable? Is this, is he or she here for 3 or 4 years to, jump to the next job? Is this something that looks good on a resume? Is there any financial resources that are going to be put behind this? Or is this, come and ask the faculty to do yet another 10% more extra work to make it happen? That kind of a thing. So I think it's very natural that faculty, staff, and students are skeptical, and should be, about new sort of things. So I've been amazed in a positive way how often the Drive to 25 is talked about by our faculty, staff, and students. Considering we've only really been talking about it for a couple years, that's pretty amazing how often I hear people say, this is going to be important if we're going to do Drive to 25 and all that. Now, because people talk about it, I make no false assumptions that means everybody is an ultimate believer that this is the right thing to do. But at the end of the day, I feel a large, complex university system has got to have some penultimate goals and things that we shoot for. And I believe, and people can argue with this, that if it's a relevant goal, you got to be able to measure it in some form or fashion. So I think that this is an awesome place. We have incredible faculty, staff, and students. We've got talented individuals who want to make this place better and have better student experiences and do cutting-edge work and all those things. So when I got here and there was, well, we want to kind of be an AAU-like institution and those kind of things, I felt, how do you actually measure that success? It's like I want to be an Augusta Country Club and I hope to get there someday. Well, you could do all kinds of wonderful stuff and never get the invitation. And the AAU is like that. So to me, let's pick some things that are relevant to us and decide, let's measure those on a regular basis. Let's not set ourselves in stone that everything we do must be around these, but let's make sure that we've got something that we're looking at on a regular basis with some reasonable consensus, as much as you can ever get, that we've picked things that are at least important to our community. So you put all that there, you're never going to get universal agreement. We could have had 50 metrics, and everybody goes, well, my metric's on there, and then you say, well, Kirk, you got 50 things, or pick your favorite number. That's too many. How are you actually going to focus around anything? I've had several people from the outside say, if you got any more than 2 or 3 things, you're not really focused. So being somewhere around 10 or 11 is critical. And then the other part that I think is important, and you mentioned this, U.S. News and World Report is not one of our 11 metrics.
Right.
I felt they needed to be things that we can actually measure and that have some control over, or at least we think we have some control over. And I still believe universities can define their success themselves, using some nationally relevant things that other higher ed uses, but some things that we're going to say this is really important to us, and that can be part of it as well. And I think we've tried to get that balance, that mixture out. But if I didn't hear skepticism or questioning or desire to have more conversations around it, apathy is far, far worse than people questioning. If everybody just goes, well, whatever, we'll just wait till he leaves and then there'll be something new. I think if that's the case, then you can't move anywhere. So I welcome the conversation and the dialogue and those types of things, because I think it's healthy for us as a university system, not to argue in a way that is detrimental, but to argue in a way to get us to a better place. I'm all for it. And I think it's stimulated some dialogue. And there's some people who go, well, hell's going to freeze over before you're ever going to reach it. There's some people who's like, well, if you're really focused, we maybe could get there. And, everything in between, that's okay. I'm all right with that. I think what's going to happen is 4 or 5 years down the road, we see this progress and people look, man, I'm honest, Kirk, I never thought we'd get there, but it's amazing now as we align budget, planning, aspirations, our core DNA as a land-grant institution, and get those all lined up, man, you could see a lot happen. So I'm bullish on it, but I also would be shocked if people aren't wondering, hey, are we going to get there? Is it really what we want to be doing? Is it the right thing to do? That's good dialogue and discussion to have.
I know that a transition that we're going to make in the not too distant future, as I look over at Craig and Jean, is going to be to talk a little bit about how this all fits with strategic planning. But this was supposed to be a fireside chat, and so I'm wondering if you have a question or two for me that you'd like me to address.
Where's the fire? Anyway, yeah, fireside chat with no fireplace. So I've followed you on social media for quite a while, and I know you've been out at a lot of other land-grant universities. All of us like to claim we're unique and different and we've got different things. And I would actually generally argue probably every place is a little bit different, which is good.
Oh, for sure.
So you've spent a day and a half with us. Let me put you on the spot. What types of things are you going to walk away with? You go back to Ohio State and say, hey, these were some pretty cool things about Washington State University. What are you walking away in terms of impressions?
Well, let me start that by doing a comparison and contrast to my home institution, right? And so, oftentimes Ohio State likes to talk about the distinct advantage that they have because they're in an urban environment. The distinct disadvantage is we don't know who our immediate community is. And that's something that I'm walking away with, having a great appreciation for how you do know who your host community is, you know who your leaders are, and they know that you really matter. So I think that that's one thing that I'm walking away with, which is the classic college town that you're in and the particular constellation of leaders that you have is a real net positive. Now, it's more difficult for you to do some of the things that you just talked about, like how do we get out and deal with homelessness in Seattle, because you're going to have to travel there, and you're going to have to make a much more intentional set of efforts happen as a result of that. And so that's the trade-off, right? But that's the first thing that I would say, that's very impressive. The second thing is that, there is a continuum of not only recognizing that you're a land grant, but embracing it, right? So those are probably two somewhat orthogonal but related factors. I don't know if I told you this story. If I did, the audience hasn't heard this one because I didn't put it in the book. When I was doing the interviews with the different land grant presidents and chancellors, I had one of the presidents say to me, this is going to be a very short conversation. And I said, I'm really sorry. And I had worked with the chiefs of staff to make sure that there was a 15-minute block. I promised not to go over it. And I said this out loud to the president. And the president said, oh, no, that's not the problem. I have a whole hour. So I said, I don't understand. Why is this going to be a short conversation? Well, we don't consider ourselves a land grant. And I'm looking, because I had multiple screens up, and I had their website up, and it said, unnamed state land grant institution. I said, oh. And I didn't say that out loud. I just simply said, so what do you consider yourself? And without a pause, this individual said, we're a research university. And because it was a research project, I did not say, but you can be both, right? I mean, it was,
Yeah.
but what that told me was that there are universities, land-grant universities, that not only do not embrace it, they don't even say it, right? So here, and that's what was, I think, as impressive to you as it was to me. I mean, honestly, I thought if 50 people showed up, we'd be great, not 500, right? And so the fact that there is both the recognition of your land-grantness and it's embraced so fiercely is really, really impressive. The other thing that I'll say about that is, and that's why I split those between saying it and doing it, is that there are a lot of people, I think, especially lately, and if you look, and I do this every day, so I do in the Twitter feed, I put a search and I say land grant. And of course, Land Grant Brewing Company comes up first because they're doing so much advertisement around it. So, you know, and they're in Columbus, Ohio. We had our book launch there. If you have a chance, buy it, drink it, good beer, right? I told Tom Handy about that yesterday, right? Like maybe he should be looking at that. But when you look at many universities that are saying that, it's a very hollow thing. Right? I think that more people are saying it than ever before, at least since I've been tracking it over the last 5 years. More people are saying it, but I still get the sense that a lot of people they're like testing the waters, like, we're going to start saying this, but we're not really sure exactly what that means yet. And so I'm walking away with the impression that y'all know what it means, and you're embracing it. I think that that's pretty powerful, really.
I'm impressed you can use the word y'all from being from Ohio, so you know, that is, whew, you know, got a little connection going up here. So I think the other thing is, if you were me, and in my role, what types of advice are you going to leave? You know, saying, Kirk, here's some things I think you need to be thinking about the next 6 to 8 months.
Well, the easy part is do more of the same, because I think that that's a lot. You seem like you've figured out the right amount of work that you're doing in each of the critical areas. And I honestly, I mean, even though I was a dean and director for 7 years, I know I haven't done the kind of stuff that you've had to do. You know, just as a really brief, for instance, my goals and aspirations from a development perspective would make you laugh because you probably collect that in your sleep, right? So I know the pressures that are much different, but I think the job descriptions were similar enough that I watch what you're doing. I watch the fact that you're on social media, that you have these really purposeful connections at a number of different levels. I think those are all the things that I would be saying that you should be doing the same. I don't know enough about what you do on a daily basis to give you any advice. However, I would say that one of the more powerful things that was ever said to me was the quote that I said in my speech yesterday when I talked to the audience at the WSU Welcome Center. And I talked about this one quote from one of the university presidents that I had interviewed for a previous project, in which they said, you know, Steve, I work about 110, 115 hours on average a week. And he said, but if I gave one more hour to anything, it would be to the community relationships that I was building. And so I think that would be my advice to you, would be when push came to shove and you had 1 extra hour, if you were, not that you have any openings, but you know, if you were looking to put that emphasis somewhere, it would be back into the community, because as this president and other presidents have said this to me, it pays enormous dividends over time.
My challenge is, which of the 5 communities do you spend that extra hour in? So, but no.
Yeah, that's an extra one. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, do you all want to?
So Craig and I have been monitoring Twitter and comments all day, and I like all of the observations you've made. I think for us, you know, one of the things that we've identified is that WSU is a land grant, but, you know, paying attention to that, telling our story, getting those stories out, whether it's about the work that's done in service. I thought the conversations at lunch and all those examples of how it's not just in research, but it's in community, and all those things are really important. Telling the story is really important. The Drive to 25 is an opportunity to tell those stories. I think that's really important. And so I think that there's an opportunity there. You know, one thing, Stephen, that you mentioned in your book that we didn't get a chance to talk about much today is the role of leadership. So, you know, clearly, Kirk is a leader. There are many leaders in this room and online in many ways. So I know you talked a little bit about servant leadership, but I would ask a question to you. What should leaders be thinking and doing and saying to help this land-grant mission a bit?
So I get asked that question a lot because there are people who study leadership. And so I'm a dilettante in terms of this. And yet, it was clear to me, and there are a number of books out there on leadership, textbooks actually, and is it Northouse who's written one of the texts that I think a lot of the business, did I get that right for anyone who studies this? Is it Northouse who has a text? And you know, there's probably 15 different leadership models that are out there. And as I went through in terms of the criteria I had in my own head about managing land-grant universities, especially the tripartite mission, it seemed to me like the servant leadership model was really the one to adopt. It was really the one to push forward, and not to say that other leadership models don't work, but this idea of having something greater than yourself that you were putting your heart and soul into, to me was the embodiment of that original land-grant mission. And I see a lot of that happening when you listen to people who are talking about the involvement at the level at which they are, wherever they are, as you pointed out, Gene. There's a lot of leaders here at a lot of different levels. But those people who are at the beginning and end of the day saying, how am I going to make a critical difference for and not myself, right? And it doesn't mean, I'm a firm believer in self-interest being a primary motivator in humanity. There's no doubt about that. And yet, I think when you're thinking about leadership, if you're thinking about intentional leadership, you're thinking about always trying to do something that even if it benefits you, it's going to benefit some greater good. And in this case, I think it comes back to then, how is it that you're going to be providing some fit with the land-grant mission of the university that you work for? You know, it also reminds me of something else that Gordon Gee has said a lot of things to me over the last several years and has told me a lot of stories. Actually, the one that you probably would appreciate the most is that university presidents' friends come and go, but their enemies accumulate. And Gordon knows that better than anybody else. But Gordon has always talked about the difference between being at a land grant and being at a non-land grant. And he especially talks about the time that he was at the University of Colorado at Boulder. And he found himself in a place where it was a marvelous university. And yet he wanted to be Colorado State. And he was very envious of the fact that Colorado State had a statewide reach. And at that time, and I don't remember who the president was at Colorado State when he was at Colorado Boulder, but he talked about him as having the perfect servant leadership mentality. That he clearly, as a leader, was using the university's land-grant mission to make a difference, in this case, for the state of Colorado.
I think it was Tony Frank, maybe. But yeah. I would, if I can, leadership is a continual journey. And I think what I do today as a president and what I probably did when I started 10 years ago, it's evolved. The job's changed and evolved. And I think for all of the folks that are out there, our jobs are changed and evolved. So when Jean came and she was starting to work, I wanted to bring her in, work with our leadership team, with deans, whatever. And I remember us having a conversation, and Jean's like, well, it's great, Kirk, that I'm working with all the leaders, but basically, what are you going to do differently? That this isn't about everybody else coming in and doing some stuff differently, but how are you going to change what you're doing? How are you going to continue to work personally to modify what you do leadership-wise and things like that? So I think all of us, and the most effective leaders I've seen in higher education, change over time. And they get better, they change with the changing times, and I think that's an important part. So if anybody starts getting to the point where I've got it down, I can check off the boxes and all that, I think they're going to not be as relevant as they could be if they're not willing to continue to change and modify what they do. So Leadership does matter, but I think it's also got to be people that continue to change and evolve along with changing circumstances. So along this line, one of the things that I think has changed is I felt when I started as a president that that a lot of places the job of the administration was seen as protect the faculty, let the faculty do what they need to. Our job is to manage the budgets and work with the legislature and, sort of provide almost this wall. I think today that has fundamentally changed in public higher education. To me, that's still my job, I believe, to go secure resources to allow faculty to do the things that you need to. But I think you have to be transparent with budgets. You have to be open with how we spend our money. We have to be willing to discuss the political climate that we operate in as a university and the realities that face us based on trying to get resources to do things that we need to. I don't think you can put up these walls and pretend those things are the way they were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And what I love about working with faculty and staff is they're smart men and women who want to be involved and engaged, and they also don't want to sort of say, well, you shouldn't render there, you shouldn't look there, you shouldn't worry about that. I think we as leaders have to be able to communicate effectively to our individuals and our faculty, staff, and students what are the key challenges out there and how we're going to work on them together. So as a quick example, WSU's always been transparent with their budget. You could always go get a 1,000-page document and you could see exactly where we spent all our money. Who in here is going to go page through 1,000 pages to try and find out stuff? So transparency to me is not just always here's a rash of information. It's here's the information and here's a distillation that's relevant to people who want to sort of say, okay, I got a sense of what's here. So I just think leadership is important, but it's also changed and evolved, and we've got to change with it. And what we do today and what we do 5 years from now and 10 years from now is going to be different.
Gene, something else I'll add to that as well, and we didn't get to talk about this as much either, although Colleen and I have had some discussions about the red and blue nature of the state of Washington and how that presents certain difficulties. And again, hearkening back to several different presidents who've talked about this, I'll just use the example of Ohio State. And I've heard, on numerous occasions, people talking about, well, that's a red issue or that's a blue issue. For us, it's always a scarlet and gray. For you, it's a crimson and gray. It should be a crimson and gray issue, right? And that's that transcending piece where we hopefully can get our constituents and especially our state legislators to get out of red and blue mentality and start thinking, in this case, about crimson and gray. And I think that again, gets back to that servant leadership mentality where we're trying to maybe the words are wheedle and cajole our audience into seeing something at a higher level than just this is a partisan issue going one way or the other. And I think that's, again, why I would advocate for a servant leadership mentality, because we don't want to ask other people to adopt a conceptual framework that we ourselves have not adopted.
Okay. Another issue, and this I think Stephen follows very nicely on the comment that you just made, another issue that came up numerous times today was the telling of our story, the effective telling of our story. How do we do it in a way that people see the value? How do we encourage members of the WSU community to partake in sharing of the information? And also, how can we more effectively interact with the communities that we serve to find out the kinds of things that they need to know and they would like us to look into? And so we're interested to hear both of your thoughts on that.
I think a lot about how we tell our story of what we do. And I know in my conversations with Phil and our marketing folks, they think about this a lot too. But I think this is like everything at universities, it needs to be distributed. Phil and his staff cannot be the only mouthpiece, Phil Weiler, our VP for our marketing communication, cannot be the only mouthpiece for the university about everything that we're doing. That has to be out there, and it's done at a local level, national level, international level. And so I think it's how do we take the great work and things that people do, and that includes students, faculty, and staff. That's not just research, it's community engagement, involvement, things like that, and how do we distill those into pieces that people will look at and feel attached to. So we've got a lot of professionals around us that can help that, but it also comes down to resources. As we do fiscal recovery here and go back in the black, if there's $10,000 there, I'm just picking a number, there's going to be $5 million worth of ideas about how to use the $10,000. So one of the challenges that's got to come out of some of our planning process, if the university community comes and says the number one thing we've got to do is do a better job telling our story, I'm convinced we got professionals around that can do that. But that means what we're going to have to do is take those dollars and you say, okay, we're going to choose to put them into this because we have said this is a top priority for the university. So I think sometimes when we talk about this, we want to add research infrastructure. We need to pay our faculty and staff. We need to make sure that we've got more scholarship support for our land-grant mission, on and on and on and on. And at some particular point, an effective planning process means that we are making strategic decisions about where we invest resources to make things happen. So I think our people are doing a great job. The challenge is just, at some particular point, it becomes a resource issue as well.
You know, if I could jump in here, in the spirit of the call to action, one thing I will say is we have people who can tell stories. We need to know what those stories are. And so I think it's my team needing to continue to do a better job of telling those stories, but then we also ask our researchers, our faculty members, and we heard great stories today. Some of these were things I had not heard of before. So keep in mind, particularly if you're doing research projects, think about, is this something that we should be sharing broadly with, with general media, with the general public? Talk to the communicators in your campus, in your college, at the system level. We have people who want to do this work. We just need to help find out what those stories are. So I think you'll find people who are more than happy to help you figure out how to tell that. Celestina was saying earlier today, this idea that people are nervous about having to talk to media. I completely understand that. More than happy to help people get the training they need to be able to be comfortable in doing that, or coming up with a way of telling that story where you don't necessarily have to feel like you're on the firing line and having to talk with a reporter you're not familiar with.
So this is an issue that really has created more anxiety and concern for university presidents and chancellors, I think, than any other, which is how do you get your story out? And the frustration about that, at least in 2016 when I was doing these interviews, was palpable, right? I think that to a person, university presidents were saying they were banging their heads against the wall trying to figure this out. So I think this is a wicked problem. This is something that is going to require, I think, some interesting, innovative, short-term solutions as well as some longer-term solutions. And the longer-term solution that I will continue to come back to is we need to do a better job of telling our students who they are and what we are in terms of a land-grant university. And I love citing the statistic because it's an easy one. We graduate 1.1 million students every year from a land-grant institutions. And I will put it to you that very, very, very few of them have a course on land-grant universities. And yet, we send these students out and they become our community leaders, including our state legislators who have degrees from these land grants, and governors who have these degrees from land grants, and they don't know enough to help us to advocate for us. And so I think the long-term strategy is figuring out ways of doing that. Joe and I were talking about how in human development that's happening now. It's at a lecture level. It's not an entire class, but maybe that's where it begins. And maybe there's ways of team teaching courses, and there's a variety of different ways. We're going to do an online class for the entire university at Ohio State next spring. And so I'm building something out where we're going to look at, well, what does this look like? And we want to transcend the scheduling problems that normally happen by saying, this is available to you, and there's a different way of gaining this material and mastering this material. And like everything else online, we have to make sure that it has a rigor so that if we were teaching it face to face, it would be the same. And by the way, I just taught my first 2,000 level undergraduate class to 265 online individuals. And I'll tell you, I had never worked as hard as I did on an online class with 265 students. That was intense. So I don't believe it anymore when people say that you're just phoning it in when you do online courses. It's quite the opposite. But to my point, I think we need to find better ways of informing our students first, who become our alumni and who become our public, and become then, I hope, our greatest advocates over the long term. And again, that's a very long-term strategy, but I think it's one that we have to think a lot about when we talk about changing the narrative of who we are and what it is that we do.
So this might be a good time to invite some conversation among the audience. Do you all feel like you've been drinking from a fire hose today? Lots of thoughts, lots of ideas, and lots of folks have kind of hung in all day. Kirk, what did you call it? Our Energizer Bunny of our symposium, which is fabulous. So y'all have something to write on? Look at it, write down 3 questions, and then we can share some thoughts about them. As you kind of reflect on what you heard today, and clearly today is not the end of the conversation, but in fact the beginning. What did you hear that was most surprising? Everybody probably heard something that you hadn't heard before, as Phil said. What did you hear that was most surprising? That's question number 1. Question number 2, what did you hear that was most significant? Something that really has some impact. And number 3, as conversations like this typically do, what questions do you have? Sometimes in these kinds of conversations, there are more questions than answers. And if what we've done is raise some key strategic questions that need to be part of a continuing conversation, that's an excellent contribution as well. So take a minute or 2, and online folks as well. Surprising, significant, and what questions do you still have? And we've got microphones over here, and we'd love to hear from everyone. You all included. You guys included as well. Surprising, significant, and what questions do you still have? We are following the live chat and Twitter as well, and the microphones here in Pullman. Interesting. Who's got some thoughts I want to share? Please.
Hi, my name is Joe Hiwa from the Human Development Department. And actually one thing comes to mind as all 3. It was perhaps the thing that was most surprising, and I think it's very significant, and I'm also really curious and do have a question about it. And that is some of the conversation that has been had throughout the course of the day about rewards, about recognition and incentivizing, particularly teaching, but also extension, and shifting some of the ways that we talk about and focus on what excellence in the work that we do at the university looks like. So that was surprising to me to hear it, maybe particularly from you, Dr. Schultz. And then and I think that's very significant. I think it affects a lot of people at this university in terms of sort of what that might look like. And I guess my question would be, and maybe particularly with the announcement earlier today about a new provost and maybe some opportunities for potentially some shifting there. What might this look like going forward? And is this something that we'll just talk about today and won't see anything done with, or might there be some action moving forward?
Are we supposed to respond to that? No, I was saying. Is there really other questions. It might be easier to answer. I think the interesting thing, we talk about reward systems, tenure and promotion, all of those types of things, is that so often people look at the president and the provost as, hey, that's where if we could just get them on board, just think what can happen. Generally, I've found the toughest group to deal with is the person down the hall at the department level who goes, I went through this when I was an assistant professor. You all need to do it exactly the same way I did, that type of a mantra. So to me, I think that there is some energy around us talking about this and making some changes. I know Amit and some of the other folks that have worked on some of our very entrepreneurial faculty efforts have been encouraging us to look at, broadening out promotion and tenure criteria to include other types of relevant activities. And when I say relevant, that we deem as a faculty are particularly relevant. So I think there's some hunger and desire to do that, but it's going to be not just Dan and Mitzi and myself waving a flag saying this is great, but how do we do it at the college and department level? I know we got a bunch of deans here that also think about this type of thing, and I think how do we actually affect some change there that is positive but is pushed down really at the grassroots level? And I think that's the biggest challenge to overtake on some of this, is at that grassroots level. I'm encouraged. I think we need to be looking at this. I'm very supportive of that. And I think Dan has been very supportive as provost. I think Mitzi will be as well coming in. But it's how do we get down to the department school level and make sure we're having worthwhile discussions there that don't waste everybody's time. And at the end of the day, everybody goes, well, we're just going to do it the same way we've done the last 50 years. My dad went through tenure at Old Dominion University in 1962. When I went through tenure at Michigan Tech, virtually identical types of processes.
Yep.
Zero change, really. I mean, his expectations were different, but largely, you would have thought in that period of time, there would have been that. My father-in-law also, when he got tenure at Virginia Tech, same thing, same kind of process. So this is an area we have not fundamentally changed, I would argue, in 50 to 70 years. And it's time for us to look at that.
Okay, so we have a question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some comment online. Craig will read.
So online poster identifies the most surprising issue, and it will be interesting to have the two of you comment on this, the number of people who seem to be just simply unaware of extension and what it does.
So I think that's something that we will continue to work on. Our extension colleagues are here. When Steve first mentioned something about that and there was a big round of applause, I think we need to do more internally about what we do. But I have been at the airport several times in Pullman, and I will have met a couple of our faculty, and I'm sitting there talking to them. They've been here 20 years, never met each other. And so I think the reason I reflect on that is that sometimes we forget that we're this big, complex organization. And in Dow Chemical, you never expect everybody to know everything that's going on. And sometimes in higher ed, we're like, how come people don't know about what we're doing? So I think we can integrate some comments and some successes that our extension professionals are doing out there more in day-to-day university life. But I think this is a complexity of a big billion-dollar-a-year operation with a lot of high achievers that are doing great stuff. And it's just, how do we get all that out there? So I think we can. And I was asked in my State of the University address, not this year, a year before, about how come that I had not talked more about the impact of the social sciences and humanities and the great work our faculty in that area were doing in the State of the University address. And I was invited to come visit one of the departments by one of our preeminent faculty. So I wound up going by there, and I found out one of the PhD programs there is one of the top 10 in the country. I just had no idea, and I've been here like 2.5 years. I'm a little embarrassed I don't know about that. Those are the kinds of internal things we've just got to figure out better ways so our colleagues know some of the cool stuff that's happening out there and can celebrate that. And that's not just extension. I would broaden it out to a lot of the different things that we do. So.
And a follow-up comment online to someone else's point is, I learned a lot about extension today, even though I was aware of its existence, so I learned even more. Comment over here.
Yeah, and I'm coming to you from the global campus, so a very different perspective than the traditional college base. And I very much appreciated all your comments and your participation at the global campus event. One of the things I struggle with the most with the Drive to 25, which overall I think is a great goal, is that the metrics are very much based on an SAT model and national merit model, and don't take into account our growing adult population that don't fit that model at all. And we do have a growing adult population both on global campus, Tri-Cities, Vancouver. Across the board, they say that's our biggest growth area is the non-traditional student. And I'm wondering what metrics we can put in place to help recognize that population and make them feel like they're more included in the overall university system as a whole.
Yeah, and I might want to appreciate the comment. I think, just as a reminder, we don't look at SAT, ACT, any of that. That's not in our 11 metrics for the Drive to 25. Most of those are more outcomes oriented, like, for example, job placement, or I'll say placements within 6 months of graduation. That can be in lots of different venues. So I think there are some of the metrics there that can be particularly relevant. However, I think I would go back to you all as our professionals in that area and say, what is the right way to measure success with a global campus community that is going to look a lot different? They're going to be a lot different places and things like that. So I also looked upon this as tiered, right? So Matt over here as Dean of Arts and Sciences may say, you know what, in the Arts and Sciences plan that they're working on, 7 of the 11 metrics are really, I'm just making a number up here, are really critical to the arts and sciences. We're going to add on a couple other things that in arts and sciences we think are just really important, and maybe they don't rise up to the university level. I can see the global campus doing the same thing, saying, hey, we're going to define some of our own metrics that are successful and important to us on a global campus that aren't exactly the same Drive to 25 metrics, and there's some commonality, but there can be some differences. And I think that's okay, and we've got to be able to celebrate that that is part of different aspects of campus doing their own planning and doing their own measurements and doing their own definition of what success looks like.
Thank you.
We've been talking about the land-grant mission is to serve communities, to serve the people. And I want to bring us back to the question of who we serve. When we close our eyes and imagine the community and imagine the people, who is it that we consider to be us? And I'd like it to bring us back to what our colleague Carrie Bullock Ben Israel said earlier about the face of the nation. And I think that as we move towards 2043, which is the year that demographers predict that the population of the United States will become a majority of people of color, how do we remake ourselves so that we are serving the people with equity and not practicing the exclusionary institutional practices that have resulted in where we are today with disparate graduation rates by race. We don't have racial equity in this university or in most universities in the United States. How do we put a focus on equity? And I'm going to call us all out here and say the majority of comments that have been made today regarding race and equity have come from the audience and not from the panel. So how do we embed these perspectives into the heart of the institution, onto the stage in future symposia and in all the work that we do going forward?
Yeah, Rennie, I think that's, you raised some excellent points there. To me, we're at a sort of critical time in the country, if you will, and I'm not talking about the political climate, just public higher ed as a whole. The demographics of our students are changing. The demands, and I don't mean demands here in a negative way, the expectations, that's a better way to put it. The expectations of our students to see more people like them, that look like them, that walk through the same shoes that they did and things like that, to me is higher now than it's been, at least in my career in a senior leadership position, a higher time. And I think a lot of us are struggling with how to appropriately react to that and to support our students. So to me, on this next strategic plan and the next planning effort, this has got to be an integral part of what we do, not an add-on, not we have 7 key themes, and by the way, let's tack this one on so we make sure people think that we're thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. To me, it's got to be all the way through there, and there's got to be some measurable expectations for success that is not, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing and hope it's good enough down the road. So what that means to me is it comes down to where do you put your resources. When our graduation rates and retention rates for African American students are woefully behind our Caucasian students, I think we've got to be able to do research into those areas and go, why? What is it that we need to be doing? And it can't be we're just going to do the same thing for everybody and hope that it's there. So to me, I think this is a time that we have to challenge ourselves, that this has got to be part of what we're doing moving forward, and simply the status quo isn't going to be good enough. And so I'm looking forward to those. They're going to be difficult conversations, but I think they're needed and they're important to us. And if we're going to still be relevant in 10 years, we better have them now and start making some progress. So anyway, thanks for bringing that up. But, you know, I don't want to say we're on it because that implies we've got a solution. We don't. But this is going to be part of what we're doing moving forward. And a year from now, if you say, well, Kirk, I got the system plan, got the Pullman plan, I got a Vancouver plan, this doesn't seem to really be anywhere there, despite, you know, rhetoric that it was going to be there. I think then that means we're not done. So, thank you.
Eileen.
Good afternoon. Eileen McCall, Pullman City Council and WSU grad. I cannot say enough about, and this should be surprising to everyone here, and this should be significant to everyone here, I cannot say enough about how Dr. Scholes and Dr. Scholes have changed the tone in this community. When they got off the plane, they started to work with the Pullman community. I think, Dr. Scholes, I think you appeared at Kiwanis like the first week you were here, the second week you were here in town, something like that. And that movement got started. And the community working with the university, maybe you all don't remember, Phil does, when we were at each other's throats and everybody knew the definition of the word hegemony because it was on the front page of the paper every day. We don't do that anymore, I hope, and we hope I never do again. Steve knows about some of those land use challenges. We've had huge land use challenges in this community that have really stifled, you know, our growth in every way, and all that's gone, and all these doors are now open, and it is so refreshing, it is so pleasing. I hope you all get to know your Pullman community better. This has just been a delight to have Dr. Scholes and Dr. Scholes open up these doors for us and let us move forward. This symposium is obviously, you know, a perfect example of that. There have been a lot of great community meetings, and it's just so refreshing, and it's just a beautiful thing to see the future of where this community and WSU are going together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other thoughts, other questions, surprising or significant? And then one question for you all is, what would you like to see as next steps to keep this conversation going?
You know, one of the things as Brian's coming up, that since I have a microphone, right, when I was answering those questions, the third one, questions do you have, I wrote, what are we willing to do differently now than we have done in the past? And that, I know that's philosophical, but ultimately, at the end of the day, at a university, we always talk about this stuff, and we're like, yeah, we got to do something. Well, you know, we've kind of done it that way for 25 years, and it become, or whatever, fill in your number. I mean, that means we've got to be willing to, you know, gore a few sacred cows and try some things differently than have been done in the past. And that's always easy to say, hard to do and execute. And that ultimately, to me, is coming out of our planning process. That's got to be part of what we're engaging in as a community.
I'm Brian Kraft. I'm with Office of Research. One of the really surprising things I heard today was a lot about extension. And, you know, I've known about the system for quite a long time, but over the last couple of years, I've been doing a number of conversations around tenure and promotion and how we think about it in terms of faculty promotion. So extension has come up and emerged in that dialogue as kind of a model we could use to bring across the whole system to better incent faculty to engage in sort of community activities or outreach writ large. So one of the things that was kind of surprising in your comments this morning were around how a number of land grants have moved extension to be more accessible across the university, right? So these two things kind of intersect on this idea that through extension, which needs to change, and there's great work there, but there also is what does it need to look like in the future. Maybe there's some further dialogue to be had around that topic. That might be kind of the place where we can find synergy in those two narratives. So just more of a comment or a thought.
Yeah.
That's something that's emerged out of conversations that I've been in over the last couple of years, and it seems to really resonate here today.
Yeah, I want to, Brian, I agree, and I want to have that conversation. I just want to do it in the right way, because our extension professionals in the room are working their ass off, in their communities will go, now I got a whole bunch of people going to come in and tell me how to do my job. and I want us, so we have to engage in that dialogue in a way that's really forward-looking and productive, that's respectful and appreciative of the job that our extension professionals are doing, but then ask ourselves as a broad university community, let's go out 5-10 years and what other types of things could we be doing, and then is the structure right, is the budgeting right, are we putting our resources there to actually do the things we claim we want to do. So I think I've been at several institutions where when extension came up, you wind up having somebody that wanted to sort of say, well, here's how you ought to really be using your time, and I want to be careful that we structure in a way that is good for all of us, that's really forward-looking, and we go, hey, that's something we can get behind. So I appreciate that.
I completely agree. That's been part of the dialogue, is that honoring that good work that is happening, right? And it's not about it needs to be different. It's about how do you kind of make that same reward structure available to everybody? So.
And I just want to be clear as well that my comments were not disparaging at all about what Extension has been doing, just to be clear about that. And my mentioning the fact that there were 12 universities that have taken Extension out of the College of Agriculture and have somehow either placed it independent or under the provost in the Office of Academic Affairs were merely examples of when a university says there has to be a different way to unsilo what's happening. And that's, to me, that's the most important point about what has to happen for Extension. And that's both an internal and an external problem, right? So externally, when people think, oh, that's Extension's job, we have to fix that. We have to get people to stop doing that, right? Because it's all of our jobs. But we also have to help Extension to not silo itself. And I think there are plenty of instances where that happens. A lot of times, again, Extension leaders don't wake up in the morning and say, how can I silo myself, right? But rather it's the structure. And so sometimes the structure means you blow it up. But there are other things that you can do too. Not to tell anybody what to do at Washington State, but I learned very quickly at Ohio State that if there was a line on the dean's report to the provost, that we did it. So if there was a line that said, how many hours are your faculty members engaging with Extension professionals, you bet we'd start doing it. So there are a lot of different ways of skinning that particular cat. Nothing wrong with cats either. We don't want to do that. But you know what I'm saying.
Okay, other comments? Do you have a comment? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Tiffany Braun. I'm with the WSU Center for Civic Engagement. And I just have a couple of comments. One, I was hoping to have you both kind of speak a little bit more to the role of staff and the student affairs professional in the mission of a land-grant institution and that community engagement mission. And then the other piece, our office, the Center for Civic Engagement, we're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year, so we're excited about that. And we're firmly situated in student affairs and have been from the very beginning, although our office was very much founded by a couple of faculty members who heard about this cool thing called service learning and wanted to bring it back to our university and our campus. And so we've always had kind of that dual role of supporting students who are wanting to engage in their community, as well as supporting faculty. And over the years, we've actually supported many, many different faculty across all 6 campuses. And so I just wanted to kind of speak to that and kind of pose that question too, related to the importance of service learning as a pedagogy and community engaged teaching as a high impact practice for student success and student retention, and how we can support faculty who are really wanting to engage in that type of work.
Yeah, let me start. Thank you. A lot of great stuff. I think when we talk about, if we take our students that have graduated and we sit there and you say, tell me about the relationships you had on campus, things like that. I just don't like the idea that we have these silos, that it's only faculty who have relationships with students, staff don't. The people who clean the buildings, clearly they would have no relevancy to student success and student retention. I think we got to get rid of all those models, because if you talk to students today, some have got great relationships with faculty, some with staff, some know the person who works in their residence hall, cleans their rooms, and that may be the closest relationship they have. We've got to start looking, in my mind, as things like student success is a university function. It is not student affairs, it's not academic affairs, it's not just the faculty or just the staff. I think it's got to be everybody. And so to me, when we talk about some of these types of things, it's got to be a university-wide phenomena, because our students have so many complex relationships, which is good, with so many people across campus. It may be the person that they see every morning that notices, well, Kirk's not looking so good today, so I wonder what's the issue. And they're going to have a different dialogue than the person teaching them in a physics class would be. And all of a sudden you find out they have an issue at home, they've got a financial issue or something like that. How do we bring the entire power of the university to focus around student success? So that's the way I want us to continue to look at it. And I think when we think about that broadly, almost everybody in the room can think about certain instances where they really had great working relationships with students, regardless of sort of where you are. So that's a dialogue for us to have moving ahead. But I appreciate the role that everybody plays across the university, and we've got to find a way to break down sometimes these artificial institutional silos that just have gotten built up over time. And I agree with Steve. Nobody wakes up, I hope, in the morning and says, how can I put another barrier to success in people's ways today? Believe it or not, presidents don't think about that, even though we're accused of it often. But so that's a little bit of my response.
Yeah, I want to echo everything again. Building relationships and not just having formal relationships, but also these informal relationships oftentimes are the more critical factors that they fly under the radar because they're informal. And yet when you ask people and bother to really find out who's your support system, you find out it is someone who's in the dorms cleaning, or it's someone who's out doing maintenance work. Because there's a student who actually has some proficiency in maintenance, and so strikes up a conversation with that individual. Whoever it is, I've found over the years, those are what I call the cookie people, right? And they're just as important, and they need to be given the same kind of support to be a part of the university enterprise that the faculty and staff have to be. So I think it's everybody in, right? It's a whole team effort.
So just a quick story. When I was doing move-in day this last year, everybody puts on T-shirts and you go out there, and the parents and families fortunately have no idea who you are. Pat Chun and I moved a bunch of families in, and somebody said, do you guys work at the university? And we said, yeah. He said, I'm the athletic director. And they go, what do you do? And he goes, oh, he's the president. But there was and they don't ever believe that, right? But there was a woman that was helping us moving these families in. And I just sort of asked her, because, a lot of people here I don't know. And I talked to her, and it turns out she said, oh, I basically clean the floor, these 2 floors, and I consider these my students. And so she went on this description about how it was really important to her to welcome families and greet them to WSU and make a difference. And it was just a sobering, positive reminder that, here's a person that this was not her job description. It wasn't part of her responsibilities for that day to be doing this, But she felt it was so important that our students have a great experience at WSU. She was out there to meet families and help them move in. So it's just a reminder. So often the people around us, they have such a big impact on success. And, you know, it's good for me every now and then to also see live in action these things, because it's a reminder of how everybody at WSU is focused around our students.
Okay. 2 more comments, and then we'll begin to wrap up. Thank you.
So what surprised me most, again, I am coming from the South Carolina system most recently, and is the lack of the conversation about the community colleges. So I was really, so working in TRIO, I do get a lot of transfer students in from our fellow campuses that do it very well, from what I can tell. Like, I've only been here for a few minutes, but they have really good relationships from what I can tell, the other 3 campuses, not talking about global. But here, I have a 16-year-old about to go into senior in high school, and she's not ready to go straight to the 4-year, and I'm not ready to pay Seattle prices for her to go to 2-year college, so, or Spokane for that matter, Spokane, sorry. So what does that look like? Like, what conversation is that happening in the community when there's not a lot in proximity, from what I understand? Spokane Falls Springs, okay. The community college that just got here about 2 years ago from when I was, so what is the plan to have alternative ways in which to enter this institution if they want to, right? At a less cost to the community, but it also allows them to kind of quote unquote find themselves without parents having to come out of the pocket, you know, fully for a 4-year. So that's what I have to say really surprised me for such a robust campus system, that Pullman doesn't really have that from what I can tell.
So my goal is that we be seen in the state as the preferred partner for our community college system. When students want to transfer, I want us to be the place that they say are easiest to work with, take the best care of our students, and things like that. And Dan's probably here in the back, but I think we have like 1,000 or so transfer students come in a year. So it's quite a bit. So we do a lot. Every small community that I've lived in, this has been a dynamic tension with the local community college, because it's sort of like, well, we're cheaper and students can go here, and you sort of feel like it's just taking it away from our bottom line, right? Now, it shouldn't be that way. I'm just reflecting. It was that way in Manhattan, Kansas. It was that way with the local community college in Starkville, Mississippi when I was there. So I think we got to continue to work. But and Dan Bernardo really led this as moving the Spokane Valley Community College onto the Pullman campus. So it used to be off campus at the Gladys Center, and they're actually right here on campus to try and facilitate that transition for those particular students. So I would love to hear offline some other perspectives that you see, because we want to get better. And if there's things that you're experiencing, not just as a professional here, but as a parent, we need to know that so that we can make sure we're doing a better job.
And I just will add, it's in everybody's best interest, right? So in
Yes.
Ohio, we have something called a preferred pathway, and the transfer students are probably one of the few ways that Ohio State has continued to make a very small inroad into becoming more diverse, because they're getting the diversity from the community colleges.
Thank you. Last comment here.
Yeah, Vicky Audema from Department of Civil Engineering, Civil and Environmental Engineering. First of all, I'd like to say that this is one of the most engaging extension events I've been to. So really, congratulations, and I really enjoyed all the talks today. Having said that, I'm the only, one of the 2 faculty in engineering who has an extension appointment, official extension appointment. And this position was created about 16 years ago when the extension was out of the Connors and it was WSU extension across the whole university. And I think to sort of advance the land grant mission, I believe probably, like what you mentioned this morning, Steve, was traditionally, we all think of extension as part of ag college. But if you want to extend it out to all the departments and colleges, maybe perhaps we would go back to that old model, removing it from Connors and putting it as a part of the WSU extension in order to get into engineering, in order to get into vet school, in order to get into education, and have extension transcending across all departments and colleges and extend, sort of serving that mission. And I wanted to know what your thoughts were, Kirk.
To me? Yeah. Okay.
You
Thank
are
you.
scared
Yeah.
anyway.
No, I was, yeah. So let me share an analogy that I hope is relevant and bring it back around. So at multiple universities I've worked at, we've struggled where to put corporate relations. You put it in the foundation because you say, well, that's a good natural place. Here, it's centered in the provost's office with the objective that, hey, you work with the deans more closely and some of that. I've also seen it put in the vice president's for research office because you say, hey, that's the other really relevant place. So I've actually seen it in all three places, and everywhere when I come there and it's in one of those three, they're always talking about they really need to move it to one of the other two so it's a little more effective. And so the reason I share that is sometimes we let structure we get too hung up on structure and we don't look at the outputs. So to me, we can argue about whether extension should be at standalone or in Connors or whatever. I think at the bottom line is, what do we want to see happen out of extension? What's our goal as a university out of extension? Second, how are you going to fund it? And I'm not trying to be the, put a wet blanket on there. If we come up with real resources to say, let's expand what our extension is doing in the state, I think there'll be lots of great ideas about other colleges and other professionals we can bring on board. And so to me, I still think the conversation is, what is it that we say as a campus community we want extension to be beyond, in addition to, with the things that they do now? And then structure to me is third or fourth on the list. It's what are the resources that look like to make that move forward. And then if you got to make a structural change, then you do it. But it's after some careful thought, and generally, I found the most effective structural changes, there's general consensus that says this makes sense to do, not Kurt got up one morning, hit his head, and decided to do a structural change at the university. So I want to make sure that that's my sense with what we can do with extension in this conversation. I think it'd be interesting to bring some people from around the country and other land grants that have done some creative things with extension and ask them, why'd you do it this way? How's this work for you? Like we did the Wine Science Center, frankly, at the Tri-Cities campus. We went to UC Davis, said, hey, if you're going to build another one, what would you do differently? They said, here's exactly what we would do differently. And guess what? That allowed us to build and structure something in a way that was using best practices out there with some other folks. So to me, I want to advance the conversation. The other thing I will mention is, for those of you who've never visited one of our extension centers, and I'm talking about R&E, one of the extension centers, I would encourage you to do so. I've been out to several on the peninsula and other places, and guess what? You find out, hey, what are you doing here? Oh, we're working on this environmental program with K through 12. You go to the next office, this is 4-H. We're doing leadership training to make sure that the young people here have leadership opportunities. I went to another one where they were working with specifically African American students on agriculture as a way to help retention in high school. And so you walk away and you go, my God, I thought they were just dealing with invasive species. And what happens is you walk out of there saying, wow, they are doing a lot more stuff than I ever realized. So I think, give yourself that opportunity. They'll welcome you being there, and people love to talk about the cool stuff that they're doing in their communities. So with that, I know we're out of time, but let me express my appreciation to all of you for being here today and being engaged, not just sitting here, but being engaged, not just in Pullman, but Tri-Cities, Vancouver, Spokane, Everett, our R&E centers, other places out there. Thanks for your time today. So I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Applause. And I would just like to thank the whole team that put this together. Thank you so much for the Academic Innovation Group, and you all did a great job putting this together and all the technology and everything wonderful. Thank you to my co-therapist, Craig, and to Stephen. And I'd also like to bring up somebody who was quoted, somebody tweeted today that says, when Chris Hoyt calls, I say yes, and that's how things really get done. So Chris Hoyt, really the visionary for making this happen. And Chris will talk a little bit about our event at 5 o'clock and what we're doing. Thanks.
Thanks, Jean. I just wanted to let you all know that we'd love to have you come to the reception, which will be across the street in the Jordan Snitcher Museum of Art. So come on over if you can. And then we do have some extra books there that if you'd like to, or bring the book that you already have and like to get it signed, Stephen will be over there signing books. And so come and join us. And again, thank you for coming.
We are adjourned. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, nice setup too. Worked out really well.